That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
"23 years of the big fight." This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on, with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here.
Welcome back. A strong tropical storm slammed into South Korea's southern coastal regions on Thursday, bringing intense rain and wind that toppled trees, ripped off roofs and turned roads into chocolate-colored rivers as it slowly plowed the northern part towards major urban centers near Seoul. There were no immediate reports of storm-related deaths or injuries. This is according to the Ministry of Interiors and Safety, but officials shut down hundreds of motorways, streets and public parks and sent text alerts to warn of the storm Khanun, which came just weeks after torrential rain that caused flash floods and landslides that killed at least 47 people. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. News and updates will continue on the other side.
Bobby, let's go.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella.
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
The NDTV News Network
That informs
inspires
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV.
because the only side we're on is yours.
The
Vikas Manas has met over 500 families of soldiers who have died protecting the nation.
मेरा ये मानना है, जब आप धरती पे आते हो, अगर आप दूसरों का दर्द समझो, उसके दर्द के साथ जूझो, उसका कष्ट लो, तो भगवान देखता है ये कष्ट ले ही तो रहा है, दर्द सह ही तो रहा है, इसको अब इसका देने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. तो if you understand the pain, grief of someone else, go through that, live with that, God will not give you your own pain and grief.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज, हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology. Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
Good afternoon, you're watching NDTV 24/7. There's lots lined up for you ahead as a major criminal law overhaul. Three bills have been introduced in the Lok Sabha. We'll tell you what changes with these three new criminal law bills. On the other side, both houses of the parliament have been adjourned sine die and the monsoon session has officially come to an end. So we'll tell you what all happened in the session and which crucial bills have been passed today in the last day of the session. Stay tuned for that. First, take a look at the headlines. A big revamp of Indian criminal laws. The Indian Penal Code to now replace with the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita according to a bill that has been sent to a standing committee. Stricter punishment for gang rape and minors rape in the bill. Sedition law replaced with a law on law criminalizing endangering unity and integrity of India. The monsoon session of the parliament comes to an end. Both houses of the parliament adjourned sine die. 45% productivity for the Lok Sabha and just 56% for the Rajya Sabha this monsoon session. Two GST bills passed in the Lok Sabha. Bill to levy 28% tax on online gaming passed in the Lok Sabha. The opposition says the bill has been passed without any discussion.
माननीय मंत्री जी
Aam Aadmi Party MP Raghav Chadha suspended from the Rajya Sabha. Raghav Chadha suspended on allegations of forging signatures in a motion pertaining to the Delhi Services Bill. And a day after Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary was suspended from the Lok Sabha, the India Alliance protests outside the parliament. Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi also at the opposition's protest outside Sanssad. And the Haryana government replies to the High Court's question on whether the government has been carrying out ethnic cleansing through its demolitions. The Haryana government says demolitions were in accordance with law. Our lead story, the government has introduced bills for the complete overhaul of the colonial-era Indian criminal laws. The 1860 Indian Penal Code is now will be replaced by the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita according to the bills that have been introduced. The Bharatiya Nagarik Suraksha Sanhita will replace the Code of Criminal Procedure and the Bharatiya Saksha will replace the Indian Evidence Act. All three have been referred to a standing committee for review. A new offence on acts of succession, armed rebellion, subversive activities, separatist activities or endangering sovereignty or unity and integrity of India has also been added in the revised laws, while the punishment for gang rape and rape of minors has been made stricter. The sedition law, the Home Minister said, has been repealed, but a similar law with similar provisions but with a stricter punishment has been added in the new bill that has been tabled. Listen in to what the Home Minister said while introducing the bill, and along with that, what senior BJP leader Ravi Shankar Prasad told my colleague Megha Prasad.
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, ये 5 प्रण में से एक प्रण था कि हम गुलामी की सभी निशानियों को हम समाप्त कर देंगे, हमारे मन से वो बोझ को दूर करेंगे। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, आज मैं जो 3 विधेयक एक साथ लेकर आया हूं, वो तीनों विधेयक एक प्रकार से मोदी जी ने जो 5 प्रण लिए हैं उसमें से एक प्रण की अनुपालना करने वाले हैं। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, ये तीनों विधेयक दंड विधान प्रक्रिया, क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम को बेसिक कानून, इसके लिए मूलभूत कानून ये 3 विधेयकों के अंदर है। एक है इंडियन पिनल कोड जो 1860 में बनाया गया, दूसरा है क्रिमिनल प्रोसीजर कोड जो 1898 में बनाया गया, और तीसरा है इंडियन एविडेंस एक्ट जो 1872 में बनाया गया। राजद्रोह जैसे कानूनों को एक और हम निरस्त कर रहे हैं, तो दूसरी ओर धोखा देकर महिला का शोषण करने वाले और मॉब लिंचिंग जैसे जघन्य अपराध करने वालों को दंडित करने का भी इरादा है।
Former Law Minister of India, Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad, joins us here on NDTV to speak on the developments in the lower house today. Sir, the government has moved to completely repeal the CRPC, the IPC, the Evidence Act. Could you please take us through the key highlights?
I will state and outline 3-4 changes. How the case decision will be fast-tracked. SP Saab has become DGP to investigate it or monitor it or supervise. He is not coming. Trial is clear. Now the current SP will do it after going through the documents. All the thanas are clogged with what? Case property, old bikes, old motorcycle, old cars. Now you get rid of all that. A fugitive, a terrorist like Dawood, they run away from the court of law, then there is no trial. Now trial will take place also in their absence, and they'll be convicted. Infusion of forensic science is already said. Many people who misrepresent their identity for sexual favor or marrying women and accepted, they will also be taken to task. And lastly, this whole issue of Deshdroh, sedition,
exactly,
is being fine-tuned to make it more human. Being replaced altogether, maybe. But a separate chapter for terrorist, extremists and separatists.
Okay. Would you say that we are looking at a complete overhaul here?
Substantial.
Substantial. It has now been sent to the Select Committee?
It will go to the Standing Committee of Home. It will go to the Law Commission. It will go to the Bar Council, Bar Association. And the maximum feedback shall be done. But it is a great step toward reforming India's criminal justice system. My warm appreciation of the Prime Minister and Home Minister.
My colleague Arvind Gunasekar joining us for more on this. And Arvind, while of course the names of the CRPC, the IPC and the Evidence Act, all three have changed, but tell us about how the laws have really changed and how punishments for various crimes have changed. What are the new provisions?
Though the government is pitching this as a complete reform of the Indian criminal justice system, wherein 3 new bills have been introduced to replace Indian Penal Code, Code of Criminal Procedure and also Indian Evidence Act. All the three new bills have been introduced in Lok Sabha, and as per government, all the three bills will be sent to the standing committee. If I'm not wrong, all the three bills have already been sent to the standing committee of Home Affairs, where the standing committee will scrutinize all the three bills. So all the three bills are aimed at replacing Indian Penal Code, Code of Criminal Procedure, and also Indian Evidence Act. And if you could see the not just mere changing of all the three laws to a Hindi name, Indian Penal Code has been renamed as Bharatiya Nyay Sanhita, and also Code of Criminal Procedure has been renamed as Bharatiya Nagrik Surakha.
Come back to you. We'll come back to you. Rahul Gandhi is currently addressing a press conference. We'll just go right across to it.
कर रहे थे, हंस रहे थे, ये उनको शोभा नहीं देता है। हिंदुस्तान का प्रधानमंत्री अगर इस देश में हिंसा हो रही है, दर्द हो रहा है, हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री को 2 घंटे मजाक नहीं उड़ाना चाहिए। विषय कांग्रेस नहीं था, विषय मैं नहीं था, विषय मणिपुर है। मणिपुर में क्या हो रहा है और उसको एकदम क्यों नहीं रोका जा रहा है, ये विषय है। मैं आपको अपना एक्सपीरियंस देता हूं, जो मैंने शायद अभी तक बोला नहीं, शायद पहले बोल देना था। मैं अब तकरीबन 19 साल से राजनीति में हूं और मैं हर स्टेट में गया हूं। बाढ़ आए, तूफान आए, सुनामी आई थी, हिंसा होती है, हम जाते हैं। 19 साल के एक्सपीरियंस में जो मैंने मणिपुर में देखा और सुना, वो मैंने कभी पहले नहीं सुना था। मैंने पार्लियामेंट में बोला कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, अमित शाह जी ने भारत माता की हत्या की है, मणिपुर में भारत को खत्म कर दिया है। मैंने ऐसे नहीं बोला था, ये खोखले शब्द नहीं है। मैं आपको समझाता हूं मैंने ये बात बोली क्यों। जब हम मणिपुर पहुंचे, हम लैंड किए, हमें मणिपुर में दौरा करना था। जब हम मेटे एरिया में गए, हमें साफ कहा गया था कि अगर आपकी सिक्योरिटी डिटेल में कोई भी कुकी होगा, उसको आप यहां मत लाइए क्योंकि हम उसको मार देंगे। और जब हम कुकी के एरिया में गए, हमें कहा गया अगर कोई मेथे आपकी सिक्योरिटी डिटेल में होगा, उसको आप मत लाइए, उसको हम गोली मार देंगे। हम जब गए, हमें मेथेज को परे करना पड़ा, हमें कुकीज को परे करना पड़ा। मतलब एक स्टेट नहीं है, आज 2 स्टेट है। स्टेट की हत्या कर दी गई है और उसको चीर दिया गया है। इसलिए मैंने बोला हिंदुस्तान की हत्या मणिपुर में बीजेपी ने कर दी है। और जब मैंने कल प्रधानमंत्री को देखा हंसते हुए, मजाक उड़ाते हुए, मैं समझ नहीं पा रहा था कि हिंदुस्तान का प्रधानमंत्री इस प्रकार से कैसे बोल सकता है। प्रधानमंत्री को यह पता नहीं लग रहा है कि हमारे देश में क्या हो रहा है। छोड़िए, नहीं जाना चाहते हैं, उसके भी कारण हैं, शायद मैं बता नहीं सकता हूं आपको, उसके कारण हैं। मगर अगर जा नहीं सकते हैं तो मणिपुर के बारे में बोले तो। हिंदुस्तान की आर्मी, आप सब जानते हो, सेना को आप जानते हो, जो मणिपुर में हो रहा है, हिंदुस्तान की सेना उसको 2 दिन में रोक सकती है। 3 दिन नहीं लगेंगे। अगर हिंदुस्तान की आर्मी को कहा गया कि यह तमाशा बंद करो, 2 दिन में यह तमाशा, ड्रामा बंद हो जाएगा। प्रधानमंत्री मणिपुर को जलाना चाहते हैं, आग बुझाना नहीं चाहते हैं। यह है सच्चाई। अब आप अपने सवाल पूछिए. Would you like me to say it in English? Huh? I watched the Prime Minister of India yesterday speaking for 2 hours, laughing, joking, लगावing naras in the parliament. The Prime Minister would say one line and the entire BJP would shout another nara. You know, the Prime Minister seems to have forgotten that the state of Manipur is on fire and has been on fire for 4 months. Women and children are dying over there. People are being murdered. Women are being molested, are being raped. And the Prime Minister of India is sitting in the middle of the parliament shamelessly laughing. This is not about Rahul Gandhi. This is not about the Congress party. This is not about the opposition. This is about India. It's about our country.
That's Rahul Gandhi hitting out at the Prime Minister for the speech that he made yesterday in the Lok Sabha during the no-confidence motion. Remember, the Prime Minister spoke for around 2 hours while he spoke on the Manipur violence for just about a minute. And Rahul Gandhi is saying that it's shameful to see that when a state is burning, where women, children, several other people are being murdered, women are being gang raped, at such a time the Prime Minister is not addressing the issue.
Have been expunged from the parliament.
Now let's focus on our big story, as the government has introduced bills for the complete overhaul of colonial-era Indian criminal laws. To help you understand what really is changing with Indian criminal laws and what's new, how are the punishments changing, we have guests joining us on the broadcast. We have Mr. Alok Lal, who's the former DGP of Uttarakhand. We also have Mr. Piyush Singh, who's an advocate of the Supreme Court. Thanks very much, gentlemen, for joining us. And Mr. Alok Lal, let me first come to you. The Home Minister, while speaking in the Lok Sabha, he said that these new bills mean a complete overhaul and a complete transformation in India's criminal laws. How do you see it? Do you see major changes, and what are the major changes that you're picking up till now?
Priyanshi, I must say that an overhaul of the laws was overdue. I say this because our criminal justice system has not been delivering. It has not delivered justice. Therefore, changes were called for, and not from now, for a very, very long time. The last time that they touched these major criminal laws was in 1974, when they changed the original CRPC, as it is called, to the revised CRPC of 1974. None of the three important laws have now been renamed, and hopefully not just the name has been changed. A lot has been changed inside also. Because in my opinion, we do need a serious overhaul, serious looking at the laws. Now, shifting 124A to section 150, the sedition law has not changed. Just the name of the law has been changed. It's not called sedition now. So it doesn't mean that there has been a change in the Atma of the law. The Atma remains the same. And therefore, I have to look at the detailed proposals as have been put up today. And then only I will be in a position to comment if this will bring about the changes that we have been looking for several decades. But then if the intention is to change the way the laws are being enacted, the laws are being enforced, I'm very glad. If the courts can deliver justice within a given time, and if the person who is a victim of crime can seek justice and actually get it in his own lifetime or early enough, that will be a great day for our country.
And Mr. Alok Lal, I want to pick up on that point about sedition that you made. And I want to take it across to Mr. Piyush Singh. If I'm reading it right, as Mr. Alok also pointed out, that the law seems to be that the Home Minister, of course, said that sedition has been completely repealed and there's no sedition law anymore. And there's been a lot of debate on whether sedition should be removed. But what we are seeing is that while sedition, the name has been removed, the definition seems to be similar. This also says that the new law also also criminalizes any activities, so quote-unquote activities against the integrity of India, against the unity of India, any such objectionable activity. So I want to come to you on Piyush Singh. On this point, how is this particularly different from the sedition law? One point is also this, that the previous sedition law said that the punishment could be life term or it could be up to 3 years. But now the new law says that the punishment could be life term or up to 7 years. So does this new law make it stricter?
Absolutely, it makes it much more stricter. And I think only the terminology has been changed. Previously in the sedition, the terminology was the acts or the words spoken or written against the government established by law. Now, what the terminology now is, it's against the unity and integrity of the country, of the nation. But I would say it's also the financial assistance which has been included in section 150. So 124A has been repealed and 150, I would say, is a much wider section, has a much wider connotation to it. And I would say definitely all the previous edition acts will fall under it. And I would say the scope is much more wider. And as you pointed it out, previously the punishment was for life imprisonment and 3 years. Now it is life imprisonment and 7 years. So definitely 3 years offences were bailable. Now again, the 124A was non-bailable. But in case it was a minor offence or a small statement, the minimum punishment would be 7 years in all those cases. But I would also like to add one important thing. I would absolutely not agree that this is an overhaul of the complete criminal justice system. I have had a cursory look on all the 3 acts, and I would say 95% of all these sections are verbatim same. When I say verbatim same, each and every word and each and every I would say language, including the illustrations which were there in the Indian Penal Code, CRPC and Indian Evidence Act, are verbatim similar. It can be 95 to 98%, but it will not be 94%. So if you wanted to bring some new sections into a law, or you wanted to amend or bring in new provisions, you could have done it by a criminal law amendment, which has been happening since, I would say, India gained its independence. It would be wrong to suggest that these were, I would say, old laws enacted during the time of British times. These have been amended as recently, I would say, as a couple of years back. In fact, in 2013, we had a Criminal Amendment Act which had brought a complete overhaul into the system.
Right,
now,
so
yes.
So you're saying that most of the laws remain same, even though the Home Minister, of course, called it a complete overhaul of the criminal laws in the country. And Mr. Alok Lal, while we speak about many things remaining the same, let's talk about the things that have changed. If we talk about certain crimes such as the rape of a minor, such as gang rape as well, the punishment seems to have been changed to stricter punishments. Because earlier in the Indian Penal Code, what I'm looking at is for gang rape, there would be a punishment starting from 10 years. But now it starts from 20 years. On the other side, for minor rape, the earlier punishment would be 20 years, but now that has been changed to a death sentence. So tell us about some of those crimes for which punishment has gotten stricter.
These changes will certainly help. But let me say that making a stringent punishment stricter doesn't necessarily go to decrease the number of incidents. You know, there are many offenses in IPC, which is now being renamed in some other words. The IPC has many sections in which there is a death sentence. Now, if that was so, those should have stopped by now because of the death sentence. It's not the punishment described in the IPC which makes a change. It is the way these laws are enforced, the way justice is dispensed. I think that is a very important area. In my opinion, changing these laws will only have very minor impact on the overall working.
Right.
What is important is that the attitudes in the courts, the attitude of the police, the attitude of the society at large has to change towards crime. And that is not happening through these books.
Right, and you mentioned the delivery of justice. In India, one major problem is that justice is delayed so much. People have cases pending, trials pending for years altogether, that it's, of course, said that justice delayed is justice denied. On that front, the new bills have some provisions, Mr. Piyush Singh. It says that update on an FIR is compulsory in 90 days. A complainant has to get a report on their complaint in 90 days. So does that set a time frame for investigating cases, for giving a report to the complainant? Because otherwise we didn't have a time frame. So is this a major change?
Thank you for asking the question. I would say not at all, and I will tell you why. Getting an FIR registered, the next step for starting any criminal process is getting the charge sheet submitted on time and having the trial concluded. Previously, the submission or the time period for submitting the charge sheet when the accused in custody was section 167 of CRPC. It is verbatim same under section 187 of the new code. So previously also the time period was 90 days in case of death and life imprisonment, and up to 10 years. The charge sheet has to be submitted within 90 days. Otherwise, default provision of bail was there. Now it is 60 days. So just mere provision of having the FIR being there and FIR being reported to the complainant will never, I would say, cannot replace the justice delivery system. As Mr. Lal has already pointed out, it's not about the punishment. It is about the charge sheets being submitted on time. It is about the trials being completed on time. There's not a single provision in the code which directs that the police has to complete the investigation in X number of days. There's not a single provision in the code which says that punishments up to 10 years or crime related to women should be disposed of by trial courts within a period of 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. Not a single provision. So I would say, you say that there are a lot of dengue cases around and you say Machhar Bhagav Yojana, so that we have a positive terminology to it. So other than the terminology being a Hindi terminology, I don't think so there's any substantial change to the law in this particular case.
That's a very interesting point that you made, that even though there's a time limit set on the FIR, the complainant to get a report, there's no time limit set on how many days the police should be given to file a charge sheet, on how many, what is the time frame or a deadline that authorities should have to complete a trial. So that's still not changed. So the trials are still likely to continue as they are, because the charge sheet time and the trial time, that has not been defined. That's very important to point out. And Mr. Alok, I want to come to you on this one last point about one question, one argument being made by several people. Of course, Mr. Piyush Singh also said that this is not an overhaul and most of the provisions, most of the laws and punishments have remained the same. But some things have been talked about by the Home Minister in his speech, saying that these are new things being added, such as first, the EFIR. The Home Minister said EFIR can be lodged from anywhere. Another thing, he talked about zero FIR to be codified into law. But didn't these provisions exist already? As far as we remember, an EFIR could be filed from anywhere even before these three new bills were tabled.
In many states, yes, this existed. This system existed that you could have an EFIR. And I don't know if it is all over the country or not, but in many of the states, I know it is there. So this is not new. And the other thing about, what was the other thing, Priyanshi, sorry?
About zero FIRs being codified into
zero FIR. You know, generally zero FIR is lodged when the jurisdiction of the offense is not known, whether it falls in a given jurisdiction or not. Therefore, the police station is bound to record an FIR when a cognizable offense is reported. So they record it at a zero FIR number so that it can be transferred to the concerned police station. So a zero FIR has been there in operation for several years. It's not new. It has been there forever, I think. Right. So I don't know why this is being touted as something very new.
Well, gentlemen, thanks very much for joining us and for sharing that expert opinion on the three new criminal laws that have been introduced in the Parliament. As you heard, several experts, advocates of the Supreme Court and former DGP of Uttarakhand, several people say that a lot has remained the same and a lot of old things are being pitched as new provisions in the criminal laws, while punishments have definitely gotten stricter for some crimes. On sedition, the definition seems to have been changed, but the provisions seem to be the same, and the punishment in sedition has also become more stricter. Earlier, the minimum punishment was for 3 years. Now it has been increased for 7 years. Those are the major key takeaways. While many say that 90% or more than that, most of the provisions in these bills have remained the same. We'll take a short break now. News continues on the other side.
Ding dong.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity. Because at NDTV, trust is everything.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably. Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV.
because the only side we're on is yours.
Vikas Manas has met over 500 families of soldiers who have died protecting the nation.
मेरा ये मानना है, जब आप धरती पे आते हो, अगर आप दूसरों का दर्द समझो, उसके दर्द के साथ जूझो, उसका कष्ट लो, तो भगवान देखता है ये कष्ट ले ही तो रहा है, दर्द सह ही तो रहा है, इसको अब इसका देने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. तो if you understand the pain, grief of someone else, go through that, live with that, God will not give you your own pain and grief.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज, हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology. Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on.
Welcome back. Now, as several crucial bills have been passed and introduced in both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha on the last day of the monsoon session, opposition MPs of the India bloc protested against the suspension of the leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, Mr. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. Yesterday, they had staged a walkout during Prime Minister Narendra Modi's speech in the no confidence motion. But today, the opposition MPs protested next to the Ambedkar statue. Amid the protests by the opposition, the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman introduced two bills related to GST, and both bills were passed in the Lok Sabha. The Parliamentary Affairs Minister, Mr. Prahlad Joshi, remember, had moved the resolution for Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's suspension yesterday, saying that he disturbed the House whenever Prime Minister Narendra Modi and ministers spoke or a debate was going on. And today, the India bloc MPs protested, led by Rahul Gandhi, and Sonia Gandhi was also there in the protest, raising banners with the quote, "Save Democracy," as they protested the suspension of Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary was the first leader of the Congress in the Lok Sabha to ever be suspended. And after Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary was suspended yesterday, today the Aam Aadmi Party MP Raghav Chadha has been suspended from the Rajya Sabha for quote-unquote breach of privilege. This after complaints from 4 MPs alleging that Raghav Chadha named them in a House panel on the Delhi Services Bill without their consent, and that was in violation of rules. Now, Mr. Chadha yesterday had thrashed the charges and said that the ruling party had targeted him because it could not accept that a 34-year-old MP took on its tallest leaders. And amid all of these controversies, several crucial bills have been introduced or passed in the parliament. Now, in the Lok Sabha, 2 crucial GST bills have been passed. The Central GST Amendment Bill has been passed in the Lok Sabha, and the Integrated GST Amendment Bill has also been passed. Both were introduced by the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Now, what really is this bill? It's a bill that levies 28% GST on online gaming, casinos, horse racing, and this tax was decided on even earlier by the GST Council in the month of July. In the month of July, the GST Council in its meeting had agreed on taxing online gaming at 28%, and this bill essentially puts it into law. The 28% online gaming tax is now likely to be imposed from the month of October. Now, what is really online gaming according to this law? Online gaming means gaming in which players pay or deposit money or money's worth, including virtual digital assets, in the expectation of winning money or money's worth, including virtual digital assets. In any event, including game, scheme, competition, or any activity or process, whether or not its outcome or performance is based on skill, chance, or both, and whether the same is permissible or otherwise under any other law for the time being in force. That's what the law says. So, casual gaming won't be taxed, but any gaming that involves money, that will be taxed. Along with that, betting, casinos, gambling, horse racing, and lottery will also be taxed at 28%. So now, this is what the law says. But online gaming industry experts are against this law. They say that the 28% GST is unconstitutional and irrational. The 28% tax rate will bring significant challenges. It's a self-goal. It's a blow to the Indian startup ecosystem, and it's a retrograde step that will hurt the thriving sector. The experts also say that the move will lead to job losses. And What kind of an industry are we talking about here? Let's show you how big the online gaming industry is. There are over 200 platforms of online gaming, and India is the world's largest fantasy sports market. In 2022, the market size was estimated at $2.8 billion, while it's projected to reach $5 billion in 2025. Now, how many gamers are there on these platforms? In 2022, there were 420 million gamers, while India's population is around 1.4 billion. In 2023, there were 450 million, while they are projected to reach 500 million by the year 2025. Now, these are players, these are gamers who are there overall, but the players who are playing on these games, they in 2020, the figure was 80 million, while in 2021, the figure went up to 95 million. So these are the number of people that will be impacted by these new laws that have been passed in the Lok Sabha. Now we're getting breaking news. Nawab Malik has been granted bail by the Supreme Court in a money laundering case. He's gotten interim bail for 2 months on medical grounds. It's a big relief for Nawab Malik. He was behind the bars since February 2022. My colleague Arvind Gunasekar joining us for more details on this. And Arvind, that is a big relief for Nawab Malik. Tell us about this case. And he was behind the bars since February 2022. So he'll be getting out after more than 1.5 years.
Yeah, Priyanshi, Supreme Court has granted bail to NCP leader, jailed NCP leader Nawab Malik in connection with the money laundering case. The Enforcement Directorate had arrested Nawab Malik in February 2022 in connection with a money laundering case. The agency took cognizance of NIA's case pertaining to alleged terror funding, and then the Enforcement Directorate had alleged that Nawab Malik sold one of the properties to a person who was linked to a family member who is currently being investigated by the National Investigation Agency. And because, according to the Enforcement Directorate, that particular property was proceeds of crime, and that's where Enforcement Directorate had alleged that Nawab Malik got profited while disposing of that particular property, and that's why the agency called it as a proceeds of crime. And Nawab Malik was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, and he was lodged in Maharashtra jail. So today, when he moved the bail before the Supreme Court, today Supreme Court has granted him bail on medical grounds for 2 months because senior advocate Kapil Sibal, appearing for Nawab Malik, told the court that he is suffering from kidney ailment and he is currently being hospitalized, and that's why he sought for medical ground bail, and court has granted bail for 2 months on medical ground.
Right, so an interim relief there for the jailed NCP leader Nawab Malik, who was jailed in a money laundering case. He'll now get to go out for 2 months on medical grounds. We'll take a short break now. News continues on the other side.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella? Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably. Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Vikas Manas has met over 500 families of soldiers who have died protecting the nation.
मेरा ये मानना है, जब आप धरती पे आते हो, अगर आप दूसरों का दर्द समझो, उसके दर्द के साथ जूझो, उसका कष्ट लो, तो भगवान देखता है ये कष्ट ले ही तो रहा है, दर्द सह ही तो रहा है, इसको अब इसका देने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। तो इफ़ यू अंडरस्टैंड द पेन, grief of someone else, go through that, live with that, God will not give you your own pain and grief.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज, हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology. Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Welcome back. The big story now. The Haryana government has told the Punjab and Haryana High Court that the question of quote-unquote ethnic cleansing in the demolition exercise carried out in Nuh and Gurugram does not arise, and the same has been undertaken as per the law. My colleague Vedant Agarwal is joining us for more on this. And Vedant, this comes after the court itself had questioned whether the state government is carrying out ethnic cleansing and whether houses of a particular community are being targeted in the state's demolition drive. But the government is saying it was all as per law, but there were clear reports of some houses being demolished without being given proper notice.
That's right, Priyanshu. This is the Haryana government's first response after the Haryana and Punjab High Court came down heavily on the government. So basically what the Haryana government has said is that notices were served. In fact, the Additional Advocate General of the Haryana government, Deepak Sabharwal, has said it in so many words that notices were served to all the people whose houses and shops were demolished in Haryana's Nuh as well as Gurugram. So he's talking about both Haryana and about both Nuh and Gurugram, and he also said significantly that the demolition exercise will carry on after the case is heard by the Chief Justice. So now the case has gone back to the Chief Justice of the Punjab and Haryana High Court, and it will be heard on Friday. But the Haryana government's response is that there's no question of ethnic cleansing, there's no question of one community being targeted, and notices were served to all the immigrants who were whose houses and shops were demolished. But as you rightly pointed out, several reports came out that many of these immigrants said that we have nothing to do with the violence and we were not given notices. But the Haryana government has denied that charge. In fact, going now ahead, what the Haryana government has said that next week on, the demolitions will resume. Remember, the Punjab and Haryana High Court, in fact, had also said that the Home Minister's Ilaj remark is something that's extremely questionable. There has so far been no response on that. But the big takeaway from the Haryana government's response today was that A, the demolitions will continue, and B, it was all under procedure. established by law. Priyanshi, back to you.
That's important to highlight, Vedant, that the demolitions are going to continue and the case will next be heard on Friday. So we'll wait to see what the Chief Justice of the Punjab and Haryana High Court says. But of course, the government on the defense after facing those very strong remarks from the Punjab and Haryana High Court. Short break now. News continues on the other side.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably. Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Vikas Manas has met over 500 families of soldiers who have died protecting the nation.
मेरा ये मानना है, जब आप धरती पे आते हो, अगर आप दूसरों का दर्द समझो, उसके दर्द के साथ जूझो, उसका कष्ट लो, तो भगवान देखता है ये कष्ट ले ही तो रहा है, दर्द सह ही तो रहा है, इसको अब इसका देने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. तो if you understand the pain, grief of someone else, go through that, live with that, God will not give you your own pain and grief.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt, and that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज, हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front
and Center, a show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology. Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
"23 years of the big fight." This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on, with accuracy and integrity.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one.
First-year student of Chadha University in Kolkata died after allegedly falling from the second-floor balcony of the main hostel. The death allegedly happened due to ragging, according to the family's complaint. Initial probe revealed that the student was bullied allegedly by some senior boarders of the hostel, and he called up his mother at around 9 p.m. on Wednesday and told her about what was happening. He received multiple injuries and died at 4:30 a.m. Thursday during treatment at a nearby hospital. My colleague Saurabh Gupta gets us more details.
A shocking incident of a student of Jadavpur University dying after he fell from a hostel building under mysterious circumstances. Now, the Jadavpur police have registered a case based on the complaint lodged by the family, and investigations have started. In fact, at the Jadavpur police station, hostelites and other officials of the university will be questioned to figure out what really happened, what really transpired, and how this student actually fell from the hostel, and whether more seriously there is any truth to the allegations of ragging that have been made, because that is something that's really, really worrying. A premier institute like Jadavpur University, and the case of ragging coming to light from such a university would be indeed shocking. So in that context, whether, as alleged, there has been ragging is something that the police will try and find out. Also, whether, what transpired around the circumstances that led to the boy falling from the hostel building and then, of course, dying in hospital during treatment. So these are questions that are still unanswered. The Jadavpur police are, of course, investigating the case, and they will, of course, try to find answers that still haven't emerged so far. So far, also no clarity really from the university authorities, and this also we've seen in the case of other, cases of deaths at premier institutes. For example, when there was a case from, IIT Kharagpur, which eventually is now being investigated as a case of murder. At that time, obviously, again, the IIT went silent. This time too, of course, we are still waiting for an official statement from Jadavpur University as to what happened, but no answers forthcoming yet. But at this point, investigations going on into the death of a first-year student at the hostel, main hostel really, of Jadavpur University, which is just really, 2 steps away from this police station here in Kolkata.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening, not in some far off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
The NDTV News Network
that informs,
inspires,
and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV,
because the only side we're on is yours.
Vikas Manas has met over 500 families of soldiers who have died protecting the nation.
मेरा ये मानना है, जब आप धरती पे आते हो, अगर आप दूसरों का दर्द समझो, उसके दर्द के साथ जूझो, उसका कष्ट लो, तो भगवान देखता है ये कष्ट ले ही तो रहा है, दर्द सह ही तो रहा है, इसको अब इसका देने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. तो if you understand the pain, grief of someone else, go through that, live with that, God will not give you your own pain and grief.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt, and that's how I like to roll. टेक्नोलॉजी तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest.
can you bring the slide? Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi hit out at the Prime Minister a short while ago in a press conference. This comes a day after the Prime Minister's reply to the no confidence motion in Parliament, which the NDA won. The no confidence motion was brought by the opposition to make the Prime Minister speak in Parliament on the issue of the violence taking place in Manipur, the crisis in Manipur. Now, Rahul Gandhi, when he spoke to the media a short while ago, criticized the Prime Minister for cracking jokes and laughing as NDA MP sloganeered. He said the issue was not the Congress party or the Gandhis, but the crisis in Manipur. He said the Prime Minister has multiple instruments in his hand to control the situation in Manipur, but that he is not doing it. And he said the Prime Minister could at least go to Manipur and talk to the communities, but instead he spoke about me and the Congress.
There is no dialogue in Manipur. There is pure violence taking place in Manipur. The first step is to stop the violence, put an end to it. I point out the army, but what I mean is that the Prime Minister has multiple instruments in his hands. He's not using them. It's been burning for 4 months. He's doing nothing and he's laughing. I'm amazed people can't see this. That he's sitting in parliament and laughing.
Today, both the Parliament Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha were adjourned sine die, the monsoon session having ended. But earlier today, Aam Aadmi Party Member of Parliament Raghav Chadha was suspended from the Rajya Sabha for breach of privilege. This after complaints from 4 MPs alleging that he named them in the House panel without their consent in violation of the rules. Mr. Chadha yesterday trashed these charges and said the ruling party had targeted him because it could not accept that a 34-year-old MP took on its tallest leaders. Though today you had Mr. Piyush Goyal hitting out at Raghav Chadha and claiming that he had included the names of these MPs in this list of for a standing committee and they had not given their consent. Not just Raghav Chadha, even Sanjay Singh, who had earlier been suspended from the House, his suspension has also now gotten extended till a decision is taken by a committee. Earlier, Mallikarjun Kharge in the Rajya Sabha had hit out and condemned the suspension of Congress leader in the Lok Sabha, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, clarifying that he didn't say anything objectionable but spoke of the silence of the Prime Minister by using the word Nirav, which means silent, to which the chair refused to comment, saying it didn't happen in my house. This was during the no confidence motion when Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary had made those comments, and later in the Lok Sabha he was suspended.
हमारे अधीर रंजन चौधरी साहब को निलंबित किया गया है, वो फिल्मसी ग्राउंड, उन्होंने इतना ही बोला नीरव मोदी, नीरव मीन्स शांत, साइलेंट, अरे मुंह, इसीलिए नीरव मोदी बोले तो इसके ऊपर आप सस्पेंड करते हैं।
कभी तो आप मुझे पॉइंट स्कोर करने का मौका दें।
नहीं, आप हमेशा स्कोर करते हैं।
The Lok Sabha today approved amendments to the central and integrated GST laws to levy 28% tax on the full face value of bets in online gaming, casinos and horse race clubs. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman introduced the bills in the House the last day of the monsoon session today amid opposition protests over the suspension of Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. The Central Goods Services Tax Bill and the Integrated Goods Services Tax Bill were passed by the Lok Sabha by a voice vote without any debate.
किया जाए, जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहे हैं, सभा के निर्णय के लिए रखा दिया जाए। माननीय मंत्री जी।
Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar said that the BJP is in panic after the formation of India. He claimed that talks have also started informally on the coordination of seats among the parties of this alliance.
ये सब क्योंकि हो रहा है, परेशान है लोग, कर रहे हैं परेशान।
वो कहते हैं 2024 में बीजेपी साफ हो जाएगी बिहार से।
बिल्कुल, आप पक्का जान लीजिए, इसलिए घबराहट में। अब इस बार तो आप अच्छी तरह जान लीजिए, वो हम किए थे, सब एकजुट हो गए हैं। अब इसका नतीजा जान लीजिए, देश के लोगों का अगर आप सही से पता कर लीजिए, तो लोगों को लगता है कि ये लोग सिर्फ बिना मतलब का खाली प्रचार प्रसार करते हैं। कोई काम होता है जी, कोई विकास का काम हो रहा है, बोलिए ना।
All right, moving on to a focus issue. Doctors can now refuse to treat abusive, unruly and violent patients or relatives. That's what the National Medical Commission registered medical practitioner have said, taking a major step towards curbing the ongoing instances of violence against medical practitioners. But they must ensure that the patients are not abandoned. These new regulations will replace the Medical Council of India's Code of Medical Ethics 2002, and this is for the first time that doctors will have the right of refusal of patient treatment to unruly and violent patients. The move is aimed at discouraging violence against doctors. The regulations issued by the NMC in a Gazette notification also bar doctors from endorsing any drug brands, medicine and equipment or advertise them. So interesting, developments there, given that you have had cases of doctors facing violent patients as well as their relatives. Now, will this actually help in curbing that? To talk
talk more about it, we're joined by Dr. Girish Tyagi, Secretary, Delhi Medical Council, and Ashok Agarwal, advocate and advisor, social jurist. Thank you both for joining us. And Dr. Tyagi, first to you, the need for this was, this notification, this change was brought about because you have more and more instances of doctors being attacked by angry relatives or patients. And this has led to a certain amount of insecurity among doctors. There's also been a lot of anger.
Yeah. Because the violence against the medical professional is on rise. Every fortnightly we are seeing in the media and the newspaper about that the medical professional or medical staff are being assaulted, from the verbal abuse to the violence. And of course, this violence is mainly in the government hospital, where in the casualty and the emergency service the chances are more, because the patient relatives came in the casualty with a number of one patient. There are sometimes it is 10 to 15 relatives are there with the patient, and if doctor is not there or if nurse is not there, whether the negligence or whether that care has been not done properly, it is a matter of dispute. But of course, once they are there, and if they are not getting the proper response, they assault the nurse, doctor, or the medical staff. So, and of course, it is very unfortunate. And at least now the doctor, of course, in the emergency, you cannot refuse the patient. This is a law. If the patient comes in emergency, you have to stabilize the patient. Then, of course, you, according to expertise, you treat the patient. And if there are not enough facilities available at your, or it is beyond your competence, you can refer the patient. But in the OPD, you can refuse the patient if the patient is not complying, or patient is abusive, patient is not complying to your order, not taking things sincerely.
Right. And doctor, there's also one aspect that they must ensure the patients are not abandoned. So hand them over to another doctor and ensure that the patients aren't abandoned. Yeah,
definitely. In the emergency, you cannot refuse the patient. And of course, if the patient is being admitted under you, but you are not satisfied with their behavior, they are not complying, then of course you should refer them to some competent doctor as per the specialty. And of course, the patient should not be abandoned. That it is the right thing.
Right. Mr. Agarwal, what are your concerns with this?
Really, it is most unfortunate situation. Of course, violent incidents have increased in the past, and in many cases, very badly stabbed the doctors, the patient relatives. I think something was required to be done. If the patient is abusive, naturally some dose has to be given to him also, and that can be by refusing him treatment. But I think there should be some counseling, some steps to avoid these things as far as possible. But there may be cases where some serious steps required to be taken. So I think let us see it as an experiment, but we should keep it in mind that it is our duty as a doctor to take care of patient, because even if he's a dacoit, he's a murderer, he's this and that, a doctor cannot refuse to give him treatment. But when he himself is attacking the doctor, then some preventive steps need to be done. So I think let us, as an experiment, these guidelines may be followed.
Right. So your concerns are that doctors, that this could be misused, that it could be, used an excuse to, not treat certain patients that they may not be interested in treating?
No, normally many good things are misused in this our system, and we have to find out the solutions also. So we cannot say that it is bound to be misused, but if it is misused, then it can be changed also. But as at present, the incidents of assaulting doctors by the patient or patient relatives is increasing. So some steps need to be taken. I think some steps to safeguard the doctors.
Right, clearly that is the need of the hour because you have a lot of young doctors also coming into the profession, and they feel, they feel worried when they hear about such incidences. Dr. Tyagi, how can we ensure that this is not misused? Not to say that doctors will misuse, but in case there are such concerns, is this something that can, there can be a relook at these regulations?
And if such kind of instances are there, and of course, if any medical council, because the medical council can take action against the doctors if they are taking the shield of such notification and refusing the patient to treat or referring them when there is no need. So the action can be taken against those doctors at that moment if it comes to the notice of the state medical council. So that disciplinary action can be taken against the doctors if they are misusing it.
Right, and Mr. Agarwal, do you think that that will suffice? And because this is a little controversial, there are already some reactions coming to these new regulations and concerns, especially about poorer patients. And do you think this is something that now one must be very alert to any sort of misuse of these new regulations?
No, I think that in such a case where doctor is apprehending some assault or is being abused, then I think there are senior doctors or medical superintendent is also there. Some people in a collective way should take a decision, not individual. I think if you leave it to the individual, then the chances of misusing it is more. So there should be some SOP for further SOP for refusing treatment to any patient, because that refusing treatment to a patient which he is in need of treatment is a very serious and violation of his right also. So we have to be some balance between the rights of the doctors and the rights of the patients. That has to be evolved.
And were there any other measures that could be taken in your view that would protect doctors, however not give them this right of refusal?
No, as Mr. Tyagi is saying, that if in case the doctor refusing without justification, then action can be taken against the doctor. And doctors know this fact very well. And normally doctors don't do this, normally. And particularly in government hospitals, they don't do it. I think even in the private hospitals, as a doctor, I don't think they do it. But all these incidents are very unfortunate, very unfortunate. Yes. Of course, only patients are not responsible. If you don't have a proper equipment and a patient he's in an emergency, is waiting for hours, crying, patient is crying, and doctor is not, nobody is taking care of them. Sometimes even patients are justified in creating something wrong which should not be there.
But you're saying it does lead to anger among the relatives and the patients.
Anger. Many times for 2 hours, suppose one pregnant woman is brought and immediate delivery is required, and she is waiting for the doctor for 2 hours, 3 hours. So then some solution to, in a balanced way, some solution should be there. We cannot blame entirely the patients, and we cannot entirely blame the doctors also. I think some mechanism to see that doctors are protected and at the same time the treatment is given to the patients.
All right. Well, thank you both for joining us. So this new regulation, which now gives doctors the right to refuse an unruly patient or a patient with unruly relatives if the doctor feels threatened, but he must also ensure that the patients are not abandoned. Hopefully, this will bring down the incidents of violence that we've been seeing against doctors. Every other day, another incident taking place in some part of the country. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side.
तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट में पिछले बरसों में पॉलिटिक्स कितनी बदली है, क्योंकि इंस्टेबिलिटी तो अभी भी है।
आप देखिए मणिपुर में अभी भी डिस्टर्बेंस है, बट नोबडी इज क्रिटिसाइजिंग सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट। कोई प्रधानमंत्री को क्रिटिसाइज नहीं कर रहे, कोई गृह मंत्री जी को क्रिटिसाइज नहीं कर रहे। नोबडी इज सेइंग दैट दिस इज हैपनिंग फॉर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट।
आपके पुराने दोस्त जयराम रमेश ने 2 लोगों को पापी कहा, एक हितेश्वर सैकिया को और एक गोगोई साहब को। मुझे लगता है इस पर आपके कुछ कमेंट्स जरूर होंगे।
Jairam Ramesh was never kind to me and I was also not kind to him. तो ये जयराम रमेश जैसा लोग, वो लोग दरबारी है, और दरबारी लोग ये हकीकत नहीं जानते हैं कि पॉलिटिक्स क्या है।
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably. Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
The NDTV News Network that informs, inspires, and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV, because the only side we're on is yours.
Vikas Manas has met over 500 families of soldiers who have died protecting the nation.
मेरा ये मानना है, जब आप धरती पे आते हो, अगर आप दूसरों का दर्द समझो, उसके दर्द के साथ जूझो, उसका कष्ट लो, तो भगवान देखता है ये कष्ट ले ही तो रहा है, दर्द सह ही तो रहा है, इसको अब इसका देने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। तो इफ़ यू अंडरस्टैंड द पेन, ग्रीफ ऑफ समवन एल्स, go through that, live with that, God will not give you your own pain and grief.
In some breaking news coming in, the Punjab and Haryana High Court has stayed the election for the Wrestling Federation of India. This is after some officials of Haryana went to the court regarding voting rights. Remember, the Wrestling Federation of India elections were to take place after a huge controversy over the former president, Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, who'd been accused of sexual harassment by several top wrestlers of the country. It was also known that many candidates who had his blessings were contesting these elections. Let's go across to Osama now for more. Osama, give us more details. What is the issue here that has led to the elections being stayed?
Well, like you mentioned, the Punjab and Haryana High Court has stayed the elections, the voting for which was supposed to happen tomorrow. on Saturday. The Haryana government, the Haryana court has basically said that voting right, it is related to the voting rights of some of the officers of Haryana, where of the body where these people don't have the rights to go and vote for them. The next date has been given right now, and it is 28th August that the Punjab and Haryana High Court has given. But according to our sources, many of the candidates who are fighting these elections, especially from the wrestlers' side, they will be going to the Supreme Court today, and the copy of this order, the Punjab Haryana High Court order, will be out by 5 p.m. But this is not the first time that the elections have been, the WFI elections have been stayed. Remember the Guwahati High Court, they had stayed the elections when it was supposed to happen on July 11th, wherein they had basically filed a petition against the WFI, Indian Olympic Association ad hoc body, and the sports ministry, where they had said about the same exact thing, that though they were entitled to be an affiliated member of the WFI, it was granted one, and they had mentioned this in their petition, that despite recommendation made by the then WFI Executive Committee at WFI's General Council in Gonda, this was not done, and that the Guwahati High Court had then decided to delay the elections, and this has been happening over the past 2 months now. It was first supposed to happen on 25th of in June. It was later shifted to July. It was finally agreed to be the voting had to be done on in August, 12th of August, which was tomorrow. But now it has been stayed again. Remember, there are a lot of this election. There is a lot of stake on this particular election for both the wrestlers who had been protesting for so many months, as well as Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, who has been accused of sexual harassment by multiple wrestlers.
Right. In fact, given that so many candidates have his blessings, it was thought that, if they should win, given he has so much support still among various federations, that he would continue to control the wrestling body despite having had to step down, despite this entire controversy. So who is this a setback for, Osama? You're saying that the Supreme Court will be approached. So has this been a setback for the protesting wrestlers, as they had put up a candidate themselves or had backed a particular candidate? Anita Sharan was who they were backing. So has this been a setback for them?
Yes, it is. It looks like it is a setback for Anita Sharan, who has been appointed by the wrestlers to fight this election. Remember, Anita Sharan herself is one of the people who had accused Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh of sexual harassment. So this is indeed it indeed comes as a setback to the wrestlers, to Anita Sharan, who is literally become the face of this fight from the wrestlers' side. In fact, Sanjay Singh, who is also one of the front runners for the president post, is said to be a close aide of Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, and the wrestlers, in fact, Vinesh Bogart had tweeted this day before yesterday, saying that they wanted to go and do a press conference, but they were not allowed, and they said that they wanted to come out and give their point of view and say what they wanted to say, but they were not allowed to do that. So it is indeed a setback to the wrestlers, because they were pretty confident that after all that has happened over the last couple of months, Anita Sharan has a great chance to become the president of the Wrestling Federation of India, and she could give a tough fight to Sanjay Singh. So that is not happening at the moment. We'll have to wait for the court to give us another date and give us a final word when exactly the elections will happen.
All right. Thanks so much, Osama, for joining us with those details. So for the moment, the elections that were to take place tomorrow have been stayed, though some members are going to be approaching the Supreme Court, as Osama is telling us.
Moving on to other news, in fact, staying with news from Haryana, the Haryana government today told the Punjab and Haryana High Court that the question of ethnic cleansing in the demolition exercise carried out in Nuh and Gurugram does not arise, and the same has been undertaken according to the law. This as the hearing began before the bench of Justice Arun Pali and Justice Jagmohan Bansal. This morning, the state's additional Advocate General Deepak Sabharwal verbally told the court that it was not a case of ethnic cleansing at all, and due process was followed in both places, Nuh and Gurugram. He, however, sought more time to file a written statement stating that the data is being compiled. Remember, the Punjab and Haryana High Court had taken up this matter of the demolitions that were taking place in Nuh and had very strong words for the administration about the manner in which it went about this demolition, as well as questioning whether this was some kind of ethnic cleansing taking place, given that all of those whose houses were destroyed belonged to a particular community.
As per rules, because it is a PIL and PIL roster is with the Honorable the First Degree.
To Vedanta now for more. And Vedanta, you covered some of those demolitions and then the strong statement by the High Court when it took up this matter after 4 days of the demolitions taking place. Now the Haryana government, they're giving a reply, but it's also been sent back. It's been referred back to the Chief Justice.
That's right, Gargi. The matter is now before the Chief Justice of the Punjab and Haryana High Court, and it will be taken up on Friday is what we're being told. But in its first reply to the Haryana and Punjab High Court strong observations in this particular case, the Haryana government essentially said two things. One, that it was not a targeted demolition exercise because they said that due procedure established by law was followed, saying that notices were served to all the people whose houses were demolished. In fact, on the ground we found that many immigrants said that they had nothing to do with the violence and they had not gotten notices. But the line of argument that the Additional Advocate General took today in court was that due process was followed and notices were served to all the people whose houses and shops were demolished. The other important thing, Gargi, is that now the sources in the Haryana government are telling us that demolitions will continue after the hearing before the Chief Justice on Friday. In fact, this is something that the Advocate General said in court also, that once the matter is heard by the Chief Justice, the demolitions will continue not just in Nuh but also in Gurugram, saying that these are all legal demolitions and all these houses and shops were built on encroached land. This is what the Haryana government is essentially saying, and in a pointed reply also said that there's no question of ethnic cleansing. Remember, all of this started after the Haryana government, and no less than the Chief Minister said that these are immigrants who have encroached government land and they are responsible for the violence as well. So it was after that statement that demolitions began in Haryana's Nuh. So they will continue after the matter is heard by the Chief Justice on Friday. Earlier, the Haryana High Court had also questioned the Home Minister's statement, saying that this is the only solution perhaps as far as these immigrants are concerned, saying that this statement is very questionable. There's been no response on that from the Home Ministry, but the latest that we're getting from the Home Ministry is that as many as 393 people have been arrested in the communal violence, I beg your pardon, in Haryana's Nuh. But again, coming back to the point that Monu Manesar is still at large, he's not been arrested yet, and no case has been registered as far as his role in triggering the violence and putting up those posts on social media, those inflammatory posts are concerned. But the latest is that the Haryana government says that demolitions will continue after the Chief Justice hears the matter on Friday.
All right. Thanks so much, Vedant, for joining us with those details. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side.
तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट में पिछले बरसों में पॉलिटिक्स कितनी बदली है, क्योंकि इंस्टेबिलिटी तो अभी भी है।
आप देखिए, मणिपुर में अभी भी डिस्टर्बेंस है, बट नोबडी इज क्रिटिसाइजिंग सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट। कोई प्रधानमंत्री को क्रिटिसाइज नहीं कर रहे, कोई गृह मंत्री जी को क्रिटिसाइज नहीं कर रहे। नोबडी इज सेइंग दैट दिस इज हैपनिंग फॉर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट।
आपके पुराने दोस्त जयराम रमेश ने दो लोगों को पापी कहा, एक हितेश्वर साइकिया को और एक गोगोई साहब को। मुझे लगता है इस पर आपके कुछ कमेंट्स जरूर होंगे।
जयराम रमेश वाज नेवर काइंड टू मी एंड आई वाज आल्सो नॉट काइंड टू हिम। तो ये जयराम रमेश जैसा लोग, वो लोग दरबारी है, और दरबारी लोग ये हकीकत नहीं जानते हैं कि पॉलिटिक्स क्या है।
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे हर रोज हर हफ्ते अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology. Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is
Welcome back. A first-year student of the Jadavpur University in Kolkata died after allegedly falling from the second-floor balcony of the main hostel. The death allegedly also issues are being raised regarding ragging. The initial probe revealed that the student was bullied allegedly by some senior boarders of the hostel. He had called up his mother at around 9 p.m. on Wednesday and expressed his fears. He received multiple injuries and died at 4:30 a.m. on Thursday during treatment at a nearby hospital. Earlier, we spoke to Saurabh for more details.
A shocking incident of a student of Jadavpur University dying after he fell from a hostel building under mysterious circumstances. Now, the Jadavpur police have registered a case based on the complaint lodged by the family, and investigations have started. In fact, at the Jadavpur police station, hostelites and other officials of the university will be questioned to figure out what really happened, what really transpired and how this student actually fell from the hostel, and whether more seriously there is any truth to the allegations of ragging that have been made, because that is something that's really, really worrying. A premier institute like Jadavpur University, and the case of ragging coming to light from such a university would be indeed shocking. So in that context, whether as alleged there has been ragging is something that the police will try and find out. Also, whether what transpired around the circumstances that led to the boy falling from the hostel building and then of course dying in hospital during treatment. So these are questions that are still unanswered. The Jadavpur police are of course investigating the case, and they will of course try to find answers that still haven't emerged so far. So far also no clarity really from the university authorities, and this also we've seen in the case of other cases of deaths at premier institutes. For example, when there was a case from IIT Kharagpur, which eventually is now being investigated as a case of murder. At that time, obviously, again, the IIT went silent. This time too, of course, we are still waiting for an official statement from Jadavpur University as to what happened, but no answers forthcoming yet. But at this point, investigations going on into the death of a first-year student at the hostel, main hostel really of Jadavpur University, which is just really, 2 steps away from this police station here in Kolkata.
Now for an exclusive interview, NDTV's editor-in-chief Sanjay Pugalia spoke to Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, who said there has been exceptional changes in Assam since 2014. He also spoke on the issue of Manipur, saying that no one in the state is blaming the Prime Minister for the situation there.
इस सरकार में खास बात ये हुई है कि पॉलिटिक्स हो या गवर्नेंस या जिसको कहें डेवलपमेंट, उसके नाते जो बॉर्डर स्टेट्स हैं उन पे बहुत ज़्यादा ध्यान दिया गया। नॉर्थ ईस्ट से लेकर के जम्मू कश्मीर तक एक बड़े बड़े लैंडमार्क हैं ये। तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट में पिछले बरसों में चेंज क्या हुआ है, जैसे आपने ये पीपल इंटरेक्शन इंटरफेस का एक चेंज बताया, पॉलिटिक्स कितनी बदली है, क्योंकि इंस्टेबिलिटी तो अभी भी है।
एक नॉर्थ ईस्ट में एक परसेप्शनल चेंज हुआ फ्रॉम 2014। डेवलपमेंट वाज एट वेरी वेरी स्लो पेस। फ्रॉम 2014 सडनली एक कनेक्टिविटी में बहुत बड़ा ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हुआ। एकदम साइना बॉर्डर तक रोड बनना शुरू हुआ, रेलवे ट्रैक शुरू हुआ। सडनली ऑल मीटर गॉज हैड कन्वर्टेड टू ब्रॉड गेज। एक गुवाहाटी एयरपोर्ट अभी मेरा लगता है कि अगर नया हवाई जहाज़ इंट्रोड्यूस हो जाए तो हमारा लैंडिंग का जगह भी नहीं है। सो इट बिकम सो मच बिजीएस्ट एयरपोर्ट, इंडियाज़ 5th बिजीएस्ट एयरपोर्ट इन टर्म्स ऑफ पैसेंजर। सारे नॉर्थ ईस्ट का कैपिटल फ्लाइट्स एयरपोर्ट पूरा शुरू हो गया। उड़ान स्कीम आया, वायबिलिटी गैप फंडिंग का काम शुरू हुआ, हाईवेज काफ़ी बने, इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी बहुत बड़ा पैमाने में सुधर गया। सो एक 2014 से एक ह्यूज परसेप्शनल चेंजेस हैपन इन नॉर्थ ईस्ट दैट somebody is caring for the region, somebody is working for the region, and you don't have to go and camp Delhi to getting your legitimate dues done, because broad gauge was a legitimate expectation. Her state capital Rajdhani Express से जोड़े, that was our legitimate expectation, but वो काम नहीं होता था। मैं नहीं बोला कि bit by bit काम नहीं बना, अगर कोई मेरा
एक्सेलरेशन नहीं था,
कोई एक फोकस प्रोजेक्ट नहीं था कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट को करना है। कोई बड़ा एक व्यक्ति एमपी बने, उनका कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में 2 साल रूल हुआ, लेकिन नाउ इट इज बियॉन्ड दैट, इट इज द रीजन हैज बिकम फोकस। उनका एक बहुत बड़ा उदाहरण मैं आपको देता हूँ, आप भी बोलते हैं अभी डिस्टर्बेंस है। आप देखिए मणिपुर में अभी भी डिस्टर्बेंस है, बट नोबडी इज क्रिटिसाइजिंग सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट। कोई प्रधानमंत्री को क्रिटिसाइज नहीं कर रहा है, कोई गृह मंत्री जी को क्रिटिसाइज नहीं कर रहा है। नोबडी इज सेइंग दैट दिस इज हैपनिंग फॉर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट। पहले कुछ भी हो जाता था, द ब्लेम वुड हैव कम टू दिल्ली। नाउ people know that this is our conflict, nothing to do with Delhi. So आप आज मई से ये conflict situation है नॉर्थ ईस्ट में, and you will see the politician from mainland is criticizing Narendra Modi, but nobody from Manipur is blaming Narendra Modi.
surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably. Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
The NDTV News Network that informs, inspires, and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV because the only side we're on is yours.
Vikas Manas has met over 500 families of soldiers who have died protecting the nation.
मेरा ये मानना है, जब आप धरती पे आते हो, अगर आप दूसरों का दर्द समझो, उसके दर्द के साथ जूझो, उसका कष्ट लो, तो भगवान देखता है ये कष्ट ले ही तो रहा है, दर्द सह ही तो रहा है, इसको अब इसका देने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। तो इफ़ यू अंडरस्टैंड द पेन, ग्रीफ ऑफ समवन एल्स, go through that, live with that, God will not give you your own pain and grief.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt, and that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज, हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology. Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
"23 years of the big fight." This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on, with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
Welcome back. Now, where is India investing the most and what are the reasons for this? Sakshi Bajaj gets us the highlights.
Where is India investing and what form of investment is giving healthy returns at the moment? Well, as per the latest data from the Association of Mutual Funds in India, SIP or Systematic Investment Plan inflows have surged to a record high. Indian mutual funds have currently about 6.81 crore SIP accounts, via which investors regularly invest in Indian mutual fund schemes, and the total amount collected through SIPs during July alone was, believe it or not, 15,245 crore rupees. So a systematic investment plan is an investment plan offered by mutual funds wherein one could invest a fixed amount in a mutual fund scheme periodically at fixed intervals as well, say once a month instead of making a lump sum investment altogether. Now, interesting to note here that one SIP installment amount could be just as much as rupees 500 per month. So, in a sense, SIP is similar to a recurring deposit where you deposit a small or fixed amount every month. In fact, record 33.06 lakh new SIP accounts have been registered in July. And when compared to the number of new SIP accounts in just the previous month, this is up nearly 20%. Now, NDTV spoke to the Association of Mutual Funds in India, and they believe the key reasons for this spike is more and more investor awareness programs, new and small investors in tier 3, 4 and 5 cities placing their faith on SIP as an investment vehicle to tap the equity markets really, as well as women investors taking a keen interest to invest via the mutual fund route.
The investor awareness campaigns that are being launched by AMFI in collaboration with SEBI, as well as by the individual AMCs that have reached to the tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 cities. And there is more and more awareness that is getting created. That is one thing. The second thing I would say is the markets are also doing well. So because of which there is keen interest which is coming in. And we see the flows that are coming in from the Bharat, that is the tier 4, tier 5 cities, have increased substantially. And we are also seeing women as a category coming in and investing through this SIP route to participate in the equity market.
Indian origin Congressman Raghav is leading a bipartisan group of US lawmakers on a trip to India to participate in Prime Minister Modi's address at the Red Fort on Independence Day. Speaking to NDTV, he said ties between India and the US are at the highest point.
Hello and welcome to this very special interview at NDTV, where I am being joined by 4-term Indian American Democratic Congressman Raghav. Thank you so much, sir, for joining with NDTV. So you are leading a delegation along with Republican Congressman Michael Waltz.
Yes.
You will also be visiting and witnessing the preparations as well as the celebration of Indian independence. So what is it? How do you look at this? What is the significance and the message that you want to share by this visit?
Well, I'm very honored to be here. We will be at the Red Fort with the Prime Minister on India's Independence Day. That is to celebrate India's independence and link it to America's independence. We share that in common. And my grandfather spent years in jail as part of the freedom fight, so it is personal to me. And this delegation is really going to help continue to build on the momentum of the Prime Minister's visit to the United States, and then President Biden is going to be coming here in September.
So first let's talk about the background that you spoke about. It would be very special as well as close for you as well, as you share a lot of things. This is the Independence Day that you will be witnessing. Your grandfather has been over here. He has fought for this country's independence. How special is this visit for you personally as well, sir?
Well, it's a great honor to be here. I came here as a child to Delhi, would watch on television the speech. My grandfather, Amarnath Vidyalankar, spent 2 years in jail in Haryana after Lala Lajpat Rai worked for him, and then 2 years in jail as part of Quit India. So it's a great honor, and I grew up reading the Tryst of Destiny speech, and when the world sleeps, India awakens to freedom and to life. And so to be there with the Prime Minister is a great moment.
You also met the Prime Minister when he was at the US. So what was your takeaway about that meeting, and what are you expecting when you will be meeting him in India during this Independence Day, as well as before that you'll be meeting him in Delhi as well?
Well, we're going to continue to talk about the special partnership with the United States and India on defense, on the economy, on cricket, with cricket diplomacy, on technology, and a shared commitment to democracy, and how do we strengthen democracy to make sure we have pluralism, respect for minority rights, freedom of the press. These are such important values to the United States and to India's founding.
apart from Delhi, you will also be visiting Mumbai, Hyderabad as well as other places. So what are the key focus areas, sir, which you will be focusing on in this entire visit along with the other members in your delegation?
I got to tell you, the highlight of my trip is going to be tomorrow, where we get to meet Amitabh Bachchan. Now, he is a true rock star still to Indian Americans. I know I got to meet Anupam Kher yesterday, but we're meeting a lot of business leaders here today in Bombay, meeting cricket leaders, meeting people at the Naval Defense. So we're talking about defense, about the economy, the economic development. It's been impressive to me to come to India after many years and to see that every person in the market has now a digital payment that they can accept, to see the improvements in infrastructure, to see the ambition and hunger among young people.
I also was reading the joint statement that was released from high-tech technologies to everything that we have been discussing. How do you look at the relation between India and US so far, and what is happening, or is it better than what it used to be, or at a point, the highest point as of now?
It's at the highest point it's ever been. I mean, there are more members of the India caucus that I chair than ever before. There is more defense cooperation than ever before. There is more economic cooperation. People are looking at India to be a hub instead of China for a lot of the Asia activity. So there is a deepening of the relationship.
That's exactly what my next question was regarding China. Do you think that this relationship is also deepening because of the shared concern regarding China?
I think that is one factor. I mean, obviously the Arunachal Pradesh line of control issue for India, making sure that China doesn't cross that and doesn't become dominant, and for the United States, the issue of Taiwan. But a relationship isn't just based on shared security concerns. It has to be people to people. That's why we're meeting Bollywood and cricket and culture and technology. It has to be deeper, and it has to be ultimately based on values. And that's why we will be talking about democracy and minority rights and pluralism and freedom of the press.
So Amitabh Bachchan is one highlight. Any other special person that you will be meeting as you spoke about cricket? Mumbai is known for cricket, so will you be meeting other leaders as well as sports person in Mumbai as well?
Well, they tell me they're going to try Sachin Tendulkar. We'll see. We'll see.
So you are meeting the two greatest of all time, Amitabh Bachchan of Bollywood as well as Sachin Tendulkar from cricket. So thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. As you heard, a packed schedule where a lot of things will be discussed, and also very special for the congressman himself because of his family background. So this is going to be a very interesting thing where a lot of relations between the two countries would be shared. In Mumbai, with camera person Praveen Jirohit, Sohit Mishra, NDTV.
तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट में पिछले वर्षों में पॉलिटिक्स कितनी बदली है, क्योंकि इंस्टेबिलिटी तो अभी भी है।
आप देखिए मणिपुर में अभी भी डिस्टर्बेंस है, बट नोबडी इज क्रिटिसाइजिंग सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट। कोई प्रधानमंत्री को क्रिटिसाइज नहीं कर रहे, कोई गृह मंत्री जी को क्रिटिसाइज नहीं कर रहे। नोबडी इज सेइंग दैट दिस इज हैपनिंग फॉर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट।
आपके पुराने दोस्त जयराम रमेश ने दो लोगों को पापी कहा, एक हितेश्वर सैकिया को और एक गोगोई साहब को। मुझे लगता है इस पर आपके कुछ कमेंट्स जरूर होंगे।
Jairam Ramesh was never kind to me and I was also not kind to him. तो ये जयराम रमेश जैसा लोग, वो लोग दरबारी है, और दरबारी लोग ये हकीकत नहीं जानते हैं कि पॉलिटिक्स क्या है।
Bobby, let's go. A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
The NDTV News Network that informs, inspires, and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV because the only side we're on is yours.
Vikas Manas has met over 500 families of soldiers who have died protecting the nation.
मेरा ये मानना है, जब आप धरती पे आते हो, अगर आप दूसरों का दर्द समझो, उसके दर्द के साथ जूझो, उसका कष्ट लो, तो भगवान देखता है ये कष्ट ले ही तो रहा है, दर्द सह ही तो रहा है, इसको अब इसका देने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। तो इफ़ यू अंडरस्टैंड द पेन, ग्रीफ ऑफ समवन एल्स, go through that, live with that, God will not give you your own pain and grief.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt, and that's how I like to roll. टेक्नोलॉजी तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology. Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
"23 years of the big fight." This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on. With
Good evening and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Vedant Agarwal. The big breaking story we're tracking at this hour, the much awaited Wrestling Federation elections have been postponed after the High Court has put a stay on it now. Of course, it's been embroiled in multiple controversies. We'll get you all the latest analysis on that. But first, a quick look at the headlines. A big revamp of the Indian criminal laws, the Indian Penal Code to be Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita. Well, sedition has been replaced with a law on endangering unity. And the stormy monsoon session of Parliament ends. It's been adjourned sine die. Both houses of Parliament adjourned after a stormy 3-week session. But 45% productivity for Lok Sabha and just 56% for Rajya Sabha this session. Two crucial GST bills passed in the upper house today. The bill to levy 28% tax on online gaming has been passed. The opposition says that bill has been passed without any discussion. And the opposition versus government standoff intensifies. This as the Aam Aadmi Party MP Raghav Chadha has been suspended from the Rajya Sabha, and Sanjay Singh's suspension has been extended to the next session. The India Alliance protests Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's suspension. Significantly, Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi at the protest outside the parliament. And the Haryana government's first reply to the court's ethnic cleansing remark on no demolitions. The Haryana government says that the demolitions were in accordance with law and that they will continue after the hearing on Friday. Well, our top story this evening, the Wrestling Federation of India elections have been put on hold. The Punjab and Haryana High Court has stayed the election. Well, the WFI elections have been embroiled in multiple controversies after protests by wrestlers. They've been postponed many times earlier as well. Osama Shah is now joining us live in studio. Osama, give us details of the order. Why have the elections been stayed this time by the Punjab and Haryana High Court, and what ramifications does it have, particularly for the protesting wrestlers?
Well, it is going to have a lot of repercussions in terms of how the elections are going to happen. Like you mentioned, Punjab and Haryana court has put a stay on the WFI elections, which was supposed to happen tomorrow. A few of Haryana officers, they had knocked the doors of Punjab Haryana High Court citing voting rights. The court for now has decided 28th of August as the next date of hearing. We are expecting a copy of the order in a short while from now as well. But I just wanted to remind everyone that this is not the first time that the much awaited elections have been delayed. The WFI elections were to be conducted last month on July 11th, but the Guwahati High Court had stayed the polls following Assam Wrestling Association's plea seeking right to participate in the election process. It was later shifted to August 12th, but just a day ahead of the voting, the Punjab Haryana Court have ordered a stay. This comes as a major setback to the wrestlers who have been protesting against Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh for more than half a year now. Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh is ineligible to contest since he has completed 12 years as the head of the federation, which is the maximum period allowed as per the National Sports Code. Remember, the 6-time BJP MP was accused of trying to control the federation through proxies, as 18 of his supporters, they filed nominations on July 31st, including his close aide Sanjay Kumar Singh. As far as that contest is concerned, wrestler Anita Shoran, who is a 2010 Commonwealth Games champion, is a witness against former WFI chief Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh in a sexual harassment case. She's up against Sanjay Kumar Singh, who is a candidate from the outgoing president's camp. So for the elections to be delayed yet again will certainly frustrate the wrestlers, who have been calling for polls as soon as possible and for all possible punishments for Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh. But that has been delayed yet again, and we will have to wait and watch as to how long this tussle carries on.
Right, Osama, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. As you rightly pointed out, the wrestlers have been demanding elections to the WFI for quite a long time now, so sort of a setback for them as well. But moving now to the other big story, well, the government today introduced bills for the complete overhaul of the British-era Indian criminal laws. The 1860 Indian Penal Code will now be replaced by the new Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. The Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita will replace the CRPC, or the Code of Criminal Procedure, and the Bharatiya Sakshya will replace the Indian Evidence Act. So in a sense, we're looking at a complete overhaul of the criminal laws, and all the three have been referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee for a review. In fact, a new offence on acts of secession, armed rebellion, subversive activities, separatist activities, or endangering sovereignty or unity and integrity of India has been added to the revised laws as well. So the sedition law has been repealed as per the as per the government, but in this new acts of secession, the definition of sedition is something that is still visible in the new in this new act that has been introduced by the government. So the word sedition has been omitted in this proposed law. It is replaced by Section 150 for acts of endangering sovereignty, unity and the integrity of India. So the government's bid really is to revamp what they call British-era laws. This is what Amit Shah told the Parliament. Let's listen to what he had to say when he introduced the overhaul of the criminal laws in Parliament.
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, ये 5 प्रण में से एक प्रण था कि हम गुलामी की सभी निशानियों को हम समाप्त कर देंगे, हमारे मन से वो बोझ को दूर करेंगे। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, आज मैं जो विधेयक 3 विधेयक एक साथ लेकर आया हूं, वो तीनों विधेयक एक प्रकार से मोदी जी ने जो 5 प्रण लिए हैं उसमें से एक प्रण की अनुपालना करने वाले हैं। माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, ये तीनों विधेयक दंड विधान प्रक्रिया, क्रिमिनल जस्टिस सिस्टम को बेसिक कानून, इसके लिए मूलभूत कानून ये 3 विधेयकों के अंदर है। एक है इंडियन पिनल कोड जो 1860 में बनाया गया, दूसरा है क्रिमिनल प्रोसीजर कोड जो 1898 में बनाया गया, और तीसरा है इंडियन एविडेंस एक्ट जो 1872 में बनाया गया। राजद्रोह जैसे कानूनों को एक और हम निरस्त कर रहे हैं, तो दूसरी ओर धोखा देकर महिला का शोषण करने वाले और मॉब लिंचिंग जैसे जघन्य अपराध करने वालों को दंडित करने का भी इरादा है।
Former Law Minister of India, Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad, joins us here on NDTV to speak on the developments in the lower house today. Sir, the government has moved to completely repeal the CRPC, the IPC, the Evidence Act. Could you please take us through the key highlights?
I will state in outline 3-4 changes. How the case decision will be fast-tracked. SP Saab has become DGP. To investigate it or monitor it or supervise. He is not coming. Trial is clear. Now the current SP will do it after going through the documents. All the thanas are clogged with what? Case property, old bikes, old motorcycles, old cars. Now you get rid of all that. A fugitive, a terrorist like Dawood, they run away from the court of law, then there is no trial. Now trial will take place also in their absence and they'll be convicted. Infusion of forensic science is already said. Many people who misrepresent their identity for sexual favor or marrying women and etc., they will also be taken to task. And lastly, this whole issue of Deshdroh, sedition,
Sedition, exactly.
is being fine-tuned to make it more human, being replaced altogether maybe, but a separate chapter for terrorist, extremists and separatists.
Okay. Would you say that we are looking at a complete overhaul here?
Substantial.
Substantially. It has now been sent to the Select Committee?
It will go to the Standing Committee of Home.
Okay.
It will go to the Law Commission. It will go to the Bar Council, Bar Association, and the maximum feedback shall be done. But it is a great step toward reforming India's criminal justice system. My warm appreciation of the Prime Minister and Home Minister.
So, well, several important changes made to the criminal laws of the country. But moving now, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi hit out at the Prime Minister a day after his reply to the no-confidence motion in Parliament, which the NDA, as expected, won. Well, he criticised the Prime Minister for cracking jokes and laughing as NDA MPs sloganeered. He said that the issue was not the Congress party or the Gandhis, but the crisis in ethnic strife-torn Manipur. He said that the Prime Minister has multiple instruments in his hand to control the situation in Manipur, but he is not doing that. He said that the Prime Minister could at least go to Manipur and talk to the communities, but instead he spoke about me and the Congress. Listening to what Rahul Gandhi had to say.
There is no dialogue in Manipur. There is pure violence taking place in Manipur. The first step is to stop the violence, put an end to it. I point out the army, but what I mean is that the Prime Minister has multiple instruments in his hands. He's not using them. It's been burning for 4 months. He's doing nothing and he's laughing. I'm amazed people can't see this, that he's sitting in Parliament and laughing.
भारत माता का शब्द नहीं निकला है, उन्होंने ठीक तरह से देखा नहीं है। संसदीय वो निकला।
जो कुछ भी असंसदीय है वो निकाला गया है, और ऐसे जो असंसदीय शब्द निकालते हैं वो सबका एक्सपंज हो जाता है। इट इज़ ए कॉमन प्रैक्टिस, भारत माता का नहीं निकाला है। और मुझे हर्ष ये है कि कभी भी ये लोग भारत माता और भारत माता की जय नहीं बोलते थे। ये कांग्रेस के कालखंड में, कांग्रेस के सरकार के समय में भारत माता की जय बोलने के कारण केस लगा दिया गया।
And well, the face-off continued even on the last day of the monsoon session in Parliament. Aam Aadmi Party MP Raghav Chadha was suspended from the Rajya Sabha for breach of privilege after complaints from 4 MPs alleging that he named them in a proposal that was sent by him without their consent in violation of rules. Well, Raghav Chadha yesterday thrashed the charges and said that the ruling party had targeted him because it could not accept that a 34-year-old MP took on its tallest leaders. And other news meanwhile, Sanjay Singh, who was already suspended from the monsoon session of Parliament, his suspension was extended to the next session of the Parliament.
राघव चड्ढा की सदस्यता को खत्म करना।
And well, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge in Rajya Sabha today condemned the suspension of Congress leader Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary in Lok Sabha, clarifying that he didn't say anything objectionable but spoke of the silence of the Prime Minister by using this reference to Nirav Modi, which means he has been silenced on the situation in Manipur. And the Rajya Sabha chair Jagdeep Dhankar also responded to him. But this face-off after there was a controversy over Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary's remarks being expunged and subsequently his suspension.
हमारे अधीर रंजन चौधरी साहब को निलंबित किया गया है, वो फ्लिप्सी ग्राउंड, उन्होंने इतना ही बोला नीरव मोदी। नीरव मीन्स शांत, साइलेंट, अरे मुंह, इसीलिए नीरव मोदी बोले तो इसके ऊपर आप सस्पेंड करते हैं।
कभी तो आप मुझे पॉइंट स्कोर करने का मौका दें।
नहीं, आप हमेशा स्कोर करते हैं।
And moving now, Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar said that the BJP is in panic after the formation of the India Alliance. He claimed that talks have also started informally on the coordination of seats among the parties of this alliance. This as Nitish Kumar aims to implement his one seat, one candidate policy, and this also as the opposition parties are now set to meet in Mumbai for the 3rd opposition meeting of the India Alliance.
ये सब क्योंकि हो रहा है, परेशान है लोग, कर रहे हैं परेशान।
वो कहते हैं 2024 में बीजेपी साफ हो जाएगी बिहार से।
बिल्कुल, आप पक्का जान लीजिए, इसलिए घबराहट में। अब इस बार तो आप अच्छी तरह जान लीजिए, वो हम किए थे, सब एकजुट हो गए हैं। अब इसका नतीजा जान लीजिए देश के लोगों का। अगर आप सही से पता कर लीजिए तो लोगों को लगता है कि ये लोग सिर्फ बिना मतलब का खाली प्रचार प्रसार करते हैं। कोई काम होता है जी, कोई विकास का काम हो रहा है, बोलिए ना।
So well, it's been pointed out by many that the next important step for the opposition parties would be to fine-tune this agenda of implementing the one seat, one candidate policy. Short break now, come back for more on the other side.
तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट में पिछले वर्षों में पॉलिटिक्स कितनी बदली है, क्योंकि इंस्टेबिलिटी तो अभी भी है।
आप देखिए मणिपुर में अभी भी डिस्टर्बेंस है, बट नोबडी इज क्रिटिसाइजिंग सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट। कोई प्रधानमंत्री को क्रिटिसाइज नहीं कर रहे, कोई गृह मंत्री जी को क्रिटिसाइज नहीं कर रहे। नोबडी इज सेइंग दैट दिस इज हैपनिंग फॉर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट।
आपके पुराने दोस्त जयराम रमेश ने 2 लोगों को पापी कहा, एक हितेश्वर सैकिया को और एक गोगोई साहब को। मुझे लगता है इस पर आपके कुछ कमेंट्स जरूर होंगे।
जयराम रमेश वाज नेवर काइंड टू मी एंड आई वाज आल्सो नॉट काइंड टू हिम। तो ये जयराम रमेश जैसा लोग, वो लोग दरबारी है, और दरबारी लोग ये हकीकत नहीं जानते हैं कि पॉलिटिक्स क्या है।
Brought to you by घर लेना।
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
It's undeniable. we're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening, not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella? Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai?
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
The NDTV News Network that informs, inspires, and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV because the only side we're on is yours.
Vikas Manas has met over 500 families of soldiers who have died protecting the nation.
मेरा ये मानना है, जब आप धरती पे आते हो, अगर आप दूसरों का दर्द समझो, उसके दर्द के साथ जूझो, उसका कष्ट लो, तो भगवान देखता है ये कष्ट ले ही तो रहा है, दर्द सह ही तो रहा है, इसको अब इसका देने की जरूरत नहीं है. तो if you understand the pain, grief of someone else, go through that, live with that, God will not give you your own pain and grief.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज, हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology. Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
"23 years of the big fight." This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on, with accuracy and integrity, because
Welcome back. On the last day of the monsoon session of Parliament, the Lok Sabha approved amendments to the central and integrated GST laws to levy 28% tax on the full face value of bets in online gaming, casinos and horse race clubs. In fact, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman introduced the bills in the House today, the last day of the monsoon session of Parliament, and this happened amid opposition protests. In fact, the opposition has said that the bill has been passed without discussion. Priyanshi is now joining us live in studio to help us understand what this really means, what changes for us, and what really are the experts saying and what the concerns of the industry really are. So Priyanshi, it's over to you.
That's right, Vedant. Two crucial GST bill, the two GST amendment bills have been passed in the Lok Sabha. The central and integrated GST bills have been passed. Those were introduced by the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, and they've been passed on the same day as they were introduced, and the opposition has said that the bills have been passed without any discussion. Now, what is this bill? This bill incorporates a 28% GST on online gaming, casinos and horse racing. Now, this is not unexpected or new. The GST Council had already decided on this tax in its July meeting. Now, what is defined as taxable online gaming? The Ministry of Finance has clarified that the amendments do not affect the tax on casual online gaming in which no real money or no betting is involved. So, which activities does it tax? Online money gaming, which means online gaming in which players pay or deposit money or virtual digital assets in the expectation of winning money or virtual digital assets. This can be in any event, including a game, a scheme online, a competition, or any other activity or process, whether or not its outcome or performance is based on skill or chance. So even skill-based games that involve money, those will also be taxed on face value at 28%. So fantasy sports and for betting apps such as Dream 11, you will have to pay a tax of 28% or 28% GST. Now this GST also applies to betting, casinos, gambling, horse racing and lottery as well. From when will this be imposed? The law doesn't define a date, but the tax is likely to be implemented by October 1st this year. But there are several concerns with this bill. The gaming industry experts call the tax irrational, and they say that the rate will bring challenges to an industry that has been booming for the last couple of years. They say that it's a blow to India's gaming startup ecosystem. But the government has been saying that there's no effect that the amendments will have on startup ecosystems in India, as it brings a parity between international entities and domestic ones. But despite the government's assurances that it won't impact startups, the industry experts call this bill a retrograde step that will hurt the thriving sector, and the move will also lead to job losses. They say that there will be job losses and the industry will be hurt. Many say the industry will be murdered because many people won't take the risk of online gaming if they have to pay a high tax of 28%. Remember, 28% is the highest GST tax bracket, and that highest bracket has been levied on online gaming. Entrepreneur Ashneer Grover is one of the people who's criticized, and he criticized the move with an example. He said if the government is thinking that people will put in 100 rupees to play on 72 rupees spot entry, deducting 28% GST, and if they will win 54 rupees after the platform fee, then they will pay 30% TDS on that as well. So that's clearly not happening. He said it was good fun being part of the fantasy gaming industry, which stands murdered now, and he said $10 billion are down the drain in this monsoon. He also said it's time for startup founders to enter politics and be represented, or this is going to be the fate of the industry, and not just the gaming industry, but industry after industry. The All India Gaming Federation, E-Gaming Federation and Federation of Indian Fantasy Sports also said this tax will mean the demise of the online skill gaming industry in India. So how big of an industry are we talking about here? In India, the gaming industry is valued at, if we talk about the figure for 2020, the gaming industry is valued at around $2 billion. Now, over 200 platforms are there on the gaming industry. In 2022, the value was $2.8 billion, and it's projected to reach $5 billion in the year 2025. There are over 200 platforms, and India is the world's largest fantasy sports market. In 2022, the value was $2.8 billion, as I said. If we talk about the total online gamers in India, in 2022, they were 410 420 million. In 2023, they went up to 450 million, while they're projected to reach 500 million by the year 2025. And let's talk about actual paying players now, people who put in money in online games who will now be taxed. In 2020, there were 80 million paying players, which went up to 95 million in the year 2021. That shows you that the industry was clearly growing, but the experts are saying that this bill is going to stop that growth. We'll take a short break now. News continues on the other side. To stay tuned.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
The NDTV News Network that informs, inspires, and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV, because the only side we're on is yours.
Vikas Manas has met over 500 families of soldiers who have died protecting the nation.
मेरा ये मानना है, जब आप धरती पे आते हो, अगर आप दूसरों का दर्द समझो, उसके दर्द के साथ जूझो, उसका कष्ट लो, तो भगवान देखता है ये कष्ट ले ही तो रहा है, दर्द सह ही तो रहा है, इसको अब इसका देने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. तो इफ़ यू अंडरस्टैंड द पेन, ग्रीफ ऑफ समवन एल्स, go through that, live with that, God will not give you your own pain and grief.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज, हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology. Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
23 years of the big fight. This show
Welcome back. Well, the Jharkhand government has given a special scholarship, particularly to students coming in from underprivileged backgrounds, a chance to dream big. Well, Jharkhand's next-gen leaders are ready to fly to the United Kingdom with this very special scholarship, the two state government scholarships that have helped them in their bid to study in the UK. It's the Marang Gomke Jaipal Singh Munda Overseas Scholarship. And this particular scholarship targets students coming in from the SC, ST, minority and OBC communities. And the Jharkhand government in this bid has tied up with the British High Commission. And well, I'm being joined by a very special guest on this. Malika Mehto is with us, one of the students who actually benefited from the scholarship. Thanks so much, Malika, for joining us on NDTV. My first question to you would be, tell us about your background, because this is a very special scholarship that actually targets students from communities who've been historically oppressed. So tell us a bit about your background before we get into the details of how you got the scholarship.
Okay, so my name is Malika Mahato and I come from Jamshedpur, from a very middle class family, and my father has a small shop, basically a small restaurant, and my mother is a primary school teacher in KPS Kadma, Jamshedpur, and I have a younger sister who studies in school. So yeah, and when I was in school I completed my 12th from arts background, and I also completed diploma in fine arts. Apart from that, I completed my graduation from St. Xavier's College, Ranchi in geography honors, and after that I took a gap year to prepare for my competitive exams and everything, and hence I applied for this universities abroad in UK itself.
Right, Malika, quite a brilliant resume there you have, but how did you actually get this particular scholarship?
Okay, so the thing was, I had already applied for the universities, 3 to 4 universities, and I started getting offer letters from the universities, and when my initial process started, applying for the universities, giving SOPs for the universities and everything, after that I came to know about this scholarship from the state government itself, and it was an advertisement in the newspaper. So I was pretty convinced that okay, if I give it a shot for this, maybe I'll get a good shot in getting a scholarship for me to, so that it will help me to finance my education, because studying in abroad for higher education is pretty expensive. So that's why I applied for this scholarship, and the scholarship basically had the first initial processes was just submitting the documents that were required, and after the clearance of the documents we were supposed to give an interview regarding the subject we have chosen. Each candidate had to give a presentation on the subject they had chosen. So I gave a presentation on human resource management itself, and after that after a few days I got the result via email, and my name was there on the list, so I was pretty happy about that.
That's quite fascinating there. But Malika, also many students will actually be interested in knowing, were marks actually considered for your scholarship, because you were mentioning several SOPs that you had to fill, but were your board marks actually something that mattered in your bid to get the scholarship?
Well, not always, but I did pretty good in 11th and 12th, and in my college, not before that, I was pretty average before my 10th class, and after that my school results and my college results were considered for the admission in my university, not for the scholarship, because scholarship was purely merit based. The interviewers were there who judged for the presentation that we gave in the scholarship. So yeah.
Also, is it a 100% scholarship? What all is actually covered? Is travel, accommodation, your tuition fees, all of it covered in this particular scholarship?
Well, as per my knowledge, everything is being covered, including the air travel, the train travel and the accommodation over there, plus the monthly allowances to survive it takes to survive
will benefit from the scholarship. But talk to us about yourself. Talk to us about your dreams. How do you see yourself a couple of years down the line? What really are your aspirations?
So my university is Aston University, and it's a 1-year master's course that I have taken, and after I complete my post-graduation I will be applying for internships all over the world, possibly I will try to experience new things, for example internships, part-time jobs and everything, because that will enhance my skill and help me grow in my field. So yeah, that is my future plan so far.
Absolutely a great exposure that this scholarship actually gives you. But do you think all these dreams and aspirations that you talk about, do you think it would have been possible without this scholarship? Certainly a big boost to your journey.
Well, I was actually planning to, before this, as I mentioned, that I had already started the admission process, and after a few months I got to know about the scholarship. So I was planning on to take an education loan, and that was the only way out for me. So I was actually planning to finish my post-graduation and then repay the loan back, because it is pretty hectic for a student to take such a huge loan. So yeah, when I came to know that I have got this scholarship, I felt like a huge boulder has been removed from my shoulders, because compared to loan and all the finances will be managed by the state government. So it is pretty interesting compared to the loan part.
Right, Malika, thanks so much for joining us on NDTV. We sincerely hope all your dreams come true. Many congratulations again from all of us at NDTV. And now joining us, a very special guest, Hassan Al-Banna, another student from Jharkhand who has benefited from this scholarship. Thanks very much for joining us. सबसे पहले ये बताइए, अपने बारे में थोड़ा हमें बताइए. स्कॉलरशिप के बारे में हम बातचीत करेंगे, लेकिन अपने बारे में थोड़ा बताइए, अपने बैकग्राउंड के बारे में बताइए. क्या आपके ड्रीम्स हैं, कहाँ आपने पढ़ाई की?
मेरा नाम हसन अल बन्ना हुआ और मैंने अभी जामिया मिलिया इस्लामिया से लॉ कंप्लीट किया है, और साथ ही मैंने हमारी एक नॉन प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जिसका मैं फाउंडिंग मेंबर हूँ एंड द प्रेसिडेंट भी, एसोसिएशन फॉर परिवर्तन ऑफ नेशन बोल करके, जो राइट बेस्ड लेजिस्लेशन पे काम करती है, उनकी प्रॉपर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन एंड सस्टेनेबल एक्सेस वल्नरेबल फैमिलीज़ के लिए. साथ में मेरी पढ़ाई 12th तक रांची से हुई थी और मैंने मदरसा में भी हिफ्ज़ कुरान कंप्लीट किया है. देन आफ्टर दैट मैंने जामिया का एंट्रेंस क्रैक किया था, और अभी जामिया मिलिया इस्लामिया से अभी 2023 मई में मैंने अपना लॉ कंप्लीट किया है.
ये तो आपका बैकग्राउंड काफ़ी ब्रिलियंट रहा है. आपने लॉ की भी पढ़ाई करी और एजुकेशन सिस्टम से कहीं ना कहीं बहुत क्लोजली आपके ताल्लुकात रहे हैं. आप ही बताइए कि ये इस एजुकेशन सिस्टम ने और अब ये जो नई इस तरीके की स्कॉलरशिप्स आ रही हैं गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से, कैसे बेनिफिट होता है बच्चों को इससे?
जो हमारी लड़ाई पिछड़ा समाज की जो लड़ाई है, और जो एक्सेसिबल ऑफ क्वालिटी एजुकेशन जो सर्टेन सोसाइटी के सर्टेन वर्क के लिए रिजर्व्ड है, उसको जब तक चैलेंज हम नहीं करेंगे और जब तक मेन स्ट्रीम एजुकेशन में हमारे जो भी कम्युनिटी के लोग हैं, पसमानदा मुस्लिम या आदिवासी समाज या दलित समाज के जो लोग भी हैं, जब तक के वो यहाँ पर आएंगे नहीं और अपनी लड़ाई खुद लड़ करके क्वालिटी एजुकेशन को एक्सेस नहीं करेंगे, ये तब तक हम कोई भी लड़ाई नहीं जीत सकते हैं. और एक सम्मानजनक जो डिग्निफाइड लाइफ की बात आर्टिकल 21 करता है कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के अंदर में, वो हम कभी भी हासिल नहीं कर सकते हैं. इसलिए बहुत ज़रूरी है कि समाज के लोग आगे आएँ, और ख़ास करके हेमंत सरकार जो झारखंड के अंदर में इस तरह की स्कीमें लेकर करके आ रही है, ये मरंगोम के स्कॉलरशिप, जो कभी आप सोच नहीं सकते हैं कि दलित समाज के बच्चे या आदिवासी समाज का बच्चा या एक पसमानदा मुस्लिम के लोग एक फॉरेन की यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में जाकर के पढ़ाई कर पाए. और हम ये देख पा रहे हैं कि इस तरह के स्कीम्स के ज़रिए से, जो कि हिंदुस्तान में अपने आप में एक यूनिक स्कीम है, और इसका फ़ायदा की वजह से आज ये तीसरा बैच है जो 25 लोगों का अभी पढ़ने के लिए फॉरेन की यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में जा रहा है, जो कि एक नेक्स्ट अंडर प्रिविलेज्ड कम्युनिटीज़ के अंदर में एक लीडरशिप जो पैदा करने की बात की गई है, वो इस स्कीम के ज़रिए से वो फुलफ़िल होता है।
जी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। बहुत सही बात आपने कही दैट इक्वालिटी रियली हैज़ टू बी वन ऑफ द कॉर्नरस्टोन्स ऑफ एजुकेशन. सो वेरी स्पेशल स्कॉलरशिप देयर बाय द झारखंड गवर्नमेंट. शॉर्ट ब्रेक नाउ. न्यूज़ एंड अपडेट्स कंटिन्यू.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं.
The NDTV News Network that informs, inspires, and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV, because the only side we're on is yours.
Vikas Manas has met over 500 families of soldiers who have died protecting the nation.
मेरा ये मानना है, जब आप धरती पे आते हो, अगर आप
Hello and welcome. You're watching Let's Talk Business. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Well, starting right ahead with the markets. Well, benchmark indices declined through the day today for the second consecutive session, dragged by losses in pharma and private banking stocks. And on the other hand, the PSU banks rallied as well. Hiral Dadia with the wrap of all the market action.
Second consecutive session of decline is what we've seen for the markets, and the third week in a row as well overall. Clearly, if you go to see in terms of where markets are concerned, 0.6% lower is what Nifty as well as Bank Nifty ended, and we've ended below the 19,450 mark. In terms of sectors, it was the pharma index which dragged markets as well, along with the banking majors like ICICI Bank as well as the HDFC. But overall, if you go to see in terms of the PSU bank stocks, that was the top gaining sector as well. The breadth has been in favor of the bears overall in today's session. Clearly, names like HCL Tech on the back of the order win, Power Grid, Titan, Grasim as well as Tata Steel were the top gainers in trade today, whereas on the losing end, you had names like IndusInd Bank, UPL, Asian Asian Paints, SBI Life, as well as a Hindalco. Let's quickly look at a few of the news makers in trade today. So overall, the Hindustan Aeronautics that reacted in trade today on the back of profit numbers that were announced. Divki Talk Transfer got an order win on the back of which that stock was in focus. Apollo Tyres plunged in trade on the back of a weak set of numbers. Apollo Hospitals reported numbers as well, and the stock paired losses as the Q1 revenues rose, whereas the profitability declined for the counter. Apart from that, let's see which were the other names that were in focus as well. In today's session, you had names like Highways on the back of the DPU that was announced. You had Raymond that was in focus as well on the back of earnings. InfoEdge was in focus, TTK Prestige, NIT, Sidus Life Sciences, Kalyan Jewelers. These were a few of the other names, as well as the Tilakar Industries, who's gone ahead and prepaid 176 crore restructured debt of Edelweiss Asset Reconstruction. So overall, a lot of movers and shakers in trade today, specifically in the broader markets, but clearly the mood on the street remains negative, where we've ended lower for a third consecutive week, and this phase of consolidation is expected to continue, is what analysts are indicating so far, and it's end of the earnings season as well. That's all that we have overall in terms of the market so far. Back to you.
And well, moving now to the other big headline, the National Company Law Tribunal approved the $10 billion mega merger between Zee and Sony yesterday. What does this move mean for Zee Entertainment? Elara Securities' Karan Taurani believes there's a long way to go before Zee hits the 600 mark.
I don't think 600 is anywhere close. I think if you look at the multiples, which I told you about 20x, so I think because of that 40% discount, I think the best case scenario for a stock, even if you look at it from a 2-year horizon or a 3-year horizon on a forward basis, would be somewhere closer to that 400, 420 mark. But as on date, I think we have a target price of 340 on the stock, wherein we are assuming 20x forward PR for the broadcasting piece, and we've assigned a growth rate of about 5% for the merged co, and putting synergies into perspective, putting the OTT losses and the losses from the sports business. EBITDA margins, as I told you, are in the range of 16 to 19%. And I think 340 is the target price. And we've also, valued the cash here. So, Sony will also bring in about $1.5 billion of cash. So I think the console market cap of this entity could be somewhere towards 68 to 70,000 crores. And I think basis that if you take out, Zee's current stake, which is somewhere about 47%, you get a target price of 340 of the stock.
And well, the other much talked about aspect of the story, can the Zee-Sony merger give a flip to the media space? Well, as an investor, are there opportunities or not for you in the space? Rushabh Sheth of Karma Capital shares his views.
So I think yesterday we hit a large inflection point in the media space with the consolidation now really giving momentum in the media space. Unlike the West, in India, the local players are also the largest players in the OTT/digital space, except for maybe some of the global companies like Google or Meta. So from our perspective, media has hit an inflection point yesterday, and we think that this opportunity is only going to, in my limited understanding, going to explode. Because at the end of the day, you have 140 crore people to entertain. The same logic, where you see significant delta in consumer discretionary spends. And now there are very few companies to do that. So, overall, if you look at it, the top 3 broadcasters, digital media players will control 70-75% of the market, which is a significant amount of consolidation. And from here on, and we still are paying very little. So if you look at us, most of us on a linear TV spend maybe less than 300 rupees or thereabouts for watching a significant amount of channels for the month. So we sense that there is a huge opportunity in the media space as the screen proliferation continues and the number of players now in that space to do or to generate content to keep the 100 or crore people engaged is very limited. So we think that this is an inflection point for the whole media business.
And in other news, the IT sector is under pressure amid global economic headwinds. Should investors looking to stay invested with a long-term investment horizon in mind opt for the IT sector? Well, Vikas Khemani of Carnelian Capital Advisors shares his views.
There is more of IT in every company's life. There is more of IT in every individual's life. every company globally has to spend huge amount of money on transformation, in their journey. Currently, just think about it. Most IT companies are still winning good orders when there is a recessionary expectation in the US. So if a CEO is giving an order, he is giving only a survival kind of order, not the growth order. So according to us, when the US environment settles down, interest rate starts coming down, the growth order will come still, right? So, when you are doing very well in a survival growth order phase, what happens when the growth order comes? So according to us, IT is still a very good thing. It is the best play on interest rates coming down in US. And, within that also, there are segments, by the way, even now, like ER&D is a space we like a lot. Aviation is a space we like a lot, which is growing 20% plus. So you don't have to, and there are mid-caps which are doing well. So broad brushing IT at overall space, I think there is a narrative, I know that, in the market right now. And we've never been perturbed about, we can take, that kind of consolidation or correction in the face. And I think my IT stocks have done very well in my portfolio, at least I can tell you over last 3-4 year period, or even last 12 months period. We added a lot of IT when the pessimism was at peak.
And when amid the government's push, should you bet on India's infrastructure story? Does infrastructure as an asset class offer a unique and large opportunity to domestic investors? Listen in to what Neo Asset Management's Hemant Daga had to say.
In the last 15 years, if I can remember, the government has, commissioned projects worth 40 lakh crores. 20 lakh crores is under execution as of now, already for the next 2 to 3 years. And the government has a target to commission 120 lakh crores, Neeraj, in the next 5 to 7 years. That is the stated government policy.
Sure.
So you can understand the opportunity. 120 lakh crores will require 40 lakh crores of equity capital.
Sure.
That is what investors can participate in. Just to give you some context, and Abhishek and me were having a chat. Our equity markets are approximately 3.5 lakh crores. 20% is retail participation, right? 70,000 crores. Infrastructure investing in the next 5 years is half that opportunity for investors. And this is an opportunity where there are large global funds already participating.
Open to Indian investors?
Yeah. Not open to Indian investors.
Got it.
They are largely open to offshore investors. So there is offshore money already participating in a big way.
And well, as the government says that the world is turning to India for investment prospects, where is India really investing and what are the reasons behind its choices? Sakshi Bajaj gets us the details.
Where is India investing and what form of investment is giving healthy returns at the moment? Well, as per the latest data from the Association of Mutual Funds in India, SIP or Systematic Investment Plan inflows have surged to a record high. Indian mutual funds have currently about 6.81 crore SIP accounts, via which investors regularly invest in Indian mutual fund schemes, and the total amount collected through SIPs during July alone was, believe it or not, 15,245 crore rupees. So a systematic investment plan is an investment plan offered by mutual funds wherein one could invest a fixed amount in a mutual fund scheme periodically at fixed intervals as well, say once a month instead of making a lump sum investment altogether. Now, interesting to note here that one SIP installment amount could be just as much as rupees 500 per month. So in a sense, SIP is similar to a recurring deposit where you deposit a small or fixed amount every month. In fact, record 33.06 lakh new SIP accounts have been registered in July. And when compared to the number of new SIP accounts in just the previous month, this is up nearly 20%. Now, NDTV spoke to the Association of Mutual Funds in India, and they believe the key reasons for this spike is more and more investor awareness programs, new and small investors in tier 3, 4 and 5 cities placing their faith on SIP as an investment vehicle to tap the equity markets really, as well as women investors taking a keen interest to invest via the mutual fund route.
Investor awareness campaigns that are being launched by
AMFI in collaboration with SEBI, as well as by the individual AMCs that have reached to the tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 cities. And there is more and more awareness that is getting created. That is one thing. The second thing I would say is the markets are also doing well. So because of which there is keen interest which is coming in. And we see the flows that are coming in from the Bharat, that is the tier 4, tier 5 cities, have increased substantially. And we are also seeing women as a category coming in and investing through this SIP route to participate in the equity market.
So, a reality check there on India's infrastructure story. Short break now. News continues on the top of the hour.
तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट में पिछले बरसों में पॉलिटिक्स कितनी बदली है, क्योंकि इंस्टेबिलिटी तो अभी भी है।
आप देखिए मणिपुर में अभी भी डिस्टर्बेंस है, बट नोबडी इज क्रिटिसाइजिंग सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट। कोई प्रधानमंत्री को क्रिटिसाइज नहीं कर रहे, कोई गृह मंत्री जी को क्रिटिसाइज नहीं कर रहे। नोबडी इज सेइंग दैट दिस इज हैपनिंग फॉर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट।
आपके पुराने दोस्त जयराम रमेश ने दो लोगों को पापी कहा, एक हितेश्वर सैकिया को और एक गोगोई साहब को। मुझे लगता है इस पर आपके कुछ कमेंट्स जरूर होंगे।
जयराम रमेश वाज नेवर काइंड टू मी एंड आई वाज आल्सो नॉट काइंड टू हिम। तो ये जयराम रमेश जैसा लोग, वो लोग दरबारी है, और दरबारी लोग ये हकीकत नहीं जानते हैं कि पॉलिटिक्स क्या है।
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. टेक्नोलॉजी तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज, हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology. Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
"23 years of the big fight." This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on, with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
a debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. and it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
Good evening and welcome to this special edition of The Big Fight, a show that is young at 23. It's not 23 years old because this is the oldest running debate show on Indian news television. Now, the monsoon session of Parliament is over. What you see behind me is the old Parliament building. It is quite possible, I do not know, this has not been officially communicated, but it is quite possible that what you heard last week was perhaps the last of the debates from this iconic building. It is quite possible that in the winter session, the activities will shift to the new building. So as far as the penultimate day in the old Parliament building is concerned, we had a no trust motion, no trust vote, no confidence motion. The opposition decided something which can be, if you know, in filmy parlance, can be called Bazigar, haar ke jeetna. Why do I say this? Because they knew that they don't have the numbers, but they wanted to corner the government and get the Prime Minister to comment on Manipur. So they knew wo haarenge, but in their mind, wo jeetenge if the Prime Minister comments on Manipur. So the debate happened. It was a fairly long debate for about 18 hours. Lots of speakers spoke, Rahul Gandhi spoke, and from the government chose to spoke about a little bit of Manipur and a lot of everything else. Thus, treating this no confidence motion as an extremely broad canvas on which they could launch what appeared to be a 2024 election campaign to reiterate what they've done over the past 9.5 years. In that context, has the opposition's mission Bazigar in Parliament vis-a-vis Manipur really worked? That is going to be our debating point on The Big Fight. Let me introduce our guest this evening from the lawns right outside Parliament. I have Mr. Vinod Agnihotri, a veteran when it comes to covering Parliament. So is Ms. Smita Gupta. Thank you very much, senior journalist right here on the panel. We also have Shama Mohammed, spokesperson of the Congress Party. Mr. K.C. Tyagi, who's a veteran and a historian, political historian, I would say, Mr. K.C. Tyagi. He will, through the course of the program, I'm assuming, Mr. Tyagi, give us lots of references of no confidence motions from the past. So we wish to learn from you. Sanjay Singh, a senior journalist, thank you very much for joining us. Sajan Kumar is a political analyst. Thank you very much. Prakash Chand Sharma from the Bharatiya Janata Party. And Kartike Batra, the young, erudite, sharp researcher called Kartike Batra. Thank you very much. Let's begin, as always, the big fight with what we call is the first punch. So, Mr. Vinod Agnihotri, what is your opening comment? 1 minute of uninterrupted time. That time begins now.
You see, this no confidence motion, opposition wanted to bring Prime Minister in the House and he should say some few words on the Manipur. But government was not willing to involve Prime Minister in that debate, and they offered Home Minister will respond to the opposition and do the discussion in a short duration. But bringing no confidence motion, finally, at the opposition point of view, you can say they succeeded to bring Prime Minister in the House, and he addressed Manipur also. But where the opposition has lost the opportunity, after entire debate, Gaurav Gogoi, very good, he spoke very well and he put the motion rightly, all the facts with. But in the last, when opposition walked out from the House, that was, I think, they have missed the opportunity because they should have stayed there and should have listened the Prime Minister's speech and should have exercised their right to reply finally the last word would have been with the opposition, but they have missed that opportunity.
Yeah, by walking out, they missed that opportunity. Okay, I think that's an important point. Ms. Smita Gupta, you may want to use that mic. And by the way, before you start speaking, Mr. K.C. Tyagi had a concern at the beginning of this broadcast that he wants a chai pe charcha. So I assure you, Mr. Tyagi, in just a short moment, we will have tea right here.
Only chai, chai ke baad with why?
Oh no, only chai, please. Only tea. Yes, Ms. Smita Gupta.
I'll start where Vinod left off. He has said that he thought that the opposition lost an opportunity by walking out. But if one looks back at how this parliament has been functioning from 2014, how many times has the ruling party permitted the opposition to speak out, especially when it is critical of the Prime Minister? So even if they had stayed on, I don't think, at least I think the walkout did make sense to me. Secondly, I think their choice of Manipur was very good because Manipur is emblematic of what is wrong with the BJP's form of governance, which is divide and rule. So in Manipur, we've seen how they have tried to divide the Meiteis and the tribals, the Kukis and the Nagas for electoral advantage. They have a Meitei chief minister, and they thought that the Meiteis, being Vaishnavs, would could be plugged into their Hindutva politics. We see simultaneously right now in Haryana, we are Hindu-Muslim. It's the Bajrang Dal and the Vishwa Hindu Parishad which have started it off. So this has been a problem right from the beginning that, theirs is a divide and rule policy. They have not worked towards uniting India at all.
I'll come back to you. If you could pass on the mic to Ms. Shama Mohammed, your opening comment.
Vinodji said that we wanted the Prime Minister to speak in Parliament. Yes, we wanted him to speak in Parliament simply because he did not speak elsewhere. The Prime Minister of a nation, presidents of various countries, when there is strife, when there are riots, when there is internal strife, they come out and say, listen, I want peace in my country. I don't want my countrymen to fight. Did the Prime Minister of India speak a word for peace? No. He only spoke when after 80 days a video became viral of two women being paraded naked. And one of them was raped and the other one was an army man's wife who said very clearly, in Kargil, I was at the front line at Kargil, but this is worse than that. That is what the army men said. If you are not able to answer to your Jawans, if you are not able to answer to your people, what sort of Prime Minister is that who wants to speak only when there are good times, when the army does well, when our wrestlers win medals, but when they are in sickness, when they are in strife, this Prime Minister is not with anybody. That is why we wanted this session, because we wanted answers on Manipur. Let's understand very importantly, Sanket, more than 1,000 houses have been burnt. Many women have been raped. More than 150 people dead. Churches, more than 200 have been burnt. Ammunitions robbed from police station. This is a national security issue. When so much has happened, the Prime Minister of India has shut his mouth. And in Parliament yesterday, one last point, he spoke for 3 minutes on Manipur. That's why the opposition walked out. And when he spoke in the beginning, he was ridiculing. He was laughing. And the whole of the Bharatiya Janata Party was laughing.
Your 1 minute.
That doesn't work when we are upset. The Prime Minister of India was mocking Manipur yesterday.
You'll get another chance. Yes, one moment. Keep that mic with you. Mr. K.C. Tyagi,
was mocking Manipur yesterday, the Prime Minister of India.
Okay, one moment. Your opening comment time is up. Mr. K.C. Tyagi, would you want to start with your opening comment, or would you like to have tea first? It's right here. Please.
Thank you, bhai.
Yes.
Thank you to chai and chai wala both.
Yes. Mr. Tyagi's opening comment. No, you carry on. You carry on.
संकेत जी, काफी दिनों से, जब से खास तौर से नीतीश कुमार जी का तीर चला है पटना से और बंगलौर होते हुए मुंबई पहुंचने वाला है, देश की राजनीति में काफी क्वालिटेटिव चेंज आए। और स्मिता जी बैठी हैं, हम लोग तो नेशनल फ्रंट बनाने के लिए कभी वीपी सिंह, देवीलाल करुणानिधि के नेतृत्व में चेन्नई भी गए थे और मुझे तो संकेत जी कम से कम आधा दर्जन मौके मुझे ऐसे मिले हैं जब मैं अपोजिशन यूनिटी के बीच में रहा हूँ।
Right from 77.
74 of Charan Singh, 77 of JP, then again Lokdal, then again Janata Party, and then many factions of Janata Party, including Janata Dal, you also. अब इस समय जो सवाल हैं वो पहले सवालों से ज़्यादा गहरे हो गए। इंदिरा जी के समय भी ये कुछ सवाल थे, जैसे कोऑपरेटिव फेडरलिज्म था, चुनी हुई सरकारें तब भी गिरती थी, लेकिन अब संख्याओं में और भी बढ़ोतरी हो गई है।
ठीक जी, संजय सिंह जी।
See, Sanket, it was known that opposition never had numbers, and they said so. The point was, if you wanted to bring Prime Minister to the House, perfectly all right, you moved a no confidence motion, but at the same time, they gave a huge opportunity to Prime Minister Modi, given his kind of oratorical skill, given the kind of strength that BJP and NDA has in House, to go into whole gamut of issues where BJP was on a very strong footing. Remember about historicity of Manipur also, the BJP had too many things to talk. Of course, there were certain issues which were kind of issues of concern as to what is happening in Manipur now. But if you look at entire debate, it was only Gaurav Gogoi in the beginning, even from the opposition benches, who actually talked about Manipur and Manipur. The rest of leaders strayed everywhere, as is the case with any no confidence motion. So I would say, if you're happy with a consolation prize that Prime Minister came to this House and our purpose is served, remember the Parliament constitutes of two houses of Parliament, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. It was only in Lok Sabha that
the purpose was to corner the government on Manipur. Even that was not that was also not properly done. Yes, that is your assessment. Okay. Opening comment. Any comment? You don't bother with the mic. We have your audio covered.
Yeah.
Mr. Sajjan.
Look, I mean, we have to see the conduct of the parliament in the last 3 days. And if you see, it's clear that political culture has shifted more into the mode of guerrilla warfare rather than the conventional warfare, you know, wherein every party, every leader, they are willing to outsmart their rivals in everything. So therefore, this claim of following the old norm and old ethics is something which is more like a front, which is more like a cover, you know. And ultimately, the question of moral high ground is always about who wins the debate, who wins the show. And crucial question here is that yes, opposition has the democratic right to ask Prime Minister to speak, but there is also another question. Can you discuss the question of Manipur without linking it to the larger politics and changes that are happening in the Northeast? And therein, if Manipur was a matter of moral concern, outrage, was it outrage with conviction or without conviction? Because we did not see, yes, as was spoken, Gaurav Gogoi spoke on Manipur, but majority of the opposition parties, they deviated from the Manipur. So that it seems that moral high ground, there is a competition between the ruling and the opposition party. And we have entered into a phase wherein we should not be surprised, wherein new modes of norms and ethics are being implemented and olds are being violated.
Okay. Now you pass that mic on to Mr. Sanjay Singh, Mr. Prakash Chandra Sharma.
And for the great debate as well. See, you started your comment with this bajigiri of opposition. It was not the bajigiri, it was the avaragiri. What they ruined this monsoon, I'm sorry for this word, sir, but I am really hurt the way they did it. They are setting, the concern about our futuristic part for our youngsters, for our public, what they are seeing, and only due to condemn of that. They should understand, they should look the matter in the totality. They should look the debate into the concern as a whole. When the Home Minister is responsible, they should listen the whole part with the background, with the present and the future. See, any incident happen, and that is very rude, very ruthless, and we all are shame on that. But we should understand in this particular moment, when you have a particular problem, you have a pain, you give the painkiller to cure the pain. You don't raise the pain, you hold the man and say, no, see how the pain is, What the acting you people are doing? You just want to ruin the country, you ruined the country till now. In the last 9 years, we have seen the shifted change from the politics to the geopolitical situation where this India is there. Okay. And now the creating a INDIA, you understand, you win the heart of the people, it will never happen.
Okay. I think it is very safe to say, it is extremely safe to say that what happened in Parliament and the sort of speeches that were made was not really a speech for a no trust vote, but this was almost like a precursor to 2024, like a preparing. Yeah, one moment. Mr. Karthike is left for his opening comments, and then I'll come to you. Mr. Karthike.
Thank you, Sanket. Sanket, let's divide this into what ought to have happened and what exactly happened. What ought to have happened was a debate like the one we had in 2012 on Kokrajhar. I was a young student back in the day. It was very heartening to see that leaders from across political parties spoke their hearts out as if they actually felt the pain of the people in Assam. That unfortunately didn't happen. The job of making the parliament function on these sensitive issues is both of the opposition and the government. But given the government's brute majority today, I think it's a little more on the government of the day. So that is what ought to have happened. What ended up happening was a David versus Goliath. Because of the parliamentary numbers in the no confidence motion, because that's the only format that the government agreed to, the opposition was given much less time to speak, to pull their punches, just because their numbers are lower, right? So the allocated time is less. And the government had a lot more time to speak. In that battle, David had to pull the punches much more strongly than Goliath, disproportionately. And I think I don't think it was as satisfying if you are a supporter of the opposition as it should have been. I'll just close it with this. I have much more to say, but maybe later.
But let's ask this question of Ms. Shama Mohammed. When David realized that it is not in terms of numbers as strong as the Goliath being mentioned here, then in that, keeping that in mind, were the punches hard enough?
I fully agree the punches were hard enough. Now, somebody said that, you know what they said? That they were hardly speaking on the issue. All women members of parliament from the opposition spoke very much on the Manipur issue, on the sexual violence, because I've listened to most of it. Then, in a no confidence motion, in the past history of India, the Prime Minister of India sits there throughout. Yes or no? There are journalists sitting there. Yes. Where was this Prime Minister? He comes in 5 minutes just before he has to speak, sits there and he starts the speech mocking. And all parliamentarians sitting there and laughing. You know, a serious issue like Manipur. All of them are displaced. Many children not going to school. They don't have houses, burned down. Let's remember the story of the mother and child escorted by police, burned down in the ambulance. So here, Mr. Amit Shah says, a very important point, he says, the CM is cooperating with us. The CM is cooperating with you to get women raped. The CM is cooperating with you for the Methi militia to rob the police station of weapons. The CM is cooperating with you to make the divide between the Meithis and the Cookies more. Because let us understand how Kip, an MLA of the Bharatiya Janata Party, said, if the Prime Minister did not see the viral video, he would not have spoken. And Biren Singh has to reign in the Methi militia. And let's also understand very important part of this Manipur issue. Chief Justice, the Supreme Court, has said, called the Attorney General and the Solicitor General, said, if you and the state cannot do something in 3 days, when the video came out, we are going to do it. And the other thing is, let's understand, there's a CBI probe right now. But what did the Supreme Court do? They kept another retired police officer to monitor the CBI probe and report to them. Why? Because they do not trust the CBI, which is under the central government. And also understand that they have also put in a 3-women judge out there to see to the rehabilitation of the camps. So why all these things are happening?
Now here is the point, Mr. Prakashan Sharma. If that was the objective, to put the government in the dock, you see, in a no trust motion, you may have brought it in to discuss Manipur. But the reality is that a no trust vote, Mr. Agnihotri, is not concentrated on any one issue. It is a motion of no. It is a motion of no confidence on the government, on everything. So they use
performance of the government.
Entire performance of the government. And to that effect, the government used that as a platform.
Yeah,
but
they used that
we also
platform. Even Prime Minister said in his speech कि भाई हमें तो भाग्य से मिल गया ये मौका कि हम अपनी बात कहेंगे. इसके लिए मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ.
So let's understand. Prime Minister lied. Let me tell you his lies. I want to pinpoint his lies. One, he said about HAL. I was listening to his speech. He said, we made what HAL is today. When the Rafale deal happened, 126 aircrafts we were supposed to buy. 108 was transfer of technology to HAL. They were supposed to manufacture. And only 18 was supposed to be delivered by the French. What happened? He changed it all and he bought 36. So there was no transfer of technology to HAL, number one. Then he spoke about one particular thing which he says, the UPA Sarkar immediately believed Pakistan's words after a terrorist attack. Now, who invited the ISI to investigate after the Pathankot attack? Let me ask him that. Why didn't the Prime Minister say that? Who invited? The Home Minister. We have never invited ISI. We know who did that. The perpetrators of Pathankot was the ISI. So let me, now the second lie, the third lie. Because I need to correct the lies. I need to correct his lies. 1966. Let me finish his lies. 1966. Let me finish this. No. 1966. Mizo National Front on March 1st said we are an independent country from India. Mrs. Indira Gandhi sent the Air Force and got them back to India. And this, the Prime Minister says, Mrs. Indira Gandhi killed Mizo people. That's a lie.
Okay, fine. I've understood the point that you're making. One moment, Shama Mohammed.
We will not allow him to lie. We will correct those lies.
So the argument that was made, one moment. The argument, Mr. Prakashan Sharma, that was made was that we want specifically a comment from the Prime Minister on Manipur. We want to draw the attention of the government on Manipur. However, I don't think that has happened. Now, my point is, while all of this is happening, you have used it as a broad canvas. They are concentrating on Manipur and bringing in other stuff also now as a rebuttal to the Prime Minister's speech. Where does Manipur and its problems feature in all of this? Somehow, I don't think post this speech or post this no trust vote, there is a great amount of difference that has happened in Manipur or on Manipur. Apart from the fact that 100 days after the violence began, it is still a talking point in Delhi. That to the credit of the opposition has happened.
It's not about the credit. See, agenda is agenda, propaganda is propaganda. Opposition use this particular concern as a propaganda. They just want to propagate the matter. They don't want to close the matter. They don't want to come to a solution. They don't want to see the reality. She is talking about the Mizoram issue, and it was the bombarding on the people. They were the people of India. They should not have bombarded it. There should be another way. We have done it in the Naga peace movement. We have done it in the other movement. We can see in the 9 years what we have to do for the peace.
One by one, please.
One thing is very clear. What we want peace. We want the concern, the togetherness of the people. How we will do it together. If we can have, the concern on a particular agenda, we can debate it, we can discuss it, and we can come to a conclusion. For the conclusion purpose, for the debate purpose, you have not allowed the parliament to run. All the time you did all the agendas, all the, silly points over there, not to run it. We ask him, he come specific debate on this particular point. He specific did on this Mizoram. No, we want to call to the PM. We will do the no confidence motion. It was not the no confidence motion of this ruling government. It was the confidence motion of opposition where they felt. Because they have not allowed to discuss it. If they wanted Manipur only, they should have come in a very peaceful manner. Okay, we will allow. But no, the arrogance was there. The egoism was there. We want a particular set on a particular point. It is not allowed in democracy.
One more, Prakashan Sharma, you see Kartike Batra and Ms. Smita Gupta would know, the opposition exacting something from the government is something which has happened, very much happened, even in the UPA years. I mean, I remember reporting from this very lawn when in the winter session of 2010, an entire session was washed out, Kartike Batra, on the issue of JPC on 2G. It happened.
Sanket, very specific point I want to make. We are blaming the opposition for digressing. I agree. But you have to look at the context also. What is the context? The opposition actually wanted a specific debate under a specific rule in the Rajya Sabha, which the government stalled. Okay? And if that had happened, you would have had a lot of sparks flying. The government knows in the Lok Sabha, the opposition lacks this articulate Hindi-speaking opposition leader with pakke baal, like somebody like a KC Tyagi. Okay? So that plays to their strength. And the third thing, why did the opposition digress, Sanket? Even if you only wanted to speak of Manipur, the parliamentary system has broken down to such an extent that the opposition seldom finds platforms to voice other concerns. So when you're speaking in the no trust motion, I also empathize with the opposition. That, because, as I said, I am very upset, not because of any partisan reason, but just because I find that my parliament is not working as it used to work 10 years back. Bills are being passed in the din. discussions are not happening, right? And so in that case, as an opposition leader, you feel tempted, chalo thoda sa ye bhi dal de, thoda sa ye bhi dal dete, because those are also issues. Exactly. But of course, it's a trade-off. You know, it's a trade-off. So, yeah.
Mr. Sanjay Singh, would you like to respond? In any case, the space for the opposition is so limited inside Parliament. And there also they have to keep their punches extremely concentrated on Manipur. And yet they feel that let's put in a little bit of this also, that also.
Yeah. Now, that's not a trivial issue.
Yeah, it's a
but
very
it's not
big
discussed.
Issue. Yeah. Is that space shrinking?
I would...
And you know, conducting the function inside the House is the responsibility of the government.
It's responsibility of the government. Yes, agreed.
Yeah.
Fact remains, when from day one, after session after session, when you come to Parliament with a predetermined notion that you have to disrupt proceedings of the House, sometimes it's Rafale, sometimes it's Pegasus, sometimes it's Manipur, sometimes it's something else, sometimes this is CBI raid, sometimes somebody's questioned by CBI or ED. You cannot say that you don't have space. K.C. Tyagi ji in previous program was referring how in 1963, when first no confidence motion was brought in, there were only 63 MPs in opposition side. And about David and Goliath match he was talking about, the Davids actually punched very hard at Goliath, punching over their weight. So depending on what your strategy is, Rule 267 of Rajya Sabha does not say anything that Prime Minister has to be present in the House or make a mention, make a statement, only after that something will proceed. For people at large in the country, it does not matter whether you are discussing the subject under Rule A or Rule B. It's important that you discuss. For people, these are very, very abstract.
Well, if the people
very abstract things. The opposition walked into, willingly or inadvertently, into whatever, either there was a trap or they walked into garden path.
What is the trap?
See, I don't know. Therefore, I said whether there was a trap or they walked garden path. Because Prime Minister, first sentence that he said, भगवान ईश्वर बहुत ही दयालु है कि उन्होंने इनके माध्यम से नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन लाया और हम वो बात कह सकते हैं जो otherwise हमें कहने का मौका नहीं मिलता. So you gave him an opportunity to punch holes on you.
Gupta wanted to come in. I'll come to you.
But Sanket, another thing was, when Rahul Gandhi's membership, he returned to Parliament, there was a great deal of expectation and anticipation among people at large what he is going to speak. He did not kind of deliver to popular expectations.
Three quick points. One is that this dono haath mein laddu politics of Modi, in his speeches, he's always a winner. So, things are always working to his advantage. Or that is what his supporters would have us believe. So, if people are not listening to him, he's a winner. If people are listening to him, also he's a winner. In the past, Prime Ministers faced with a no confidence motion have done the courtesy of listening to the entire debate because they are supposed to respond to that. His is not just a standalone speech. Two, I just wanted to draw attention. Somebody was talking about how this opposition has not behaved itself, not allowed Parliament to function. I'll quote one of the most distinguished BJP leaders who is no more with us, Mr. Arun Jaitley, who said that this form of protest in the House, it's a legitimate parliamentary device. Disruption is a legitimate parliamentary device. So, and
was said by Sushma ji also in the Lok Sabha.
Exactly. So, thirdly, when we talk about quoting some Rajya Sabha rule, I'll just take you back to a statement that Rajnath Singh made on the China issue. He made it on, we all know that when a minister makes a statement in the Rajya Sabha, it is open to questioning by the clarifications by the opposition. He made it on condition. It was announced ahead that Mr. Rajnath Singh will make the statement in the Rajya Sabha, but on condition that no opposition person can seek a clarification. So what are you talking about rules? Nobody is obeying any rules anymore.
Shama Mohammed, I'll just come to you. Mr. Agnihotri had to say something and then I'll come.
Shama ji has raised very valid points regarding Mizoram and other things. But my concern is, your party, or even opposition, you should have raised these points in the House. under the right to reply. That is the...
Yeah, the point is, why did you walk out?
Walk down.
What was the need for walking out?
And regarding MNF issue, Prakash ji, I will tell you, one of my close relative was in that Air Force squadron when the bombing was done. That was on the MNF camps.
Correct.
And और क्योंकि terrain इतना बीहड़ था कि आर्मी नहीं जा सकती थी वहाँ. That's why Mrs. Gandhi used this Air Force.
We got Mizoram back. Tell him that.
And another thing, or you see, 66 and 86, Rajiv Gandhi did an accord with Lal Denga and sacrificed his own government of Lanthanwala.
Correct.
So I think we should read history in the broader context.
Okay, yeah, sorry?
Should have all been spoken in the parliament.
Not outside parliament.
That's why I'm trying to correct. No. Some more things.
The opposition has missed the chance.
Sir, अगर यही knowledge
No, one moment. Shama Mohammed, so the point, yes, Mr. Tyagi, I'll come to you. The point that Mr. Agnihotri is making is this. Had you not walked out, you would have had the perfect opportunity, number one, to get a right to reply, which you are getting here, right? You would have got that right to reply and you could have made all these points on the floor of the House with a greater impact.
And one more point, Shama. In 1993, Home Minister quoted 1993 Manipur problem, cookies and Nagas tension. In 1993, Narasimha Rao dissolved his own government of Raja Durendra Singh within a week. This is also a...
Okay. So
this was not quoted by the Congress party.
Yes, the point that Mr. Agnihotri has made on had you not walked out, wonders could have happened. Your response.
My leader had a press conference and he said very clearly, the first 1.5 hours was basic mockery. He was laughing, mocking. He was talking about the Congress party, about India and saying about the arrogance. You know, there's a limit. A prime minister is the prime minister of India. There's a certain decorum with that. So of course we could.
Robbing yourself of an opportunity.
So that's why.
reply.
That's what I'm trying to say. That I'm replying to you right now. Okay. Another thing, what I've understood in this whole thing is he spoke about peace. Where is peace when your own MLAs from the Bharatiya Janata Party, Metis and Cookies are saying that we have no faith in Biren Singh? It's not us. It's the Metis and Cookie MLAs went to the PMO saying that we are. Number two, one of the most important character of a democracy is what? Accountability. So nobody is accountable in there because Biren Singh has cooperated with us. I'm answering your question.
Answer my question on what was the need to walk out.
So I told you because for the 1.5 hours, everybody was waiting for the word Manipur because the Prime Minister has not spoken.
As soon as you walked out, he mentioned Manipur.
But what did he do? What did he mention? Let me finish. He said, we want peace, samadhan chahiye wahan. He never spoke about what is happening in Manipur. What can we do?
You could have said this on the floor of the House.
And one more thing. Let me finish. Let me just finish. So the other thing is what I would call Amit Shah and Modi, both of them are liars. The amount they've lied. Even that Kathaveli story about the lady, Mr. Amit Shah said, she came out next day and said, you know what, I did not get help from the BJP, I got help from the Rahul Gandhi. Yeah, so there is another lie. No, and also, so all these lies which they were saying, then he spoke about Parivarvad.
All the more reason
corruption.
Shama Mohammed, as Mr. Agnihotri, as well as Karthikeyan and everyone is saying, you could have said all of this on the floor of the House. Mr. K.C. Tyagi, I have to move on. One point. Please allow others also to speak.
On corruption. He speaks about corruption. Only convicted person, who is it? Yedurappa. Let's understand that for corruption in 2011. You can't, and then you have Ajit Pawar, who you accuse him of 70,000 crore irrigation scam. He's your deputy CM now. You need to answer to that. You can't point fingers of corruption to the Congress party. Enough is enough. We are not going to keep quiet about this corruption thing. Who is the convicted Congress person? Who is the convicted congressman? I want to know the convicted Congress leader. He's congressman.
He's your best ally. Lalu Prasad Yadav.
Sanjay Singh, please allow me. Mr. K.C. Tyagi is a senior person. He is waiting. I have to go to Mr. Tyagi, please. Mr. Tyagi.
Because Sanjay said, mentioned the name of Lalu Prasad Yadav. But why don't you forget Ajay Chautala? He's in NDA. He's also convicted.
Okay.
Lalu Prasad Yadav is one character. Ajay Chautala is not lies like Lalu Prasad Yadav. See, one. Bhai, Ajay Chaudhary is just ridiculous.
Yeah. You need convicted.
Mr. Tyagi now, only Mr. Tyagi, please. Mr. Tyagi, I'm now coming back. Shama Mohammed. Mr. Casey, Shama Mohammed, please. This is not advisable. Please. Yeah. Mr. Casey Tyagi, do you feel that the opportunity that the opposition provided itself, and something very interesting that Sajjan Kumar mentioned a couple of minutes ago, where he said that the Congress has been able to galvanize their social media and IT cell better than the Bharatiya Janata Party over the past 6 months. तो ये galvanize किया, लेकिन उसके बाद फिर उसको शिखर तक लेके नहीं जा पाए. आपको लगता है कि ये आलोचना वाजिब है?
दो सफेद बाल वालों के सफेद बाल के बारे में भी ये चर्चा कर रहे थे. हमारे जमाने अब से ज्यादा अच्छे थे. जिस नॉन कॉन्फिडेंस का जिक्र अभी मेरे दोस्त संजय सिंह ने किया है, डॉक्टर लोहिया इकोनॉमिक्स पे डिबेट कर रहे थे. पहली बार उन्होंने कहा कि देश की 2/3 आबादी 3 आने रोज पे गुजारा करती है. पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू बैठे हुए थे और डॉक्टर लोहिया के ही समाजवादी दोस्त अशोक मेहता चेयरमैन थे प्लानिंग कमीशन के. उन्होंने बुलाया अशोक मेहता को और कहा कि लोहिया कह रहे 3 आने पे, मेरा मानना है 15 आने पे. उन्होंने कहा कि मैं 7 आने की मेरे पास रिपोर्ट है कि 2/3 आदि 7 आने पे. तो उस समय अपोजिशन भी था और रूलिंग पार्टी भी थी. जवाहरलाल जैसे बड़े कद का आदमी भी रेस्पॉन्ड करता था, चूंकि करने वाले डॉक्टर लोहिया थे. अब लोहिया का ही कहना था कि सड़क अगर गर्म है तो संसद भी गर्म रहेगी, और जब संसद बांझ हो जाएगी तब सड़क गर्म रहेगी. अब हो क्या गया है कि अब सब एक दूसरे पर स्कोर करने पे लगे हुए हैं. आई एग्री विद यू. अच्छा होता अगर इंडिया वाले पूरा समय बैठते, लेकिन फिर प्रधानमंत्री भी बैठते थे पहले.
ये नहीं कि उठ के चले जाते.
उठ के जाने का मतलब जो डिसरेस्पेक्ट टू द पार्लियामेंट. और उस समय की डिबेट ऐसी होती थी, ज्योतिर्मय बसु थे, जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस थे, मधुलिमय थे, खड़े होते थे, लगता था पता नहीं आज किस मंत्री की छुट्टी होगी. लेकिन टॉलरेंस थी. सेंट्रल हॉल में सब बैठ के कॉफी पीते थे. अब तो 2 दिन के बाद सेंट्रल हॉल जो है वो भी अच्छी चीज हो जाएगी. इवन द एक्स-एमपी लाइक वी विल नॉट बी अलाउड टू गो इनसाइड द सेंट्रल हॉल. तो ये माहौल जो बदला हुआ है ये बहुत दुखद है. ये सभी के लिए दुखद है. और प्रकाश जी, नंबर गेम पे मत जाइए. मैंने 400 के नंबर गेम भी देखे हैं, मैंने 350 के भी देखे हैं. अब वो कहाँ चले गए 350 और 400 वाले? तो उस पर मत जाइए. नंबर गेम तो अदलते बदलते रहते हैं. ज्यादा लंबा वक्त नहीं है. 84 में आपके 2 ही MP थे. भला हो इनकी गलतियों का कि आप 303 पहुंच गए, और आप ऐसी ही गलती करोगे तो ये ऊपर चढ़ जाएंगे, आप नीचे आ जाओगे.
हमारी पॉलिसी 2 नंबर पे थी वही आज 303 पे है. सी अल्टीमेटली वी आर रनिंग अ आइडियोलॉजी एंड आइडियोलॉजी इज वेरी क्लियर.
आई वांट टू मेक इट प्लीज वो पॉलिसी नहीं है. मैं इसको मैं रजिस्टर करना चाहता हूँ. और ये मेरी गवाह है स्मिता. 89 में जब NDA बना है, हमने आपकी सारी पॉलिसी खूंटी फटंगवा दी थी. आर्टिकल 370 का जिक्र नहीं होगा. राम जन्मभूमि बाबरी मस्जिद का विवाद तय होगा सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जरिए, और UCC का जिक्र नहीं होगा. कहाँ चलेगी थी आपकी पॉलिसीज तब? ऐसा नहीं है. सत्ता के लिए कॉम्प्रोमाइज आपने भी किए हैं, इन्होंने भी किए हैं, लेकिन आपने तो जो फंडामेंटल्स थे उन्हीं पे कॉम्प्रोमाइज किया.
Mr. Sajjan Kumar, I would like you to perhaps reiterate that point, because that was in an earlier broadcast. The point on the Congress being able to mobilize campaigns and set narratives, according to you, better than the BJP. And then what
For
happened?
the last 6-7 years, 6-7 months, it's very visible that every issue you take, I mean, not only the Manipur, I mean, in the past also, there are many issues wherein every time you see the response or the agenda is set by the opposition, and then entire BJP is trying to counter that agenda. So that way, it seems that opposition,
INDIA.
Including the
which warranted
exactly so much so that the Prime Minister has to mock it by saying it Ghamandiya. What I am saying today, but here the moot point is that while opposition has galvanized the IT cells, social media, etc., whether it is resonating on the ground is yet to be tested, and that we will see in 2024. But here one of the weakness of opposition is that political battles are not won by moral outrage, and that too when you do not have the numbers. You have lost it because of a strategic failure. Manipur has also other internal agendas. One has to accept. Let's not pretend that opposition was solely concerned on the Manipur. Yes, there were outrage, but there was also an attempt to encircle the government in run-up to 2024. And in that sense, in that guerrilla mode of politics, up to the half, opposition seems to score over the ruling party. But finally, when they walked out, they suddenly seem to lose out all the gains that have scored. So that is why today's era of comparison of the political norms and ethics should be from today's standard. When a leader is speaking in parliament, they know that they are being watched by every nook and corner and by every people on the ground. So therefore the mode of articulation is going to be acidic. It is going to be punchy. It is going to be very polemical. So comparing to a different era, with all respect to Tyagi sir, I think is not the right moment, because we do not have a guarantee that a non-BJP government or a non-BJP leader is going to bring a qualitative change. It is going to move in the same direction.
That's a very, very sad commentary, though. If that happens, Kartikeya Batra, I'll come to you. I'll give you a right to reply. Kartikeya Batra, it's a very sad commentary, because if this is the trajectory that commentary inside Parliament, if this is the road that it is going to take, it's a little sad, isn't it?
Here's the counterpoint. How do you get better? You get better by challenging the status quo, right? And you challenge the status quo, as Sajjan rightly said. If somebody is being Machiavellian, you can't be Gandhian, right? So I think that this whole idea of, yeah, I honestly feel that today's politics, the pace at which it's moving, the media coverage, this overload of information, I really think that the idea of norms and morals, while, I think one should stick to that, but in terms of execution of strategy, at times you have to be a little more clever than hoping that the other party will act as per norms. I think the message is primarily right now for the opposition, because I think, again, because they are the David against the Goliath of the government. The simple as that.
Okay. Yeah.
Comparing to another era. Now, what was Amit Shah's speech on? Comparing of what happened in Mizoram 30 years ago. Is that how you should do? There is strife right now. What you should do is talk about how you're going to bring peace. Now, one very important thing which Rahul ji also mentioned, and I'm mentioning, our army is very powerful. We all know that, Why is the army not given a free hand? Because you want the divide. Today, Rahul ji said in his press conference that I was there. When I had to go from a Methi area to a Kuki area, I was told, do not bring the Methis in. We will, there will be problems. When I went from Kuki to, I'm going to the Methi area, the Methi said, do not get the Kuki. So why does Rahul ji know? Rahul ji knows all this because he's there. It's a conflict zone, but why is there no protection? There is conflict zone. Is our army weak? What is that? What is the administration doing? It's because the police has also taken sides. Sanket, let's understand. The divide is so deep over there. To heal that divide, we need to act fast. We are not acting fast. And first thing they should do is ask that horrible, shameless chief minister of Manipur to step down. That is Biren Singh. You can change chief ministers for election. Election, you have changed Gujarat chief minister. Uttarakhand, you have changed 3 chief ministers. In Karnataka, you have changed chief minister. Okay. Why? Because you want to win election.
I think you've made your point.
For power, BJP will do anything. But for the people who are dying, who are desperate, who are desolate, we don't give a damn. That's what they are.
Manipur, I think it's unfortunate that even in the parliament there was no voice from the Manipur. We have 2 MPs from the Manipur.
I think that's a very important point.
And they are in the ruling side. Yeah, that was in the Rajya Sabha. That was in Rajya Sabha. But there was from the ruling side, at least one MP from the Manipur should be given the chance to speak.
Okay. Prakashan Sharma. One more. Prakashan Sharma. Your response.
Sanket, what the Congress and the Congress concerned people are talking about, they are just putting, ghee on the fire. आग में घी डालने का काम कर रहे हैं और देश को जलाने का काम कर रहे हैं, जो इन्होंने अभी तक किया है. द कंसर्न इज द हाउस इज बर्निंग, द मैटर इज सेंसिटिव. वी शुड नो, वी शुड सिट टुगेदर, वी शुड अंडरस्टैंड हाउ टू मेक इट डाउन, to make it come down, but that we are not doing it. No, this is their ego, because they are the egoistic people and they do only on emotion. She is talking about 33 years ago about the concern. We should understand ki what was the condition of Northeast in a particular part and where the Northeast is. Yes, issues are there. So many tribes are there. So many people are there. They have their emotional value. They have their cultural values. So many, this particular convergence has happened.
Sir, no. The concern over here is one.
Sanket, you have to ask him an important question. You need to ask him when
No, you've already asked the question.
MLAs have lost faith. Why is Biren Singh there?
Why?
The
What
MLAs
is
have
the
lost
one
faith.
moment?
Why don't you answer
What is the compulsion of going on with Mr. N. Biren Singh? This is the question being asked.
I have a short question as an Indian to the BJP spokesperson, sir.
Okay. As an Indian
voter,
can you pass on the mic?
Is it? I know. भारतीय वोटर, भारतीय नागरिक के आप सच में कह रहे हैं कि आपकी सेंट्रल और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट मिला के 100 दिन में मणिपुर जैसे राज्य को कंट्रोल नहीं कर पाई? How is that possible, sir? It is mind-boggling, And a lot of people like me, we are not affiliated to any parties. As Indians, we feel distressed and sad when we see those visuals.
Your quick response and then Mr. Tyagi.
See, we all are Indian and we all are concerned. The issue is there, the political position over there, the social position over there, the geographical position over there. We should understand what the infrastructure is there, how the things are there, and this is very much in control. Only thing we want to see the control as per our side, our perception, it should be that there. We are not seeing the whole book. We are seeing a particular page, particular draft, particular case. Lot of things are happening. Yes, it happens. But after that, what is happening? What is the condition of Manipur now? How it is controlling? They want to make it a video camera over there, the live show, and it should come there. No, the treatment is going on. The Manipur is under a treatment condition and it is doing very well because they are taking a concern. It's a matter of concern. But putting matter on a burn side, we should understand the things to make it calm down.
Running out of time, Mr. KC Tyagi.
जिस तरह की बहस संसद में नहीं हो पाई, हमारे पैनल में भी उसका अभाव में बहुत अफसोस के साथ कह रहा हूँ, क्योंकि नॉर्थ ईस्ट जो है और कश्मीर, उनमें बहुत समानता है एक जैसी. वहाँ आर्टिकल 370 था, वहाँ भी आर्टिकल है. वहाँ भी 70 साल से मिलिट्री है, यहाँ भी 70 साल से मिलिट्री है. वहाँ भी सेल्फ डिटर्मिनेशन के मूवमेंट चल रहे हैं, वहाँ भी सेल्फ डिटर्मिनेशन के मूवमेंट चल रहे हैं. नागा 1952 में फिजो ने कहा कि हम आज़ादी नहीं है, 47 में मना कर दिया उन्होंने. ऐसे ही प्रिंसली स्टेट आजादी को सेल्फ डिटर्मिनेशन का मूवमेंट चला. कल जिसका जिक्र प्रधानमंत्री कर रहे थे, एक दौर ऐसा था पूरे नॉर्थ ईस्ट में आग लगी हुई थी, मोर देन कश्मीर. चीन से उनको मदद मिल रही थी, बर्मा से मिल रही थी, उस समय ईस्ट पाकिस्तान था, वहां से मिल रही थी. एक भी पार्टी के किसी भी नेता ने छोड़ करके गगोई को उन कंसर्न को वहां पे शेयर नहीं किया. और मैं बहुत तकलीफ के साथ आपसे कहना चाहता हूं प्रकाश जी, वहां पे लगभग सब जगह, और जब कांग्रेस की सरकार आ जाएगी तो सारी सरकारें में कांग्रेस की हो जाएंगी. आपकी जानकारी के लिए मेरी पार्टी की भी सरकार रह चुकी है वहां पे मणिपुर में. जब जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस कन्वीनर थे एनडीए के, तो वहां पे हमारी पार्टी की सरकार रही है. वो तो दिल्ली की तरफ देखते हैं, तो उसमें उनको ऐसा मत समझिए कि वो आपके साथ आ गए. पूरा नागालैंड, पूरा मिजोरम, पूरा नॉर्थ ईस्ट जल रहा है. और उसमें जो शर्मा मुख्यमंत्री है वो तेल डाल रहा है वोटों की खातिर. आप मैं कहना चाहता हूँ थोड़े दिनों बाद आसाम भी जलेगा.
Okay, let's hope that doesn't happen. I've run out of time, but the point is that this debate, discussion happened, and was this able to pacify or soothe the frayed nerves in Manipur? I think because that was the objective. Was the objective served? Did Manipur get that healing touch that it wanted? That it wanted from Delhi? Has that happened? I think we'll leave you with this question and what you make of the discussion that you heard on this panel. Thank you very much for watching this special edition of The Big Fight.
तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट में पिछले बरसों में पॉलिटिक्स कितनी बदली है, क्योंकि इंस्टेबिलिटी तो अभी भी है.
आप देखिए मणिपुर में अभी भी डिस्टर्बेंस है, बट नोबडी इज क्रिटिसाइजिंग सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट. कोई प्रधानमंत्री को क्रिटिसाइज नहीं कर रहा है, कोई गृह मंत्री जी को क्रिटिसाइज नहीं कर रहा है. नोबडी इज सेइंग दैट दिस इज हैपनिंग फॉर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट.
आपके पुराने दोस्त जयराम रमेश ने 2 लोगों को पापी कहा, एक हितेश्वर साइकिया को और एक गोगोई साहब को। मुझे लगता है इस पर आपके कुछ कमेंट्स जरूर होंगे।
Jairam Ramesh was never kind to me and I was also not kind to him. तो ये जयराम रमेश जैसा लोग, वो लोग दरबारी है, और दरबारी लोग ये हकीकत नहीं जानते हैं कि पॉलिटिक्स क्या है।
दुनिया में कुछ लोग
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella.
Jeff Bezos.
Bill Gates probably.
Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
The NDTV News Network that informs, inspires, and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV because the only side we're on is yours.
Vikas Manas has met over 500 families of soldiers who have died protecting the nation.
मेरा ये मानना है, जब आप धरती पे आते हो, अगर आप दूसरों का दर्द समझो, उसके दर्द के साथ जूझो, उसका कष्ट लो, तो भगवान देखता है ये कष्ट ले ही तो रहा है, दर्द सह ही तो रहा है, इसको अब इसका देने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। तो इफ़ यू अंडरस्टैंड द पेन, ग्रीफ ऑफ समवन एल्स, go through that, live with that, God will not give you your own pain and grief.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज, हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology. Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensation.
This into what ought to have happened and what exactly happened. What ought to have happened was a debate like the one we had in 2012 on Kokrajhar. I was a young student back in the day. It was very heartening to see that leaders from across political parties spoke their hearts out as if they actually felt the pain of the people in Assam. That unfortunately didn't happen. The job of making the parliament function on these sensitive issues is both of the opposition and the government. But given the government's brute majority today, I think it's a little more on the government of the day. So that is what ought to have happened. What ended up happening was a David versus Goliath. Because of the parliamentary numbers in the no confidence motion, because that's the only format that the government agreed to, the opposition was given much less time to speak, to pull their punches, just because their numbers are lower, right? So the allocated time is less. And the government had a lot more time to speak. In that battle, David had to pull the punches much more strongly. than Goliath, disproportionately. And I think there, I don't think it was as satisfying if you are a supporter of the opposition as it should have been.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity. Because at NDTV, trust is everything. A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know.
Satya Nadella. Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates, probably. Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
The NDTV News Network that informs, inspires, and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV, because the only side we're on is yours.
Vikas Manas has met over 500 families of soldiers who have died protecting the nation.
मेरा ये मानना है, जब आप धरती पे आते हो, अगर आप दूसरों का दर्द समझो, उसके दर्द के साथ जूझो, उसका कष्ट लो, तो भगवान देखता है ये कष्ट ले ही तो रहा है, दर्द सह ही तो रहा है, इसको अब इसका देने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. तो if you understand the pain, grief of someone else, go through that, live with that, God will not give you your own pain and grief.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज, हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology. Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything. A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get Hello and welcome to Newsbreak at 7. I'm Raghav. Our top focus this evening. The Centre today brought to Parliament 3 contentious bills that could redefine archaic colonial criminal laws in the country, but also set off a new political divide. While an overhaul of the Criminal Procedure Code and the Indian Penal Code has been a much debated issue, some of the aspects of the bills brought to Parliament could be extremely contentious and politically divisive. It will be referred to a parliamentary committee. To start with, the Indian Penal Code will be called the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. The Criminal Procedure Code will become the Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita, and the Indian Evidence Act will become Bharatiya Sakshya. Now, there were strong responses to this already coming in from Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, who says that the naming of the bills in Hindi could be construed as a case of Hindi opposition. The other aspects of the bill, including 20 changes, includes 20 years punishment to life imprisonment for gang rape, death for rape of a minor. Those absconding can be tried in absentia. Update on FIR is compulsory according to the new laws in 90 days. 0 FIRs could be codified in law. For the first time, community service as punishment for petty crimes also introduced. While the word sedition is removed, offences endangering sovereignty and unity of India is brought under Section 150 of the Bharatiya Sanhita Suraksha Bill. Several other changes, several other aspects which could well become contentious both politically and legally in that bill. This is what Home Minister Amit Shah had said after the bill was brought to Parliament.
जो कानून रिपील होंगे इस तीनों विधेयक से, वो कानूनों की आत्मा जो है, वो कानूनों का मध्य बिंदु है कानून बनाने का, वो अंग्रेज शासन को मजबूत करने की दृष्टि से कानून बनाए गए थे। इनकी जगह जो 3 नए कानून बनेंगे, उनकी आत्मा होगी भारत के नागरिकों को संविधान प्रदत्त सारे अधिकार जो मिले हैं, इसकी सुरक्षा।
We'll have a panel of an ex-police officer and lawyers to discuss the potential consequences, implications of these 3 bills. Ashutosh Srivastav, advocate of the Supreme Court, he joins us from New Delhi. Advocate S. Balan, senior advocate and a human rights activist from the Karnataka High Court, he joins us from Bengaluru. We hope to be joined by Mr. L.N. Rao, former Deputy Commissioner of Police, Delhi Police, in a bit from now. But first to you, Mr. Ashutosh Srivastav. It's already becoming contentious with political reactions coming to the naming of the bill. What do you think are the key aspects of these 3 new bills that have been brought to Parliament, the ones that could be most contentious?
See, if we consider the 2022 order of the Supreme Court, wherein the Supreme Court had stated the implication of Section 124A of the Indian Penal Code, which talks about sedition. Saying that it has become a very old age law and which is being misused. That was the contention, and there should be some rethought by the government that there should be some change in the law. And accordingly, I think it is not only 124A, but there are many other provisions. I think from time to time, every country has adopted certain changes, and accordingly, considering the crimes and you know that it should basically target to the justice part of it. Nowadays, if an accused, a person who has just been alleged of an offense, if his name is implicated, it takes a long battle or long time for that person to prove that whether he has committed or not, or even to get a bail. It becomes a long task. So now certain rules and regulations which will be making amendment in the Indian Penal Code, the Criminal Procedure Code, and also the Indian Evidence Act, that will have some far-reaching effect so far as the orders or the judgments of the courts are concerned. So it is I would say that it is a comprehensive kind of a change in the criminal law system, and it is aimed at bringing justice to the people rather than only for the purpose of punishment, that the old era law which was being continued as of now. So I think there are many other aspects also. For instance, obviously that the person will have the self-defense grounds also if anything goes in that way, or there are certain changes which are aimed to protect the legal justice system for the people, so that I feel that there should not be misuse at the same time. That is the thing which has to be handled in a proper way. So the government is coming up saying that the hearings and things like that will not be delayed by the judiciaries. So that if that is considered in a proper manner, then I think the changes will have a better impact on the criminal legal system in the country.
Okay, let me just get Advocate S. Balan here for another point of view on this. Sir, obviously there has been a long debate and there has been a desperate need in terms of overhaul of what has been called archaic and colonial laws. What do you think could become potentially most contentious? Because remember, this will be studied by a parliamentary committee closely.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. See, 511 IPC sections, 484 CRPC sections, 167 Indian Evidence Act. This is time tested by the Indian judiciary by way of several judgments. Now the very name change, Bharatiya Nyaya Sannita. Sannita is a moon word, it is astrological word. Then Suraksha, Bharatiya Nakarik Suraksha, Bharatiya Sakshya. These are all Vedic and saffronization. I feel that there is an attempt on the part of corporate saffronization of Indian criminal judicial system. Since in the year 2003, the very same NDA made an attempt to amend the entire criminal law by appointing Malimat Committee. Malimat Committee is in violation of the constitutional principles. Again, when NDA come to power in the year 2018, they made an attempt. Now 2023 also they made an attempt. See, there are basic principle is Article 20 Clause 3, right against self-incrimination. Article 22, arrest and fair justice. Then no presumption, proof beyond shadow of doubt. Proof beyond shadow of doubt. All these things are thrown to winds. Now, what the Home Minister wanted is 90% conviction. Now, you see, it is already incorporated in Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, where there is part of the many provisions of IPC is named as scheduled offense. Then Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Now bail is impossible. Now the entire matrix of the case, if it is taken into consideration, see 90 days, charge sheet should be filed within 90 days. Now the attempt is made to stretch it to 180 days. Then the Home Minister wanted more capital punishment. That is against to the principles of the Constitution. Next, sir, 1 second, I'll complete it. Section 25-26 of the Evidence Act in consonance with Article 20 sub clause 3 of the Constitution, this is anti-constitutional. This is anti-national.
Okay, I will have to move to the, I get your point. We'll get a response as well, Mr. L.N. Rao. can finally join us after those little technical difficulties. Sir, your first thoughts. We've had two very strong points of view. One which believes that there is a complete overhaul of the system that was necessary. Another which believes that it's anti-constitutional and that some of the provisions could be in violation of rights. What is your point of view as far as the new laws that have been brought, new bills that have been introduced in Parliament?
Yes, good evening to you and all your viewers. So far as I could gather the information from the about the new bills which are being introduced in the Parliament, and now I think they have been sent to Select Committee for their opinion. I think that the clauses which have been read, these are incommensurate with the present situation in India, because the earlier laws are laws from the very old time, and then as you can say that that Evidence Act was 1808 and 1872, and then Indian Penal Code was 1861, and the CRPC, of course, it was being amended from time to time, but not with perspective of overhauling all the system. I think that that was a need of hour from the earlier time. There was a demand that because of this investigation is not completed within a stipulated period, and the investigation is not supported by the scientific evidences. And now with this bill, I think the police reforms will also have some gather some importance about all these things, that the scientific investigation is to be corroborated as a very prime evidence, and this judicial system also being revamped like this. But I think that there may be some problem initially, because the system, as and when there is a change in system, I don't think that is a totally change, but it is something, it's a significant change in being done, the introduction of these bills. And there may be some problem in the beginning, but I think that these are for the all betterment and the interest of the public, general public. And this will have a long way in reforming
that's
of
your
the
take.
system and the police system. Yeah.
That's your take. Let me get Ashutosh now, sir. You heard what Mr. Balan said. Your quick response to what Mr. Balan said, and then I'll get Mr. Balan to respond to what you say.
See, I would say that saying it to be unconstitutional will not be the right way of saying it. See, it is not unconstitutional or anything. Even the Supreme Court has struck down many previous sections of the IPC, if we see, and even 124A sedition, or maybe we had 497 earlier IPC. So even Supreme Court has struck down certain sections and have made certain changes in the entire legal system. So I think with the change of the time, I feel that there should be introduction of obviously certain rules and regulations or laws which have been actually recommended by the Law Commission of India, and that should be respected. So far as the names or the other things are concerned, that is a separate issue. Whether you call it by any English name or a Hindi name, that I am not commenting onto it. But only one thing I would say, that while making or framing these new laws, only that the innocent people should not be dragged in such kind of a situation where their names are implicated in any FIR or anything. And there should not be misuse of law. That should only be considered by the government. That is what is my view.
Okay, let me get Mr. Balan to quickly respond. Mr. Balan, your response. There was a need or there wasn't a need? What do you think would be the most contentious part, where Mr. Ashutosh can say what's in a name, but it seems different from south of India?
See, India has several nationalities, several language, religion, but it indicates that the names are connected to a particular religion. See, I am a trial lawyer. I know what is going on in the trial courts. See, who are being arrested, sent to jail. There are people languishing in jail for years. See, now what I heard from the talk of Honorable Home Minister, it is only a bald and a very vague introduction of these three bills. See, I read the complete the report of Justice Malimat Committee. I read the report of 2018. 2018 and 2003 criminal law amendment proposed by NDA government is, see, burden of proof. The burden of proof lies on the accused. That
You're
is
raising some-
unacceptable in the international governance. Burden of proof, fair trial, right against self-incrimination.
You're raising some very important points. I just want to get a final last word from Mr. Rao. We're running out of time. I'm sorry, Mr. Balan, we're running out of time. You're raising important points. Ashutosh has also made his argument. Mr. Rao, your final word on this, last 20 seconds. Mr. Rao.
Yes, Parliament has a prerogative to change the laws as per our Constitution of India. But I also agree with Mr. Ashutosh that even the Honorable Supreme Court has also amended so many other laws during the past when their judgments are being done, and on various judgments there are some amendment has been done, and the Supreme Court has also considered so many things which are not applicable right now. They have already, as per their judgment, they have been done. But the final verdict is of the Parliament to amend any law by the enactment and with the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, and then Honorable President of India. The final assent to that bill.
The matter will come up before a parliamentary committee for further scrutiny, but it's already started that the political divisions between North and South, as far as the name is concerned, with that political comment coming from the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister and opposition, expect more of that from perhaps some of the other southern states as well. But that's all we have time for. We'll keep on this debate. We'll keep a close focus on the progression of that bill. Thank you three for joining us and sharing your thoughts. Meanwhile, contractor trouble now for the Congress in Bengaluru. Civic works in Bengaluru city are reportedly affected because of a lack of funds and allegations that there is a demand for commissions from the new government that have come as an embarrassment for the Congress, which ran an aggressive 40% Sarkar election campaign against the Bharatiya Janata Party in the recent assembly elections. Pratibha Raman has this report.
This is one of the roads under construction near Nagere in Bengaluru North. The work has been stalled thanks to complaints raised by contractors. According to Bengaluru contractors, around 90% of all road projects, including construction of drains as well as buildings, have been put on hold. The Karnataka State Contractors Association has taken a decision to stall all the work that comes under Brihat Bengaluru Mahanagara Palike. The association alleges that the state government is yet to clear pending bills worth 25,000 crore rupees.
We are only requesting them, please release the amount, because all the contractor is suffering because banks are OD, they have stopped, and loans they have taken. People are harassing them also.
Meanwhile, viral videos of contractors arguing with officials and even alleging corruption have come as an embarrassment for the state government. The Congress's election campaign was focused on allegations against the previous BJP government of demanding 40% commission. Now, the BJP has put out allegations that the Siddaramaiah government is demanding commission from contractors.
So they are not worried about the corruption. They are not worried about the governance. They are not worried about the poor people. They are only worried how to fund the Lok Sabha election. So this ATM Sarkar, the allegation is against this Sarkar. It is becoming ATM Sarkar. Every day it is looting. Every day it is killing and misgovernance. This is what the present Congress government in the state of Karnataka stands for.
Karnataka CM has blamed a few contractors for having accused the government while catering to their own selfish interests. Ironically, the contractors and infrastructure projects seem stuck, whether it's the Congress or the BJP that's in power. With camera persons Kumar and Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
Well, contractors in political trouble, but remember, city civic works are essential for the citizens, and we'll have to keep a close watch on how they are progressing. We'll take a very short break here. When we come back, we'll tell you what's happening at the box office in Tamil Nadu and the rest of the country with Rajinikanth's Jailer.
Brought to you by
undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change, and it's happening. Not in some far off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably. Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
The NDTV News Network that informs, inspires, and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV because the only side we're on is yours.
Vikas Manas has met over 500 families of soldiers who have died protecting the nation.
मेरा ये मानना है, जब आप धरती पे आते हो, अगर आप दूसरों का दर्द समझो, उसके दर्द के साथ जूझो, उसका कष्ट लो, तो भगवान देखता है ये कष्ट ले ही तो रहा है, दर्द सह ही तो रहा है, इसको अब इसका देने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. तो if you understand the pain, grief of someone else, go through that, live with that, God will not give you your own pain and grief.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज, हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
Welcome back. Rajni Mania at its peak in Chennai is the superstar but setting the box office ablaze with Jailer. Remember, the Rajni Mania is at its peak every time his films hit the theatre, but his last two films, Annate and Darbar, didn't really set the box office ablaze. So what's the take on Jailer? I'm joined by G. Dhananjayan, a keen observer of Tamil cinema industry and a producer himself. So thank you so much for talking to us. What is the take as far as Jailer is concerned at the box office? Has it nailed the box office as most of you would have wanted it to? What's your verdict?
In fact, this is creating records. I will put it across. In Tamil cinema, everyone is delighted with the kind of response the film Jailer is getting. People always used to talk about superstar is always the top star of Indian cinema. And he proved again with the Jailer that he's on the top. Film has collected, excellent numbers. On the first day, despite the fact in Tamil Nadu, shows are limited. In fact, government didn't allow special shows. Normally here, special shows are allowed at 1 p.m. or 5 a.m. and all. The shows are not allowed. Shows are allowed only from 9 a.m. So there are only 5 shows are possible in each screen. So with that limited shows, the film has collected something like 23 to 25 crore in Tamil Nadu alone. In Kerala, Karnataka and all, special shows are allowed from 6 a.m. It collected #1 collection. In fact, Kerala, the first day collection is the highest ever collection for a non-Malayalam cinema. Similarly, Karnataka and in overseas, the film on the first day collected $4 million, which is like huge number, $4 million on the first day. The way it's going, they're expecting the film to do around $10 million. So the entire overseas market, $10 to $12 million it will do in overseas is what the prediction. Overall, the film today, Rajini has played his age. That's the biggest plus for the film. So earlier films, if you look at it, he was actually romancing. The earlier film which has done phenomenal number is 2.0, when Akshay Kumar also acted in the film. But after that, this is a film which has brought him back in such a big glory, where the film is doing record-breaking collection across the globe, not just in Tamil Nadu, not just in overseas. It's doing so well in Andhra, it's doing so well in Karnataka, it's doing so well in Kerala, and such a kind of achievement. And he's playing a 70-year-old man. He's playing a retired jailer. He's not playing young role with get up or makeup and romancing in heroine. He's not playing a typical hero. He's playing his age, and yet getting such a big success proves once again that he's a superstar of Indian cinema.
Well, Rajini often defies age and, as the joke goes, gravity as well. But his last two films didn't really work at the box office. What does this mean, if this is going to be a big hit, to the industry when it comes to a Rajini film?
Basically, in Tamil cinema always respects, Rajini sir and Kamal sir as legends. They both are always respected for their incredible achievements for the last 45, 50 years. Okay. Today, they are on the top. Again, look at it. Even after 45 years, Kamal sir after Vikram is, become #1 box office collection. Today, Rajini sir is achieving the same thing. So that means what Tamil cinema entirely what's celebrating is these two guys are legends, not just legends to be celebrated, but legends to be looked upon, saying that for box office collection. We'll keep on setting records. So that's a delight. See, you're not talking about younger stars coming and replacing them. You are always going to look upon their records as a benchmark. That is the biggest achievement of Rajini sir, we can put it. Like Kamal sir did it last year with Vikram. Okay. So both Rajini and Kamal are again setting milestones after milestones. Okay. Benchmark after benchmark for the younger stars to tell them, like, I will remain there. We will remain there as, Kamal sir is called Ulaganayagan. This, Rajini sir will be called as, superstar. They'll remain as top stars of, Tamil cinema. And also they'll also be the top stars of Indian cinema.
Our entire generation grew up with this Rajini versus Kamal sir, but just, the money, the box office, this is for the trade analysts. Give us a sense of what it is to be in the theatres today. You've seen this for many years. Why does Rajini continue to have the impact that he does? If you have an answer for that.
See, when a man is so simple and humble, the love automatically comes, and everybody carrying that humbleness and the love for him for ages. Just to complete with that statement, I'll tell you, yesterday I was watching the first show. A 3-year-old kid is coming and, celebrating inside the theater, Talaiva, Talaiva, like that. Okay. A 3-year-old kid is, talking about Talaiva, and a 60-year-old person also coming there in the theater, sitting with his wife and celebrating as Talaiva. What more you can call it as a success of a superstar? How can you define this in simple words? It's a phenomenon. It's a big achievement.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, no one can define these in words. Yes, we're at a loss of words. You need to be in a theatre in Chennai on the first day, first release, to understand really what we are talking about as star power. Perhaps it is for in other parts of the country as well, for other stars, but for Rajinikanth defining in Tamil Nadu. Well, thanks for joining us, sir. We'll keep a track of how this movie does in the coming weeks, though, because Rajini Mania is no longer a guarantee for the box office as the movie plays out.
But, it is a short, 6 days of weekend, so obviously records are going to be broken. But after that, also the film will sustain because the reports are very good. Among the audience I'm talking about, and the critics also, are more or less, most of them have loved the film.
Well, that's all we have time for on this show. The news continues here on NDTV. Thanks for watching.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology, bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything.
July 2023 has created a new record, that of being the hottest July in 120,000 years, according to climate scientists. United Nations Chief Antonio Guterres has declared that the planet is entering an era of global boiling. Now, what does this mean for our cities? More heat, more extreme weather, erratic and heavy rainfall, and massive urban flooding. Now, images of a drowning Beijing, China's swanky capital, is the most recent reminder of what fury climate change can unleash. And the memories of Delhi floods are still quite fresh in our minds, aren't they? Today on the Urban Agenda, we ask, are India's administrators aware of the increasing threats of climate change? And are there solutions to stop urban flooding? The fact is that the flooding of Indian cities has been making headlines for over a decade, and of course, it's just getting more frequent now. Let's start with 2000. Hyderabad, that got flooded. Ahmedabad, 2001. Delhi, my God, that's 2002, 2003, 2009, 2010, and 2023. Chennai, 2005 and 2015. Mumbai, again, 2005, 2017. Surat, 2006. Kolkata, 2007. Bengaluru, 2017 and 2022. Now, if climate change means more flooding, what should we be doing to protect lives, homes, livelihood, health, all of which get affected with urban flooding? Devashish Dhar, author of this wonderful book, India's Blind Spot, Understanding and Managing Our Cities. He's also been with Niti Aayog for 5 years. And Akash Hingorani, urban planner and principal Oasis Design. This is a firm that's doing several city-level on-ground projects to address this issue of urban flooding. They join me today for some answers. Now, some of the top reasons for urban flooding, I'm only going to talk about these to put a context to our discussion. They're known to everybody, but it's a good reminder. Climate change-related extreme events, that's number one. We've already spoken about it. High-intensity rainfall. So, for example, Mumbai got 78% of its rainfall on one single day. How much it gets in 1 year? Unplanned urbanization, we all know, we can see it all around us. Encroachment of floodplains, concretization of stormwater drains, loss of water recharge zones, lakes and green cover. These pretty much cover the most important reasons for urban flooding. Devashish, let me start with the question. So they're no longer sporadic. They're almost certain. Some city across the globe and in India will get flooded every year with climate change.
Absolutely.
My question is, has it become, because you've been a part of Niti Aayog and you're close, you have some connects with administrators, has it become a top priority or not?
Absolutely. So I just, and it's a very large sort of a uber question that you've just asked. I just want to simply start with the fact that cities, since Harappan civilization and until now, they have a very love-hate relationship with water, right? You usually find cities near a perennial source of water, and either it's a drought or it's a flood or it's a even heat island effect that we see in cities. So it's always a turbulent relationship. Climate change has only made it worse, and the administrators, both at the central, state, and also at the municipal level, the common citizens, they're all pretty much aware of it. In fact, the strategy for New India at 75 that Niti Aayog came out with, it has a separate section on urban resilience focusing on these issues. So I think there is definite growing cognizance of this fact. the growing cognizance of what the funding requirements would be, the growing cognizance of what the measures could be. But I guess we're always sort of playing catch up, and especially policy making, at least in India, largely has been done at the backdrop of either an adversity or a high pressure situation. So I think we're sort of catching up there, but it begets
So
the
you're
larger
saying
question.
there is cognizance,
Right.
but we're constantly playing the catch-up game, right? When
Right.
there is an emergency, everyone wakes up to
Right.
take care of it, and then everyone forgets about what's been happening.
Right.
Akash, I'm going to come to you and ask you this question. You've been, the recent big news was Coimbatore has rejuvenated its 9 lakes, is it? 9 lakes, right?
Yeah.
And all of those are a big example of how you can create water recharging zones, which is one of the ways in which you can stop urban flooding. But that is a smaller city. We are talking about our mega cities. I mean, look at the way Hyderabad construction is happening. Can you give me some examples of, so there are big ideas of what we need to do, and there are low-hanging fruits of what each city, mega city can do. Can you tell me what each mega city can do right away before the next monsoon strikes?
So, like what you said, Coimbatore eventually landed up doing 7 of the lakes that were selected under the Smart City mission. And the Coimbatore city, the lake system is a cascading system which in fact was created for irrigation. So all the water which comes down from the hills onto the river Noyal was kind of held back in these lakes, and each one overflows into the next one. And so it's like a very well sorted water story that the city has. So part of the project was to kind of restore all the connections and all the overflow systems, and study the catchment areas. But while doing that, we realized that water you can't deal with, be it a mega city or a small city. It has to be done at that level. So the catchment level is what you need to really focus on. So while a big city would have smaller catchment areas, each catchment has to be looked upon and sorted in terms of how the water will flow, where will it go. So typically what happens is, some cities have a very high water table, so you can't do too much of recharge. Some cities like Delhi, we can do a lot of recharge everywhere. So a decentralized approach to this problem, I think, is the only way.
Is the most critical. So you're saying not only decentralized, within a city, it has to be very localized.
Exactly.
Looking at how water is flowing in a particular city or in that region. Okay, I'm going to come back to you. So Devashish, look at technology today.
Right.
2005 is when National Disaster Management had come out with a list of things to be done. None of it has changed. We'll show the graphics to our audience on what all they had recommended. All of those things, if they're implemented in a city, really will take care of flooding, right? Now we have GIS systems, technology, which can actually map all that Akash is saying.
Right.
Why is that not happening?
So the short answer is because the city governments are not empowered, and just like the promise of NDMA has not been fulfilled in terms of preventing flooding, similarly the promise of 74th Amendment in terms of city governments being empowered, mayors looking at it, and there's a whole machinery.
So where is the power? Still in the state control?
State governments.
State governments. So
because
it's not devolved down.
It is not
devolved. They have
devolved.
no capacity and they don't even have funds.
They're understaffed, they're underfunded, they're under sort of trained or rather mistrained, or I don't know. In some municipalities, they did not even recognize that this might be a problem. So there are a bunch of issues around that.
They are better managed than our cities are, way better managed. All right, that's a very important point. But let me swing back to the solutions. So Akash, very interesting what you said, that you have to look at each area particularly. Just like Coimbatore, you said, look, there were already lakes which have been rejuvenated and there was a flow of water towards them. You just had to clean them up. And there are wonderful images which our audience will see on how that smart city project has been taken care of. Give me some more examples. Give me an example of any project that you might have done in Delhi which can be easily replicated across other cities of India.
The land use plan of Delhi, you'll have the road network occupies nearly 1/4 of your city's area. So all the water that falls onto the city, 24% falls directly on the street. And imagining all the abutting properties, they would also, kind of want
Get
to
flooded.
Yeah, so nearly 50% of your stormwater is happening on the street. So if there was any plan to, look at flooding, streets would be at the forefront of what you need to do. So when you're designing a street, typically what happens, your green belts or the green areas of the street are always higher. The curb is higher.
You're saying that the green areas need to be lower.
Yeah. So
that the water can flow to the green areas.
Yeah. So that was the first basic, kind of revelation that we had when we were working on these projects. Green and the blue never get to, see each other.
Wow.
All the water.
How difficult it is to change this now?
I'll just come to that. So all the water typically today gets into a drain. That drain goes and meets a bigger drain and onto a nala. That nala will take the water back into the river. So essentially all the rainfall that happens in a city is, designed to leave the city as fast as possible without flooding it. But what happens to recharge? What happens to groundwater? So in Delhi, like for instance, all our groundwater is depleting, but there isn't enough opportunity for the rainwater to actually get absorbed because the green areas are not designed.
They're at a higher level than the streets. Can you fix it? My question.
Yeah. So in our projects, we've been doing street design for some time now. So we decided that we will, try to address this problem. So we actually came up with a little handbook way back in 2012, where we looked at how the curbstone needs to change so that the green areas could be depressed and become like a swale. So the water from the road could get into this green area, get filtered, allow it to soak. So the principle is slow, spread, and soak. So slow down the speed of the water, spread it out, and let it soak away. And the overflow of the system can be connected back to the conventional drain.
All right. So that's very interesting. It's a workable solution, and you can mark the blue and green areas of every city, and this can be taken care of. Devashish, I looked at, everyone talks about the fact that, oh my God, Indian cities simply cannot catch up to cities of China, Beijing and Shanghai.
Right.
But even Beijing could not stop the flooding which it saw this time, right? And they diverted the water to the villages outside, which was even worse, right? Or the outlying areas. They weren't villages, but they were, urban outlying areas. Global examples of some things that can be replicated for Indian cities, because this is now a phenomena which we have to deal with.
No, I just want to take you back a little to the history that whenever such churn, demographic churn happens from rural, population moving from rural areas to urban areas, this churn happens in pretty much all countries. It happened in the US in the 19th century, in Europe in 16th, 17th, 18th century, not 16th, but 18th and 19th century. And London had to wait until 1854 to figure out the whole cholera problem, right? So the churn is bound to happen. And if China is facing, it's not that China has solutions to all the problems. So they're still a developing country and they're dealing with their own problem. The biggest example that I can give you is of Netherlands. They have this program called Delta Works, which is a bunch of civil engineering projects to manage water. And within that, they have this initiative called Room for Water. So that basically that ensures that all the water that you get during the rainfall flows to the river eventually and it's not disrupted.
So you also have to clear all the passages, right?
Exactly.
Now that desilting has to happen before the monsoons. Again, it's a chicken and egg situation because municipal corporations don't have enough manpower to get it done. And though, I must say, before G20, the area that I live in right around IIT used to be flooded and suddenly everything is cleared because now they have to make that passage clear. Is the road to Qutub Minar, right?
Exactly.
So if there is a will, there is a way. 100%. Look at the FARs of the cities, they've changed, right? If you look at Bengaluru, but the drainage system probably is still what was inherited about 30, 35, 40 years ago. Akash, very quick, 3 things that you feel immediately, in short, because we're running out of time, which we must implement, all city administrators must make a priority.
See, I personally really admire the smart city, mission, the way it set up the architecture for the SPV to, go around and take up. All the agencies would have to kind of agree and collaborate and cooperate. I think that's completely missing.
And this is a very interesting thing. Smart cities mission has come under so much flack because when there's flooding, they say, what are we talking about smart cities? But essentially, it does create an SPV structure and all agencies do come together to make even small changes happen, right?
I have a contention to that point. My point is that the SPVs, although might be performing really well, but at some point they need to be given to the cities because it's also, you have created a third sort of structure. There are parastatal agencies, there are development authorities, and now SPVs. So at some point there has to be a convergence. So there might be pocket of excellence in smart cities, which I agree they are in many cases, but that also needs to be sort of converged with the administration.
Replicated. Okay, yeah. Akash, last point.
So, typically in a city, the road comes under a different agency, the stormwater under different, parks under different, they don't talk to each other. So they're like working in silos. I mean, what I was trying to tell you was the SPV allowed us that, everybody would sit on a table and be,
Please agree.
And if
So,
there's a problem,
I think both of you are talking about the same thing. You're saying SPV at least has given us an example of how to make different municipal corporations and different city bodies talk to each other and accomplish something. What he's saying is, let it not be a silo because people don't feel the benefits. It has to be a massively replicable sort of a model. Gentlemen, this is a conversation which we will have you back for many a times. But thank you very much. Good ideas, excellent ideas, and of course, a very useful conversation. We stand to lose lives, livelihoods, and billions of rupees with urban flooding. I don't have to say that. Everyone knows there are solutions to flood-proof our cities. Our experts have said some. None of these are rocket science. What we need is the vision to prioritize this agenda and the will to implement it, make it a priority. When we return, we bring you an inspiring story of a startup addressing another big city challenge, that of construction and demolition or C&D waste. Now, this is a waste which does not stink, it does not smell, but it causes air pollution, clogs our drains, and adds to our mounting landfills. Stay with us.
For you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably. Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai?
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
The NDTV News Network that informs, inspires, and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV because the only side we're on is yours.
Vikas Manas has met over 500 families of soldiers who have died protecting the nation.
मेरा ये मानना है, जब आप धरती पे आते हो, अगर आप दूसरों का दर्द समझो, उसके दर्द के साथ जूझो, उसका कष्ट लो, तो भगवान देखता है ये कष्ट ले ही तो रहा है, दर्द सह ही तो रहा है, इसको अब इसका देने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. तो if you understand the pain, grief of someone else, go through that, live with that, God will not give you your own pain and grief.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज, हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology, bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
23 years of the big fight. This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Welcome back to our special segment, Inspire India. Now, this is our endeavor to highlight wonderful, inspiring stories of ordinary people, NGOs and citizen initiatives that are making our cities better, more livable and sustainable. Watch how Malba Project, a Delhi-based organization, has set out to make the capital of India free of harmful construction and demolition waste that ends up clogging Delhi and adding to its air pollution and landfills.
Delhi, where construction work primarily means breaking down of older homes and buildings to rebuild taller, more modern structures. The question then is, what happens to all the waste generated in such demolitions, from discarded bricks and tiles to doors, windows and even wires?
We're raising awareness. That's also a huge factor, that people lack awareness about this waste stream. Just because it doesn't stink, people don't take it seriously.
According to government figures, Delhi's current construction and demolition waste recycling capacity is 5,150 tons per day. But experts in the field believe almost double of that, or 8,000 to 10,000 tons of construction or demolition or C&D waste is generated every day makes to the recycling facilities. Bottom line, there's a heavy price to pay for this uncycled C&D waste, commonly known as Malba, in North India.
So Malba has a lot of harmful effects. One of the most significant ones is its contribution to air pollution. So Malba has a lot of PM10 and PM2.5 that comes out of it, which, so these activities contribute about 30% to Delhi's air pollution right now. Apart from this, because we end up illegally dumping Malba, you will find it clogging drains, the natural drainage system of the city. So every monsoon when you see a flood in Delhi, a lot of it is because we have filled our low-lying areas with Malba.
Shamita and her team at Malba Project set out with a vision to make Delhi free of C&D waste by 2030 by addressing it in an Uber-like model. They collect C&D waste from any demolition site on request and take it to the recycling facility, which would convert it into reusable paver tiles, paver blocks and zigzag tiles.
So requesting a Malba pickup is fairly simple. Just write Malba pickup Delhi. Malba Projects request Malba pickup and you just click request to book. The second way also I'll show you, malbaproject.com. You come to our website, you'll see Uber for waste written here and you can click on request pickup. You click request to book.
What's more, Malba Project has onboarded waste haulers and a fair price is calculated and displayed transparently on the website.
Everything is a resource. This concept talks about an industrial scale. So we're talking about the construction sector in large, like how do we make the construction sector circular? So that is what we started with, and this is why Malba Project exists, to make the construction sector a lot more circular.
A country like Singapore recycles 99% of construction and demolition waste. Guess how much India has managed? Just 1%. Pavements, footpaths, parks, back alleys and landfills should be our last resource to dump any C&D waste in. We wish Malba project success and hope many more similar initiatives come up across India. If you have an inspiring story to share, write into us at theurbanagenda@ndtv.com. And thank you so much for joining me. Goodbye.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening. Not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety-filled, too technical, or too political. I'm here to change that. The Climate Explainers, part of NDTV's 6-month-long campaign, building a blueprint for climate action. The climate clock is ticking, but we're just in time.
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella?
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably. Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai?
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji. Technical Guruji.
Technical Guruji.
चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
The NDTV News Network that informs, inspires and illuminates. Watch every side of the story here on NDTV, because the only side we're on is yours.
Vikas Manas has met over 500 families of soldiers who have died protecting the nation.
मेरा ये मानना है, जब आप धरती पे आते हो, अगर आप दूसरों का दर्द समझो, उसके दर्द के साथ जूझो, उसका कष्ट लो, तो भगवान देखता है ये कष्ट ले ही तो रहा है, दर्द सह ही तो रहा है, इसको अब इसका देने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. तो if you understand the pain, grief of someone else, go through that, live with that, God will not give you your own pain and grief.
That was fast, right? But tech is evolving even quicker than our abilities to adapt. And that's how I like to roll. Technology तो आप सभी के पास है, but what you need is everything else. मेरा नाम है गौरव और अब मैं आ गया हूँ NDTV नेटवर्क पे, हर रोज, हर हफ्ते, अब आपके और पास. Go beyond the now.
When there's too much talking but very little being said, too many voices but hardly any being heard, you turn to a show that puts you front and center. A show that headlines the stories of the people, by the people, for the people.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
Covering the latest developments across politics, business and technology. Bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
"23 years of the big fight." This show is not just an ordinary debate show, but it is a responsibility in service of our viewers.
NDTV for news you can trust. No sensationalism, no ugly debates, no agenda. We strive to be transparent and unbiased in our reporting so you can get news that you can rely on.
In a world filled with noise, we bring you news that you can rely on with accuracy and integrity, because at NDTV, trust is everything.
A debate has many facets, perhaps no one right answer. Left, right, and center. Conversations that get to the core of the debate.
It's undeniable. We're facing the crisis of the generation, climate change. And it's happening, not in some far-off distant land or some millions of years away. It's happening now. And it affects everything we know and love. Information around climate change can often feel too distant, too jargony, too scary, too anxiety.
नमस्कार, आप देख रहे हैं एनडीटीवी। मैं हूं संजय पुगलिया। आज़ादी की सालगिरह पर एक खास स्पेशल इंटरव्यू सीरीज हम आपके लिए लेकर के आए हैं, जिनमें हम बहुत चुने हुए लोगों से बात कर रहे हैं कि उनकी नज़र में ये आज़ादी की सालगिरह उनको कैसी दिखती है और आगे की रूपरेखा उनकी नज़र में क्या है। आज हमारे विशेष मेहमान हैं असम के मुख्यमंत्री हिमंता बिस्वा शर्मा, और वो बहुत अचाल और एग्रेसिव और मुखर वक्ता के रूप में जाने जाते हैं, लेकिन बहुत कम लोग जानते हैं कि वो इंडिविजुअल लाइफ में कितने सौम्य और सरल किस्म के आदमी हैं। ये बातें मैं आपको बताऊंगा। आपने हमारे लिए वक्त निकाला हिमंता, बहुत शुक्रिया आपका।
थैंक यू।
पहला सवाल आपसे यहीं से शुरू होगा कि आपका एक फोकस रहा है नॉर्थ ईस्ट को लेके, असम को लेकर के, और हम लोग पैट्रोनाइजिंग ढंग से बोलते रहे हैं, मुख्य धारा में शामिल करेंगे, डिकेड से सुनते आए, जब से जर्नलिज्म शुरू किया तब से। शायद गलती हमारी भी है, लेकिन ये जो इंटीग्रेशन होना चाहिए, इमोशनल हो चाहे फिजिकल कनेक्टिविटी का हो, या जो पॉलिटिकल इंस्टेबिलिटी के दौर से हम गुजरे, कौन से साइन पोस्ट आप देखते हैं जिससे हम जहां आज पहुंचे हैं वहां हैं?
देखिए, नॉर्थ ईस्ट एक बहुत ही क्रिटिकल, क्रूशियल येट वेरी वेरी पोटेंट एंड रिसोर्सफुल जियोग्राफी है भारत का। बहुत सारे कम्युनिटी होता है, कम्युनिटी का आइडेंटिटी भी होता है कि हमारा एक इंडिविजुअल आइडेंटिटी है। देन वी इन्वोक आवर स्टेट आइडेंटिटी, देन वी ऑल्सो इन्वोक्ड आवर इमोशनल आइडेंटिटी ऑफ नॉर्थ ईस्ट। कभी कभी हम हमारा बीच में लड़ते हूँ, कभी कभी वी फाइट विद द हुएवर इज इन पावर इन दिल्ली, एंड येट आप जब दिल्ली का लोग, मुंबई का, चेन्नई का, बेंगलोर का लोग नॉर्थ ईस्ट जाते हैं, हम बहुत ही हॉस्पिटलिटी से उनको स्वागत भी करता हूँ। तो थोड़ा विविधता है, लेकिन धीरे धीरे जब से नॉर्थ ईस्ट का लोग बाहर, मतलब व्हेन आई से बाहर, आई एम जस्ट सेइंग आउट ऑफ नॉर्थ ईस्ट, काफ़ी सारे यंग पॉपुलेशन नॉर्थ ईस्ट का बाहर काम करने आए, और वहाँ में उनका एक अच्छा खासा इनकम हुआ, सेटलमेंट हुआ, एस्टैब्लिश हुआ, काफ़ी सारे गैप रिमूव होने स्टार्ट हो गया है। कुल मिला के मेरा डिस्ट्रिक्ट से सिंस 2010, 14, 16, in last decades, the conflict with the mainland has come down significantly.
Right. इस सरकार में खास बात ये हुई है कि पॉलिटिक्स हो या गवर्नेंस या जिसको कहें डेवलपमेंट, उसके नाते जो बॉर्डर स्टेट्स हैं उन पे बहुत ज़्यादा ध्यान दिया गया। नॉर्थ ईस्ट से लेकर के जम्मू कश्मीर तक एक बड़े बड़े लैंडमार्क हैं ये। तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट में पिछले बरसों में चेंज क्या हुआ है? जैसे आपने ये पीपल इंटरेक्शन इंटरफेस का एक चेंज बताया, पॉलिटिक्स कितनी बदली है? क्योंकि इंस्टेबिलिटी तो अभी भी है।
एक नॉर्थ ईस्ट में एक परसेप्शनल चेंज हुआ फ्रॉम 2014, कि इसलिए 2014 का पहले मैं नहीं बोलूँगा काम नहीं हुआ था, बट काम वही स्पीड से होता था कि कोई चीफ मिनिस्टर आए, यहाँ कैंप करे, पर्टिकुलर रास्ता का सिक्योरिटी लेके जाए, कोई बड़ा मंत्री एमपी यहाँ आके सालों बात करे, कोई एक रेलवे ट्रैक का सिक्योरिटी लेके जाए। डेवलपमेंट वाज एट वेरी वेरी स्लो पेस। फ्रॉम 2014 सडनली एक कनेक्टिविटी में बहुत बड़ा ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हुआ। एकदम चाइना बॉर्डर तक रोड बनना शुरू हुआ, रेलवे ट्रैक शुरू हुआ। सडनली ऑल मीटर गॉज हैड कन्वर्टेड टू ब्रॉड गेज। एक गुवाहाटी एयरपोर्ट अभी मेरा लगता है कि अगर नया हवाई जहाज इंट्रोड्यूस हो जाए तो हमारा लैंडिंग का जगह भी नहीं है। सो इट बिकम सो मच बिजिएस्ट एयरपोर्ट, इंडियाज 5th बिजिएस्ट एयरपोर्ट इन टर्म्स ऑफ पैसेंजर। सारे नॉर्थ ईस्ट का कैपिटल फ्लाइट्स एयरपोर्ट पूरा शुरू हो गया। उड़ान स्कीम आया, वायबिलिटी गैप फंडिंग का काम शुरू हुआ, हाईवेज काफ़ी बने, इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी बहुत बड़ा पैमाने में सुधर गया। सो एक 2014 से एक ह्यूज परसेप्शनल चेंजेस हैपन इन नॉर्थ ईस्ट दैट somebody is caring for the region, somebody is working for the region, and you don't have to go and camp Delhi to getting your legitimate dues done, because broad gauge was a legitimate expectation. हर स्टेट कैपिटल राजधानी एक्सप्रेस से जोड़े, दैट वाज आवर लेजिटिमेट एक्सपेक्टेशन, बट वो काम नहीं होता था। मैं नहीं बोला कि बिट बाय बिट काम नहीं बना, अगर कोई मेरा
एक्सेलरेशन नहीं था,
कोई एक फोकस प्रोजेक्ट नहीं था कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट को करना है। कोई बड़ा एक व्यक्ति एमपी बने, उनका कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में 2 साल रूल हुआ, लेकिन नाउ इट इज बियॉन्ड दैट, इट इज द रीजन हैज बिकम फोकस। उनका एक बहुत बड़ा उदाहरण मैं आपको देता हूं, आप भी बोलते हैं अभी डिस्टर्बेंस है। आप देखिए मणिपुर में अभी भी डिस्टर्बेंस है, बट नोबडी इज क्रिटिसाइजिंग सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट। कोई प्रधानमंत्री को क्रिटिसाइज नहीं कर रहा है, कोई गृह मंत्री जी को क्रिटिसाइज नहीं कर रहा है। नोबडी इज सेइंग दैट दिस इज हैपनिंग फॉर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट। पहले कुछ भी हो जाता था, द ब्लेम वुड हैव कम टू दिल्ली। नाउ people know that this is our conflict, nothing to do with Delhi. So आप आज मई से ये conflict situation है नॉर्थ ईस्ट में, and you will see the politician from mainland is criticizing Narendra Modi, but nobody from Manipur is blaming Narendra Modi.
आप जो कह रहे हैं वो फाइन फर्क है। आप ये कह रहे हैं कि वहां के लोग, न सिर्फ मणिपुर या पूरे इलाके के लोग, ये नहीं कह रहे हैं कि दिल्ली ने किया।
नहीं, अभी दे लुक दिल्ली विथ ए सेंस ऑफ ग्रेटिट्यूड। लोगों का मन में यही है कि हमने हमारा बीच में कॉन्फ्लिक्ट रिजॉल्व करके जो एक दिल्ली को हमने स्पेस देना चाहिए था, दैट वी आर नॉट एबल टू प्रोवाइड। सो रादर मेनी पीपल आर लिटिल बिट डिफेंसिव।
तो ये बहुत आप इंपॉर्टेंट बात बता रहे हैं। जब लोग डिफेंसिव हैं, लोगों में सोचने में बदलाव है कि हम हर वक्त दिल्ली को ब्लेम नहीं कर सकते, ऐसे में ये जो संकट है, क्राइसिस है, जहां पहुंच गया है, ब्लेम गेम को बिल्कुल छोड़ दें। तो भी सॉल्व करने के लिए आप प्रपोज क्या करते हैं? क्योंकि यहां हम कम सुन रहे हैं, हम एनालिसिस सुन रहे हैं, प्रपोजल टू सॉल्व क्या है?
हमारे जो, जैसे मैं शुरुआत में बोला, वी लिव पीसफुली, बट हमारे जो ट्राइबल इलाका है और मणिपुर, अरुणाचल, नागालैंड, देयर आर वेरी वेरी डीप रूटेड इश्यूज एग्जिस्ट। क्या आप सोच भी सकता है कि एक कम्युनिटी, आप यू आर ए पीपल ऑफ मणिपुर, बट अभी आप मणिपुर का ही 2/3 हिस्सा में आप लैंड नहीं खरीद सकते हो, लेकिन जो 2/3 हिस्से में है, दे कैन परचेज लैंड इन एंटायर स्टेट। देयर आर इश्यूज। आप जो कांग्रेस का समय से उसका पहले, हमारे जैसे आप भारत में स्टेट बने, उत्तराखंड बने, झारखंड बने, छत्तीसगढ़ बने, मध्य प्रदेश सरकार भी जानते हैं कि मेरा सीमा कहाँ है, छत्तीसगढ़ भी जानते हैं मेरा सीमा कहाँ है, उत्तराखंड जानते हैं मेरा सीमा है कहाँ है, यूपी जानते हैं मेरा सीमा कहाँ है, लेकिन मैं नहीं जानता हूँ असम का सीमा कहाँ है, मिजोरम का सीमा कहाँ है। मैं नहीं जानता हूँ कि अरुणाचल का सीमा कहाँ है, अरुणाचल नहीं जानता है कि मेरा सीमा कहाँ है। स्टेट were carved out from Assam. People of Assam has never raised any objection. आप उसी समय एक सीमा you could have drawn कि this will be the line and वही हमारा सीमा होगा, ये नया राज्य का ये सीमा होगा, लेकिन जानबूझ के वो सीमा अंकन नहीं किया गया. So we are fighting today because now after 50 years
जानबूझ के नहीं किया गया या एडहॉक तरीके से कि करने के लिए स्टेट बना दो और गवर्नेंस भूल गए.
Why people of Northeast were angry with the Delhi? Because हमारा वहाँ परसेप्शन है कि ये जानबूझ के नहीं किया गया.
Okay.
इसीलिए दिल्ली का ऊपर और whoever was in power in Delhi, we remain angry. हमारा लगता है कि हमारे बीच लड़वाने का जो व्यवस्था आप ही लोग करके गया. Otherwise we call ourselves at seven sisters.
तो ये एक लिंगरिंग प्रॉब्लम है. अब आप लोग इसको कैसे फिक्स करने का सोच रहे हैं कि सीमाएं पक्की हो जाएं?
नहीं, it will take time. अभी धीरे धीरे 2014 से प्रधानमंत्री जी ने क्या किया, एक नॉर्थ ईस्ट का लोगों के लिए एक हीलिंग टच लेके आया कि ऑल राउंड डेवलपमेंट. टुडे यू गो टू गुवाहाटी, if you have visited 20 years back, you will not see the same city. If you will go to any part of Northeast, it is not the same geography now. Change has taken place. मैं आपको और थोड़ा पहले का एक कहानी बताता हूँ. थोड़ा दिन पहले इंडियन आर्मी का कोई जवानों ने फायर खोला एक ओटिंग नाम में नागालैंड का स्थान में. कोई लोग मारे गए इन द फायरिंग. अगर पहले आर्मी का फायरिंग में जो भी कारण में अगर कोई कम्युनिटी का लोग मरे, कम से कम 1 साल वो जगह अशांत रहता था. Huge procession, thousands of people would have been on road, burning of shops, anything. जो आर्मी का साथ झगड़ा है, it would have come to the Indian. धीरे धीरे वही काम शुरू हो जाता था मारवाड़ी लोगों का ऊपर, हिंदी भाषी लोगों का ऊपर. People started seeing reflection of army on those people and would have started the same kind of anger and revengeful attitude against them. That was our history. Rightly, wrongly, that was our painful history. But अभी इतना बड़ा कांड हुआ, nobody blame Indian army. They said that we want action against the particular person of Indian army, not against Indian army. We have nothing to do with the central government. I know that Modi ji has not ordered us, but this is a wrong done by these few people. Let court martial happens against these few people. So that perceptual changes happen. अभी भी जो मणिपुर का conflict है, you need to give healing touch. There are so many issues. The Meitei people are demanding tribal status. Kuki people say no, we cannot give. Meitei people are saying that we need equal land rights. Then other people are objecting. Then Meitei people are saying that no, you cannot give shelter to the Kukis from Myanmar. Kuki is saying no, they are our brothers, they are coming here as a refugee, we need to look after them. Meitei is saying that demography is changing. Kuki is saying no, it is the same demography because the India and Myanmar is a new creation. We were together in this geography from thousands of years. So there are so many...
It's very complex.
Very complex micro level issue, and it is keep coming back. 1993, you have seen almost 2,000 people got killed out of that conflict. And from 93 to 2023, in last 20 years, except that few years post 2016, there was no permanent peace between the communities in Manipur. So there are long legal reason, constitutional reason, ethnic reason, cultural reason, and you just cannot solve it like that.
Yeah. So how do you propose to solve as the immediate healing touch?
I think the situation has improved in last 2 months. There is no major incident happening. The viral video has shocked the conscience of the nation, but that video was little bit predated. I mean, it was not of the current happening. It happened 45 days back. But as of now, Manipur situation has improved. One situation improved from law and order point of view. We need to start official discussion with the communities. Today, everybody is talking to government of India, but they are not talking to each other. So we need to go to the next step. But the way Delhi people, some people are in Delhi saying that one visit of one person will resolve, one statement will resolve. It is not that easy thing. That only expose that how much they are not unaware or they are not know of the situation happening in the northeast.
Right. ऐसे तो आप असम के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, लेकिन बेसिकली अब हम लोग कैसे देखते हैं कि ये जो पूरा 25 सीट है, तो अब आप उसके डिफेक्टो लीडर या इंचार्ज हैं और आपको वो डिलीवर करना है, आप स्टेटमेंट भी दे रहे हैं इस बारे में। मेरा आपसे क्वेश्चन ये है कि असम की अगर हम बात करें तो जो पॉलिटिक्स साइड में आपने जो इश्यूज पिक किए हैं या उसको जैसे फ्रेम किया है, मैटरनल हो या इन्फेंट मोर्टेलिटी हो, इम्पॉर्टेंट इश्यूज हैं, लेकिन एक दूसरा क्रिटिक ये है कि बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग ढंग से, सिग्निफिकेंट ढंग से, आइडियोलॉजिकल तरीके से आप इसको डाइवर्सिफिकेशन भी कह सकते हैं। आप इस कमेंट्री पर कैसे रिएक्ट करते हैं?
एक लोगों का परसेप्शन बनता है कुछ कुछ बात बोलने का कारण, बट मेरा जो टेस्ट है वो टेस्ट हाउ आई एम गवर्निंग असम। आज अगर आप असम में जाते हो, Assam is a state where Hindu and Muslims are living peacefully. During the Congress regime, when I was also minister, because of the wrong policy, come se come every 5 years or 4 years there was a communal conflict and huge bloodshed. So from 2014, Assam is completely peaceful. एक एक करके जनजातीय विद्रोही संगठन मेन स्ट्रीम में आ रहा है। हिंदू एंड मुस्लिम इज लिविंग पीसफुली। और आप जान के आश्चर्य होगा जब मैं दिल्ली में बोलता हूँ मद्रासा बंद कीजिए, मुसलमान बेटा बेटी को डॉक्टर बनना है, टुडे यू विल बी एस्टोनिश्ड टू नो इन असम आउट ऑफ 1200 मेडिकल सीट 380 मेडिकल सीट गोज टू द मुस्लिम बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स। जो मैं बोल रहा हूं बाहर में लोग बोलते हैं इट इज अ कम्युनल स्टेटमेंट, बट इन असम दैट ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन इज हैपनिंग। सारे मुस्लिम बेटियों को अभी आप स्कूल में देखेगा। We are next month I am going to inaugurate 7 colleges only for the Muslim बेटियों के लिए। So huge expansion is happening।
तो आपकी बात को हम लोग तो पॉलिटिक्स और इलेक्शन देखते हैं, तो उस हिसाब से अगर मैं यूं इंटरप्रेट करूं कि आप ये कह रहे हैं कि आसाम से बीजेपी का मुसलमानों का वोट शेयर सबसे ज्यादा डिलीवर करेंगे आप?
अभी वोट नहीं चाहिए। मेरा एक प्रोनाउंस स्टैंड है कि अभी हमें मुसलमान लोगों का, खास करके जो बंगाली मुसलमान लोगों का वोट है, अभी हमें नहीं चाहिए। किसी सारे जो प्रॉब्लम हुआ वोट के लिए हुआ। कांग्रेस को वोट चाहिए था, इसीलिए कांग्रेस ने क्या किया, उनमें रोड नहीं बनाया, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी लेके नहीं गया, स्कूल नहीं बनाया, कॉलेज नहीं बनाया, कोई घर नहीं दिया, कोई आपको जो भी प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्कीम है कि इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन नहीं किया, घर घर का बिजली बाती लेके नहीं गया। आई हैव टेकन ए प्रिंसिपल स्टैंड कि देखो मुझको वोट नहीं चाहिए, मुझको अभी नेक्स्ट 10 इयर्स आपका इलाका में डेवलपमेंट करना है, आपका यहाँ में चाइल्ड मैरिज को खत्म करना है, आपका इलाका में मुझको ये इंश्योर करना है कि लोग मद्रासा ना जाए, लोग मेडिकल कॉलेज जाए, लोगों को मुझको ये इंश्योर करना है कि हर मुसलमान गर्ल्स गोज टू स्कूल एंड कंटिन्यू अप टू ग्रेजुएशन लेवल। तो 10-15 साल मुझको ये काम करना है, फिर जाके मैं वोट मांगूंगा। अभी वोट का जरूरत नहीं है, बिकॉज वोट मांगने से ही वो एक लेना देना जैसा हो जाएगा।
आप नहीं बनाना।
तो मैंने अभी इसको ट्रांजैक्शनल नहीं बनाना चाहता हूं। तो 2016 इलेक्शन में, 2020 इलेक्शन में मैंने स्टैंड लिया कि आपका इलाका में हम कैंपेन के लिए नहीं जाऊंगा। आज से मॉडल कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट शुरू हो गया, आज से हम आपका वहां नहीं आऊंगा, फिर चुनाव जीतने का बाद आऊंगा। एंड इस बार भी मैं लोकसभा चुनाव का पहले मैं ही बोल रहा हूं कि आप लोग जिसको भी वोट देना है ज्यादा टेंशन नहीं लेना, बीजेपी आपका वहाँ कैंपेन के लिए भी नहीं जाएगा, लेकिन आप मुझे काम करने का मौका दो।
लेकिन आप जब इमोशनल कनेक्शन की बात अभी कर रहे थे नेशनल संदर्भ में, तो वो इमोशनल कनेक्शन वोट ले ना ले फिर भी बनाना चाहिए और आपको जाना चाहिए कैंपेन के लिए।
देखिए, कैंपेन में नहीं जाना चाहिए, बाकी समय जाइए। वो खाली 21 दिन ही मत जाइए ना। यू डोंट गो दैट 21 डेज, वो समय कांग्रेस को दे दीजिए। किसे लेट देम रियलाइज दैट कांग्रेस और मेरा संबंध वोट का है और बीजेपी और मेरा संबंध वोट से ऊपर है। तो मैं उसी ढंग से, बट दिस इज ए वेरी पॉजिटिव वे मैं कर रहा हूं। मैं हर महीना में कोई ना कोई मुस्लिम जिले में जाता हूं, कोई मुस्लिम इलाका में जाता हूं, सबका साथ मिलता हूं। अभी 15 दिन पहले उनका ही एक इलाका में बहुत बड़ा एक ब्रिज का उद्घाटन था, वहां में भी मैंने किया। हर जगह में जाता हूं, लेकिन मैं पॉलिटिक्स और वोट का बात नहीं करता हूं।
इंटरेस्टिंग है आपका तरीका काम करने का। मैंने कोशिश की, बहुत अच्छी बातें हुई और आपने बहुत डिटेल में बताया कि हम लोग कुछ खास तरह की पॉलिटिक्स की बात नहीं करेंगे, क्योंकि आपके ज़्यादातर इंटरव्यूज़ एंकर लोग ही डोमिनेट करवा देते हैं खास आदमी और एक खास पार्टी के बारे में बात करने के लिए। लेकिन एक मैंने बहुत अजीब सा स्टेटमेंट देखा जिसकी मैं चर्चा करना चाहता हूँ। कल ही हुआ ये। आपके पुराने दोस्त जयराम रमेश ने 2 लोगों को पापी कहा, एक हितेश्वर साइकिया को और एक गोगोई साहब को। मुझे लगता है इस पर आपके कुछ कमेंट्स जरूर होंगे।
देखिए, एक बात है, जब मैं कांग्रेस में रहा, जयराम रमेश was never kind to me and I was also not kind to him.
Very candid.
तो मैंने उनका घर में कभी नहीं आया, और जब वो असम में जाता था तो मैं उनको कभी रिसीव नहीं किया, although I was a small political worker, because मेरा पहला दिन से वो लोगों उनसे मेरा वाइब अच्छा नहीं लगा।
क्या प्रॉब्लम है आपको जयराम से?
प्रॉब्लम यही है कि यूटोपियन है, आप ही खुद राज्यसभा में आते हैं और आप ही पॉपुलर लीडर को गाली देते हो। आप आज सोचिए, अगर जयराम रमेश जी मेरा ऊपर टिप्पणी करता है और मेरे जैसा लोगों को आप बोलते हैं कि देखो ही इज दैट, ही इज दिस, will people of Assam will appreciate him? How they are disconnected?
उन्होंने क्या सिन का पाप किया कि आपको मौका दिया?
देखिए, उन्होंने मुझको मौका नहीं दिया। मैंने गोगोई साहब को जिंदा रहने से भी, जिंदा जब था, मैंने उनको प्रूफ करके दिखाया कि मैं आपका सिंपैथी के लिए यहाँ नहीं हूँ, मेरा अपना जमीन है।
बिल्कुल।
हितेश्वर साइकिया जी मुझको कांग्रेस नहीं लाया, मैंने पूरा असम का स्टूडेंट्स कम्युनिटी को उनका रिक्वेस्ट में कांग्रेस का साथ वो समय जुड़वाया। उसके लिए आई बिकम टारगेट ऑफ अल्फा एंड आई सेव माई लाइफ, और डेस्टिनी हैज सेव माई लाइफ एटलीस्ट इन 3 क्लोज एनकाउंटर। तो इस व्यक्ति का कोई ये नहीं है। जब हितेश्वर साइकिया जी से मैं मिला था, दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम आई वॉज द 3 टाइम जनरल सेक्रेटरी ऑफ द असम बिगेस्ट एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट। तो कांग्रेस ने, मैं पहला दिन से ही कांग्रेस को बोला, देखो आपने मुझको कुछ नहीं दिया, मैंने आपको बहुत दिया
जी।
तो मैं ये बात को कभी नहीं मानता हूं कि गांधी फैमिली हमें कुछ देता है। मैं हमेशा मानता हूं कि हमारा खून से गांधी फैमिली बना है।
बिल्कुल।
लोग जो बोलता है ना कि इसको राहुल जी ने इतना दे दिया, राजीव जी ने इतना दे दिया, मैं नहीं मानता हूं। मैं मानता हूं इट वाज अ स्ट्रीट सोल्जर ऑफ कांग्रेस पार्टी। वो खून देते हैं और आप दिल्ली में बैठ के आप राज करते हैं। इट इज ए रादर रिवर्स रिलेशन। तो ये जयराम रमेश जैसा लोग, वो लोग दरबारी है, और दरबारी लोग ये हकीकत नहीं जानते हैं कि पॉलिटिक्स क्या है।
आपने कहा राज्यसभा, आपने कहा दरबारी। आप ये कह रहे हैं कि राज्यसभा और दरबारी टाइप लोग अपने पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप को मिसलीड भी कर सकते हैं
पूरा। ये एक, इसीलिए हमारा प्रधानमंत्री जी हमेशा बोलता है कि एक्सेप्ट इंटेलेक्चुअल पीपल, कि जयशंकर जी हो जाए, निर्मला सीतारमन जी हो जाए, फॉर दैट कॉन्टेक्स्ट इवन डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह, एक्सेप्ट द फ्यू पीपल who because of their domain knowledge लोकसभा नहीं लड़ सकते, उनको देश को अलग से जरूरत है बिकॉज ऑफ देयर वास्ट एक्सपीरियंस, वास्ट नॉलेज, जिसको हम लोग राडर पॉलिटिक्स में बुलाता हूँ कि आप लोग आइए and they come to politics sacrificing their normal, personal, rather booming career. Today I can say that about Nirmala Sitaraman, Jaishankar ji. ये एक क्लास है. बाकी जो दरबारी लोग हैं, दरबारी लोगों को हमेशा लोकसभा लड़ना चाहिए, अपने आप को प्रूफ करना चाहिए और आना चाहिए. और कोई रीजन में ठीक है, आप चुनाव हार गया तो आपको राज्यसभा मिलेगा, पार्टी अगर सा है. लेकिन पीपल लाइक जयराम रमेश,
लड़ो तो सही.
So many, I don't, because you have raised his name. कभी चुनाव ही नहीं लड़ा. कभी लोगों का को पेन है, लोगों का एगोनी है. आप मेरा ऊपर कमेंट देते हो. मैं 27 साल से चुनाव लड़ा और अभी जब मैंने जीता, probably I got 90% of the vote in the constituency. Can it be because of somebody's love for me? Because somebody patronized me? I will say that this is simply because people of Assam loves me. ये जो लोग इसको बोलते हैं कि इसने बनाया, उसने बनाया, एक बार भी नहीं बनाया कि लोगों ने बनाया.
That is a feudal approach.
That is a feudal approach to life. हितेश्वर सैकिया ने बनाया, तरुण गोगोई ने बनाया. यार तरुण गोगोई को हम लोग ने चीफ मिनिस्टर बनाया. As a MLA we vote for him and that's the constitutional norms.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. अच्छा, आखिरी एक सवाल मैं पर्सनल नोट पे पूछना चाहता हूं आपसे मेरा एक क्रिब है. आपने एक बात कही है, कई बार कही है कि पर्सनल लाइफ हो, घर हो, दफ्तर हो, बाहर हो, पर्सोना एक ही होना चाहिए, दो नहीं होना चाहिए. तो जब मैं पहली बार आपसे मुंबई में मिला तो आप तरुण गोगोई बीमार थे और आपने हफ्तों महीनों उनकी सेवा में वहीं कैंप करते रहे. आपको ज़्यादातर लोग एक विनम्र सौम्य रूप में जानते हैं, लेकिन आजकल जो नए लोग आपको इंट्रोड्यूस हो रहे हैं वो आपको बहुत ही एग्रेसिव, बहुत ही रफ टफ व्यक्ति के रूप में जानते हैं.
नहीं, पहला बात यही है, पॉलिटिक्स में आप कोई अपना व्यूज रखने के लिए यू हैव टू बी एग्रेसिव, बट पर्सनल लाइफ में आप एग्रेसिव नहीं हो सकते हैं, बिकॉज यू आर नॉट किंग, यू आर वन अमंग द पीपल. जब आपने गोगोई जी का नाम बोला, इसलिए मैंने आपको मैंने जब मुंबई में मिला था, उनका सर्जरी हुआ था, हार्ट का सर्जरी. आई थिंक हम लोग 3 दिन तक सोया भी नहीं था, उधर ही हम लोग पड़ा रहा हॉस्पिटल का बाहर, बिकॉज दैट काइंड ऑफ पर्सनल रिलेशन वी हैड. बट एक जब वो सीएम नहीं था, अभी का बात बोल रहा हूँ, एंड बाय दैट टाइम आई बिकम द चीफ मिनिस्टर, एंड दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम आई वॉज हेल्थ मिनिस्टर. गोगोई जी का कोविड हुआ और गोगोई जी मेडिकल कॉलेज में दाखिला हुआ फॉर कोविड ट्रीटमेंट. एंड यू नो दैट कोविड का समय तो लोगों को मास्क लेना, ड्रेस लेना, और कोविड पेशेंट का पास तो जाना ही संभव नहीं था. वो समय में भी गोगोई जी अपना बिस्तर में था, कोविड वार्ड में, और मैं कोविड वार्ड का अंदर में था. सर्जरी थिंग्स was much before, that was the incident of 2011. बट अभी जब 2020 में और बाद में जब गोगोई जी का बीमार का बातें हुआ, कोविड हुआ, मैं गोगोई जी का बेड का साथ था, एंड आई यूज टू मीट हिम एवरी अल्टरनेट डे. मैं आता था काम से, तुरंत मैं अपना जो डॉक्टर वाला ड्रेस पहन लेता था, ऑल्दो आई एम नॉट डॉक्टर, बट पूरा अपने आप को पूरा ग्लव्स वगैरह पहन के आई यूज टू गो टू हिज रूम एंड वी यूज टू टॉक फॉर आवर. बाय दैट टाइम आई एम इन बीजेपी, इज इन कांग्रेस, और वो मुझको सलाह देता था कि हिमंत ऐसे कर लो, एनसीसी लोगों को बुला लो, मार्क्स नहीं पहनता तो तुम लोग फाइन मत करो पुलिस से, एनसीसी से फाइन करवा दो. So like that kind of discussion we used to have inside COVID ward. So असम का कोई पॉलिटिशियन से मेरा झगड़ा नहीं है. विपक्ष, अपोजिशन, रूलिंग, सबका घर में मैं जाता हूँ, सब मेरा घर में आते हैं, और we have created a very very favorable political climax in Assam. आप असम में ही देखेगा, कोई भी सरकार आते हैं, कोई भी आते हैं, रूलिंग अपोजिशन हम लोग वी लिव लाइक ए फैमिली।
बिल्कुल। तो लास्ट क्वेश्चन, बिल्कुल सुपर लास्ट क्वेश्चन। आपने कहा है कि बहुत सारे कांग्रेसी बीजेपी ज्वाइन करना चाहते हैं, तो आपने जरूर एक लिस्ट बनाई होगी, उसमें गौरव का नाम है ऊपर में।
देखिए, मेरा लगता है कि गौरव गोगोई बीजेपी में सरवाइव नहीं कर पाएगा, इसलिए जो भी मेरा जो मानना है, और इफ आई प्रूव रॉन्ग आई विल बी हैप्पी, जो एक कांग्रेस का जो फ्यूडल लॉर्ड्स है या लॉर्ड्स था, उनका जो कल्चर है, दे हैव सीन ए कल्चर इन देयर होम व्हिच इज एलियन टू द कल्चर ऑफ बीजेपी। तो इसीलिए यहाँ में आके ज्वाइन करके अपने आप को बड़ा ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन करना पड़ेगा। मेरे लिए प्रॉब्लम नहीं हुआ बिकॉज माय फादर वाज नॉट ए पॉलिटिशियन। नाउ ये जो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है कई लोग कर पाते हैं, ये भी नहीं है कि कोई नहीं कर सकता है। तो पीपल लाइक गौरव गोगोई व्हेन दे हैव टू कम टू बीजेपी, दे हैव टू कम फॉर ए बिग कल्चरल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन। और मैं उसको तो मैं बच्चा से जानता हूँ, सो आई विल फील दैट इट विल बी डिफिकल्ट फॉर हिम, इट विल बी नॉट बी वेरी इजी। घर का लोग भी कोई सारे एनजीओ में इन्वॉल्व है, तो ये बहुत इजी नहीं होगा। तो इसीलिए बेटर आई शुड नॉट रिक्वेस्ट।
चलिए, आई होप कि वो आपकी एडवाइस सुने और उस पर ध्यान दें। आपने हमारे लिए वक्त निकाला, बहुत शुक्रिया, और फिर आपसे जल्दी ही गुवाहाटी में आके मिलेंगे।
श्योर, थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच।
We have a surprise for you. We're going to ask a bunch of you some special questions, and every correct answer is going to reveal what our surprise is.
I don't know. Satya Nadella.
Jeff Bezos. Bill Gates probably. Nehru Place. Saket.
Saket.
Mumbai.
Technical Guruji.
Tech Guruji.
Look at what these developments mean for India. Let's take a look at some of the big stories we're tracking today. President Joe Biden escalates the trade war with China, orders a ban on US tech investments in China in 3 key areas of chips, supercomputer and some AI systems. Biden writes to the congressman declaring a national emergency to deal with the threat from China. What does this mean for India? India Region Congressman Rokhanna leading a bipartisan group of US lawmakers to attend Independence Day celebrations. He speaks to NDTV, says it's a deeply personal trip. His grandfather was a freedom fighter. India issues advisory for its citizens in Niger, asks them to leave the country, suggests deferring non-essential travel as the situation remains volatile. A West African grouping, ECOWAS, has agreed to deploy standby force, says all options are open. The Pakistan Parliament is dissolved and the process for a caretaker government begins. So Pak polls will take place only after November. This after Imran Khan has been barred from politics for 5 years. The number of people killed in the Hawaiian wildfires has risen to 55, while hundreds more are said to be missing in the island of Maui. Joe Biden issues a major disaster declaration, releases funds for recovery. In a move seen as a big escalation of US's trade war with the Red Dragon, President Joe Biden has banned key high-tech investments in China. This includes sectors like semiconductors, microelectronics, and artificial intelligence, crucial for India's economic cooperation with the US. Now, Biden said in a letter to Congress he was declaring a national emergency to deal with the threat of advancement by countries like China in sensitive technologies and products critical to the military intelligence, surveillance, or cyber-enabled capabilities. The order is set to be implemented in next year following multiple rounds of public commentary. So what does this development now mean for India? India is on the doorstep of making high-tech chips, and we aim to establish 20 semiconductor design manufacturing units in the next 6 years. This comes amid our expansive tech partnership with the United States, which was advanced during the Prime Minister's recent trip to the US, where Micron announced its plans to build a new assembly and test facility in Gujarat. So what does this really mean for India? We're now joined by Shimona Mohan, a Research Assistant, Center for Security, Strategy and Technology, ORF. Thank you so much, Shimona, for joining us. And first and foremost, explain the US's reasoning, why the president, has declared this emergency order, and what are the fears? If you could explain that to our viewers.
Sure, absolutely, Gargi. So this order comes after a lot of deliberation on the US side over the past couple of years, in the midst of what is being called decoupling from China. And this is technical in the sense that the US now realizes that technology is one of the forefronts of security, which is why it is now taking steps to ensure that critical technologies like quantum information systems, like semiconductors, which are basically the building blocks of modern day technology, as well as artificial intelligence, which is something that will have repercussions beyond and across sectors, are being restricted in terms of Chinese investment, as well as other skill development related initiatives within China.
That's right. And basically, the US didn't want any of their investments helping advance Chinese technologies, especially when it came to issues like defense.
Absolutely. So quantum information, for example, is something that's used to hack and end up advancing a lot of cybersecurity capabilities of the countries that have it. So having quantum information technologies on your side will be like having a super nitro boost in terms of your defense capabilities. And that is something that the US does not want to trade with or share information about with China, so that China cannot evolve its own quantum information technology super system around this. Similarly, for semiconductors, they are the building blocks of modern day technology, and the executive order refers to a massive supply chain implications that result out of China being the current hegemon in terms of semiconductor distribution. And of course, artificial intelligence, as we know, in terms of investments in Chinese AI systems, both China and US are investing massively in lethal autonomous weapon systems, in other dual-use AI technologies. And both of these will have massive repercussions, not only for defense systems, but also for public information systems, which can then be dually applied in defense purposes.
All right, and so Shimona, with for several years now, we've seen that for US funds, for US investors and venture capitalists, Chinese tech industry was very attractive. But now clearly this is going to come to a screeching halt, and herein lies the advantage for India.
Absolutely. So India has also really upped its game when it comes to these new and emerging information technologies and other technologies. So India signed off on a 6,000 crore national mission on quantum technology and applications, the NMQTA, earlier this year. And it absolutely refers to the development of homegrown quantum computers as one of its major objectives. Similarly, for Semicon, we have an India Semicon mission, which has been going for a couple of years, and there's massive investments and massive developments around this within the country itself, which can obviously be augmented by US support. And for artificial intelligence as well, globally, India is on the top of the skill penetration ladder when it comes to an AI-ready market, and has a valuation of about $6.4 billion, which is only set to increase with new and emerging developments like generative AI. So this is something that will see a lot more interest from US now that China is out of the picture in terms of investment markets.
Now, China has, of course, responded to this. The embassy in Washington responded, and they've called this move blatant economic coercion as well as technological bullying. That's an interesting, term to use, but technological bullying is what they've called it. Do you expect in the days to come there will be, a bigger response from the Chinese side, and and what could that be?
So historically, whenever even India has had some of these economic standoffs with China, this has been a standard response. If you remember back in 2020, after the Galwan clash, when we had banned a number of Chinese applications like TikTok, etc., and there had been a number of other economic sanctions, the Chinese response was very similar. Now the China has an advantage on its end, which is that its market share value cannot be ignored. It is something that that the US has to really take into advantage with in terms of India. So when it comes to China, their production capabilities, their skill development, their institutional support of these particular programs is very, very strong. So in fact, the year after we banned all those apps and we had an economic standoff with China in the aftermath of the Galwan clash, our trade with China actually went back to pre-pandemic levels, which means that the decoupling strategy that India tried to follow at that point didn't actually work out. So the idea now is to make sure that the same thing that the US is doing in terms of its economic standoff and in terms of limiting technological supply to China doesn't end up in the same way. And I think India can really come into the picture and help prevent that from happening.
Right, and we're hoping that this will help India and the US will deepen the partnership, especially on the technology front with India. But you spoke about our trade with China earlier. At this point, how dependent are we, or how much do we need Chinese technology, or what is the relationship currently?
Absolutely. I think at this point, China and US are still our biggest trade partners. We still get a lot of our technological supply through imports. A lot of our semiconductor imports, for example, cater to the need of the Indian market as well. So at this point, even though we have a higher government appetite for developing these technologies in-house, and there is a ton of investment that's coming through from not only the government, but also external partners, for example, Foxconn, which has been very interested in pushing forward for the Indian semicon revolution as well. There is still a lot to be done. There are still a lot of institutional support mechanisms that we can implement within the country. And there are still a lot of international partners that we should look towards to make this entire in-house Make in India project a little bit bigger and a little bit better.
All right, we're also now joined by Professor Harsh V. Pant, Vice President Studies and Foreign Policy at Observer Research Foundation. Thank you so much for joining us. We are speaking to Shimona about the US President's latest move and where he's limiting investment in China, and especially when it comes to technology. So what is your view of this, and how helpful will this now be for India? What does this now mean for India?
Well, I think it's a long-term, if you look at it from a long-term perspective, this is a long-term, almost a struggle between two leading powers in the international system. And I think Americans are making it fairly evident that they do not see technology as an area where they trust China, and therefore they are creating all kinds of barriers, in fact. And what is interesting, in fact, as part of this conversation, that what Biden administration has done and the reaction it has generated in the body politic of the US is that even more stricter restrictions are being demanded by both the Democrats and the Republicans. So I think if you are sitting here in India, you can look at this as almost a structural contest between two powers, and perhaps a space opening up for a country like India that can make some moves here and take some advantage out of and create some opportunities for itself as the two big technology players in the market or in the international system evolve and create a different partnership for themselves.
Right, and just briefly, Professor Pant, do you see China coming out with a reaction to this? I was discussing this with Shimona. They've already called it technological bullying and blatant economic coercion.
Of course, I think Chinese will react. They have reacted in the past as well to the restrictions that Americans have imposed, and then they if you are a global power, if they believe that they are a global power almost on par with the US, then they would go for tit for tat. But I think in this, certainly the Chinese do understand that the long-term challenge for them is mounting. They have created an entire technological ecosystem that was largely derived from the space that they had created for themselves in the Western ecosystem. And now, as that space is shrinking in the West for the Chinese, I think there is some level of discomfort that you see, and all the economic turmoil that China is undergoing at the moment, I think this is the last thing that they need. And given that this is happening, this is accelerating, this should be a cause for concern for them. But I think, again, as I said, I don't think in India we should be worried about what China will or will not do. We should be worried about whether we can generate enough domestic capacities. Can we create an ecosystem for ourselves that can help us make the most of this opportunity?
Well, there's been a lot of talk on that front, so hopefully that is something that will fructify. Thank you so much, Shimona, Mohan and Professor Pant for joining us on the program. Now, an exclusive interview, a bipartisan American congressional delegation being led by U.S. House of Representatives India and India-American caucus co-chairs Ro Khanna and Michael Waltz will be witnessing the Independence Day celebrations at the Red Fort on Tuesday. NDTV's Sohit Mishra spoke to Ro Khanna, a Democrat from California, about the significance of the visit as well as on his special connection with India. He said his grandfather was part of India's freedom struggle.
Hello and welcome to this very special interview at NDTV, where I am being joined by four-term Indian American Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna. Thank you so much, sir, for joining with NDTV. So you are leading a delegation along with Republican Congressman Michael Waltz.
Yes.
You will also be visiting and witnessing the preparations as well as the celebration of Indian independence. So what is it? How do you look at this? What is the significance and the message that you want to share by this visit?
Well, I'm very honored to be here. We will be at the Red Fort with the Prime Minister on India's Independence Day. That is to celebrate India's independence and link it to America's independence. We share that in common. And my grandfather spent years in jail as part of the freedom fight, so it is personal to me. And this delegation is really going to help continue to build on the momentum of the Prime Minister's visit to the United States, and then President Biden is going to be coming here in September.
So first let's talk about the background that you spoke about. It would be very special as well as close for you as well, as you share a lot of things. This is the Independence Day that you will be witnessing. Your grandfather has been over here. He has fought for this country's independence. How special is this visit for you personally as well, sir?
Well, it's a great honor to be here. I came here as a child to Delhi, would watch on television the speech. My grandfather, Amarnath Vidyalankar, spent 2 years in jail in Haryana after Lala